All right, hello. How's everybody going? How's it going? Let's see, who do we have here? How's it going there, Alistair? How's it going there, Citrus? How's it going there, CG? Thanks for watching, guys. How you been? How's it going, J Cataclysm? How are ya? Good to see everybody. Just a reminder, everybody, I'm trying to get my average up on Twitch so I can get affiliate. So I need to get an average of 3 viewers. I'm getting close there, but I'd appreciate if you guys would just hang out there until I can get that. That would help me out, so I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody who's been doing that. All right, so I've been working on the DE6, made some changes. So I got the recharging PIDs all tuned in yesterday, and then I completely ripped apart the drivetrain and put it back together. So I need to do some new tuning, but I'm confident now that I've got it once, we'll be able to get it again. So I want to show you my little example here. Do a little electric motor tutorial at some point, but let's look at some of the things of how electric motors work. So let me know if the music's too loud or is too quiet or how the game volume is at any time. How's it going, the Golden Hammer? How are you? All right, so there's a little test setup here. Let's check the sounds. And so if you see here, we have 3 identical motors. We have 3 medium electric motors. This one on the end is our control. So our control is just a pipe going right to a medium generator. So this is the load we're going to be putting on the system. We have a torque meter here to read torque and RPS. Torque is a static numbering game, so it does give us some information. It tells us that you know, how much work that's going to be able to do, but it's not variable. So of course, as you ramp up, you're going to get more torque. Electric motors a little bit different. Electric motors pretty much give you instant peak torque. So it's okay if these work a little bit like this, but the torque meter on engines, of course, is not accurate. These are 3 gearboxes facing toward the generator. They're all 3-to-1s, so that's a 27-to-1 facing toward the generator, which should give us more torque. So as you can see, this one has 91 torque. This one has 1454 torque. This one here has the same 3-to-1 gearboxes for 27-to-1, facing away from the generator and toward the motor. This should give us more RPS and less torque, and as you can see, it has decreased our torque. All right, and so the test here is pretty simple. I have my stopwatch on here, and so when I press the button, if you notice, each one also has a small motor. So, small battery. So what this whole test is to see, theoretically, because this one has the most torque, it has the most power. This one has the least amount of torque, it has the least amount of power. This one is direct drive. All right, so it has a static regular number. And so we can go over there to the generators and we see what the highest number on the generators are, which one's doing the most generation. But we can also see how long they take to drain the battery. And this battery here is just for these, so that makes them, as you can see, we can run without infinite electricity. So this is going to stop the timer when when the battery reaches like 0.00001. So essentially, when the battery is pretty much out of energy, they're going to stop. So we'll just click the starts here real quick. All right, you notice they're clicking away. If we watch here, you can see it's going. We're already down to 0.1 electricity, as you can see. All right, and then I'll start the test over again to see the generators, because I'm not going to get a good number because you notice it's falling off. They'll fall off as the battery goes down. But you can see the different numbers. That's 0.4, this is 0.1, this is 0.45. So 0.1, 0.1, 0.2. So we'll have to see when we restart. So we'll restart and we'll actually check the generators early. But this one took 30 seconds to deplete the battery. All right, so here's 30 seconds to deplete the battery on direct drive. Okay. So this one is still going. This one here took 29 seconds to deplete the battery. Okay, 29 seconds. And this one is just stopped at 52 seconds to deplete the battery. So this gives us some good information here. This one here, being direct drive, is in 30 seconds has completely depleted the battery. This one here in 29 seconds, so even shorter but about the same as the first one, has depleted the battery 29 seconds. So as you can see, this one is increasing the RPS on this. So for example, this will make you go faster. If you hook this to a wheel, this will make you go faster, right? Very simple. Let's take up a diameter. Let's do, let's see, diameter to circumference. All right, let's go to the circumference calculator here, and let me just, so let's say, we'll look at the circumference calculator. So let's say that the wheel's diameter, so you can measure this in game. You can go from one edge of the wheel to the other edge of the wheel. Let's say it is 1 meter, so 4 blocks. All right, so the diameter, the circumference is going to be 3.14 meters. Okay, so if the wheel is moving at 1 RPS, that means that we're going to go 3.14 meters forward in that second, so that means we're going 3.14 meters per second. All right, so pretty simple. That's how speedometers work. That's why when you spin your wheels in snow, the speedometer goes up, because it is, the wheel's spinning faster. The car doesn't know that the wheel's spinning. Modern cars probably do, but so you can figure out how fast you want that wheel to spin by figuring out its circumference. So with this last example here, by pointing the arrows towards the engine, we should be able to spin this faster to get more speed. So if you wanted more speed, say on a boat propeller, you'd face them toward. You want more torque, you face them away. But it's going to have very little torque this way. So one of my questions I had why I ran this test is there some sort of electrical benefit? And if you notice, there is. Like, this one is considerably higher than these two. This one's at 52. All right, so we get a lot more battery. We use a lot less electricity to run this system here, where we increase the torque. And so, especially for a freight train, that's what I was looking for. I wanted a way to decrease battery usage and increase torque. And so they do the same. We're facing these away from the engine. that's allowing us to use both less battery and create more torque. So that was kind of the whole point of that test there. But you can figure out what's how fast you're going to need it. These motors cap out at 19. So we can do a quick test on that. So you can kind of figure what kind of gearing you need for your wheels by going off that. If the motor goes 19, let's quickly bring back the circumference calculator here. So again, here's your circumference, right, for a 1 meter diameter wheel. You got 3.14. Well, if the motor goes 19, right, it's 19 times 3.14, right? So that is 59 meters per second, right? So if you have a 1 meter diameter tire, it's going to go at 19 RPS. The max you're going to be able to go with an electric motor in game is 59 meters per second, all right, with a direct drive setup. So sometimes doing the math here, it will save you some heartache because you know where you have to try to get to. You can do the same thing with your gearing on your regular vehicles. Is you can figure out the diameter, convert it to circumference, and then you can figure out how fast you want to go. So let's quickly grab this back, and let's just look at power generation real quick. So we'll tap the button, and we'll quickly go over to the gen here. All right, so peak is about 90. All right. So that's direct drive. Peak was 90. 0.13. 230. All right, so this makes perfect sense, right? So with a generator, the faster you spin the generator, the more electricity you're going to make. And so if we look on that end, direct drive, right, is our control. So I can't remember what it made. 90. It made 90. This one made like, what, 0.13 or something like that? 13? I can't remember. But it's very low. And it makes sense. We're converting away the RPS, the speed of rotation, for torque, right? So that means you could turn a bigger generator, or you could turn more generators, but you will be turning them slower, which will be producing less electricity. All right. Over here we have this one. It's pointing toward the engine. It is spinning the generator faster, making more electricity. This one peaked out at 90. No, I'm sorry, 230. So this one peaked out at 230. So it makes perfect sense as well. The faster we spin the generator, the more electricity we make. All right. And so now if you were to make a comparison just on power generation here, fuck, if I could jump right, we'd be in great shape. If you want to make a comparison on power generation, remember, this one runs out of electricity in 30 seconds. This one runs out of electricity in 29 seconds. All right. This one made a lot more power than this one for the same, pretty much the same amount of battery. So you can really quickly learn something from that about how you want to gear up your generators to make more electricity. All right, so a little bit of testing there, but the big thing, the reason why I even did this test was to demonstrate that, as you can see, we get much better economy of electricity use. So when you're trying to do something diesel electric and you're trying to produce enough electricity to run the vehicle, you want to make sure that you are down gearing and torquing, down gearing and increasing the torque and reducing the RPS, in this case to drive the wheels, because that will be saving you a lot of electricity. So we're greatly increasing our torque. Should be able to move more cars. All right, so that was the test. Let's quickly read some chat here, and then we'll go into the D6. Be a bunch of PID tuning with this. Let's catch up with chat. Yeah, the toilet's supposed to be in that nose section. Yeah, they said they have no plan on opening that up and derail. Just catch up on chat, guys. All right, so I did a bunch of PID tuning yesterday. Got everything tuned in, and then end up ripping it all apart, the drivetrain. So again, I don't do much in the way of trains, so you know, and I don't want to go look at people's guides or anything else. I like to learn all this on my own, especially if I want to do a tutorial or something later on it. It's nice to learn the stuff on my own. That way, I'll remember it and can do my own testing. Yeah, why PID tune when you can infinite electricity? Yeah. All right, good. So let me make sure. I think we're caught up on that chat too. Yep, guys. Again, just a gentle reminder. If you guys wouldn't mind also watching on Twitch, I'd appreciate that. I'm trying to get my average up, and it's tough with an average because, you know, if it goes low, then I don't. It drags it down, and then I have to spend a week trying to get back up. So I'd appreciate if you guys could help me out there. I'm currently at 2.61 out of 3 average viewers, so I just need to get that up so that I can hopefully get affiliate and stop bugging you guys about it. But I do appreciate everybody who's been hanging out there. That helps me a lot with that average. So let's go ahead and we need to work on the 6 here. All right, so I've got my PID tuners in here. Currently, they're disconnected. I did a bunch of stuff with... I completely redid the drivetrain. So I took off the 3 set trucks here, and I made... so these are independent now. As you can see, there are 3 independent one-wheel trucks, and the reason I did that was for traction. You know, eventually, you know, I did a bunch of testing where I was running the 3-wheel trucks, and I do not have enough traction to pull at the speed I want. The wheels will slip before I can get the speed I want. So I switched these out for the singles, and I have 3 singles. They're supposed to be 3s. I have 3s. And these now are better. I went from 1 large electric motor to I have 4 in each truck setup. They are linked. They're interlinked. So there's 4 of these electric motors. They're geared to, I believe I did, what, 5.2. So again, that's all based on, you know, again, you're capped out on an electric motor to 19 RPS is about where it runs. So let's quickly, I meant to do the test on that here real quick. All right, real quick test here. I need to put a gauge on it. I thought it was going to read it to me. It does not want to read it to me. All right, so 19.9 RPS. That's as high as it ever is going to go. All right, and as you change the torque, that number is going to go down or up, whether which way you face the gearboxes. So that's as high as you're ever going to go. So again, you want to get more wheel turn. You're going to lose a bunch of power, so you need more motors, but you can go faster. You want more power. You're going to have to torque it down. You know, so keep that in mind when you're doing this. So let's go back to the D6 here. All right, so redid these. Played with the gear ratios again, so you can figure out your speed pretty simply here, and then you can figure out what speed you want. So if we look at the wheel here, it's pretty simple on this one because it is. Let me see. The radius is pretty much a radius of 2 here. We have a total of 4. Well, that was 5, but it's 5. You can see it's sticking over a little bit, but for the most part, we pretty much have a radius of 2 blocks there. So let's go back to that circumference calculator here. Right, so radius now is going to be, let's do it in meters. So that's going to be 0.5 meters circumference. Let's enter that in. Let me refresh the page, try to get it. There we go. All right, so 3.14. You know, so that's going to tell me, how fast we possibly can go in this, right? So theoretically, if we could move the wheels at 19.9, it would be 19.9 times 3.14 is going to be 62 meters per second, 120 miles an hour about. You know, and so I want it, say, capped out at, what was it? I think 33 meters per second. So 33 meters per second. So you do 33 divided by 3.14. So you need 10.5 RPS to the wheel is going to give me the speed I want. And so you can do a quick calc like that to figure out about where you need to be on these. So that will tell me how, you know, where the gearing is. And you can also just do a run and see how fast it goes. So let's quickly show you where it's at. And then I do need to do a bunch of work on it. So let's actually pull it out. And so I was doing testing with the 2 weight block cars before I started ripping this whole drivetrain apart, and I was getting like 18 meters per second or 18 kilometers an hour before I was slipping my wheels. And so I realized I was never going to get the performance I wanted, so I had to go back and redo the drivetrain, and now I'm going to have to redo all the PIDs, but that's all right. So let's go ahead and go forward. All right. Now I have to try to work on acceleration. It's extreme at the moment. I might not have the brakes connected. Stand by. I don't think I have the brakes connected. I do not. Let me see. Do I have the brakes connected? I do not have the brakes connected. That's why it was taking forever to brake. It should come off the multi-link. Let's see where my brakes are coming off here. I actually forget where my brakes should be coming off of. Let me just quickly grab the an old version. See where those are plugging in. We'll work on that. Brakes, 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 brakes. Okay, brakes comes, yep, it comes off Loco T-Bis. Okay. Okay, Loco T-Bis. Right here. It's gonna be a problem without having brakes, so. It accelerates way too fast. That's something I have to tune in, but we'll do that later. What I want to get in is I want to get... So I'm essentially, we're testing this to make sure that this pulls enough weight as fast as I want to go, which I pretty much already have that figured out. And then I'm going to go back and I need to retune the PIDs for the power generation there a little bit. They were set up for a different, for one large electric. Now they have to do 8 mediums, yeah. The motors are much louder now, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it is what it is. All right, let's grab the weight cars. And I'll kind of show you the performance is pretty much where I want it. You know, theoretically a little bit of extra speed would be nice. It's kind of looking at like EOS is standard. I'm not like doing any of their systems, but I was kind of curious what their standard was, and they want, it's essentially 80 kilometers an hour pulling the brick, which is 125. I don't really give a shit about that, but yeah, I'm doing my own system anyway. But I'm trying to get somewhere kind of reasonable on speed. So if I can go 50, because the other thing too is I don't want this too powerful where, like IRL, you know, you would take you know, dozens of cars with you with a locomotive like this. In game, that's not going to happen. Doesn't make sense. And so by the time you need a second locomotive, you're going to have more cars than we would need in game. So I'm also balancing it. I'm gamifying it and balancing it to the game, because I want to be able to have to recruit a second locomotive if I want to take a ton of cars, say, up to the Arctic quickly. And so I want to have a reason to run 2 locomotives. You know, the game stuff's pretty light. There's no need for me to do it unless I kind of downplay some of the power of the loco. So now I'm going to hammer it in. You can see we'll spin. If I go reasonable on my acceleration, We won't spin. We're already up to 25, about 30 kilometers an hour. 40 kilometers an hour. A little bit of wheel slip there. When you get a wheel slip, you want to back right off, let it catch up. So about 50 kilometers an hour, I'm happy. The other thing, too, is, again, IRL, you know, I know people compare things to IRL all the time, which makes sense, but some of the context is the distances are very short in game. So, like, if you imagine, like, the furthest point rail-wise from here, direct line is, like, let's say JSI. So let's say we set that waypoint, right? That is 16 kilometers. Okay, we're going 50 kilometers an hour. Okay, so 50 divided by 16. So take, oh, that's wrong. 16 divided by 50. So 0.32 hours to get there. You know, so about 20 minutes. So say it's not direct path, it's 30 minutes. That's not bad. You know, going 300 kilometers an hour is going to eat up all this space too fast. You know, even going like 80 kilometers an hour, you know, we start eating up this zone too fast. Plus, it's not really realistic to be going that fast around curves. So as we start coming into these real tight turns, we're going to want to slow down anyways. So by going a slower speed and just maintain it the whole way, it's better, I find, and it's more realistic, and it's more engaging from a game perspective. You know, again, you have a jet that goes Mach 2. Well, that's great, but you know, you're going from Ender to FJ. You know, by the time you hit Mach 2, you're going to be way the Christ out here. Well, you're trying to get here, so there's no point in going Mach 2. 200 knots, you can get from here to here really quickly, no problems. You know, Mach 2, that makes this distance too short, you know. So you kind of want to set up your speeds as well to be useful in the environment you're dealing with here. So, you know, going a reasonable speed, especially around the turns, is going to feel better, I think, because, like, literally I get thrown against the side of the wall if we're going too fast. And then we're going to eat up distances too fast, and you start to think about balancing with money. You know, if we can get places with a huge long train too fast, it starts to make other things, you know, not useful. All right, so we're at 50 kilometers an hour here. Let's see if we can squeeze a little bit more speed out of it. But I'm happy with 50 kilometers an hour pulling this much weight. And if I want to pull more weight, I would want to hook up a second locomotive. That now gets the multi-link working. It now makes that more interesting to me. That, oh, we have a long train today. We need 2 locomotives. You know, we want a really long train. We need 3 locomotives. You know, I make this thing too powerful, then there's no reason to hook up more than 1 locomotive. You know, so there's 52 kilometers an hour. So I like the balance now. You know, just like a derail. There we go. Some wheel slip. If I make it so there's no wheel slip ever, it starts to get boring as well, that you don't have to actually, like, operate it and be careful with your throttle movements. So I'm trying to, like, find... See, the turns, too. The turns give you a braking force, so that will slow you down. And then likely get you a slip, because that's going to act like a brake, and then you're more likely to slip on those, too. So I'm saying let's probably... So I'll probably limit that somewhere. I got to figure it out. Because... So when you feed the electric motors the numbers, they're going to cap out at 19. But it's more of an acceleration thing. So think of it as an acceleration thing. You know, once you get up to speed, it does control speed a little bit, but it's more of an acceleration thing than anything. All right, so let's grab this loco here. All right, so let's go ahead, and I want to start getting this tuned in. So I'm going to redo a bunch of the systems on this. Let's actually change a couple things while we're here. I gotta bring up my list. There's so many things I keep thinking I need to fix. I keep forgetting. So PID tuning was kind of a pain in the ass yesterday, that's why I did it off screen. But finally got it pretty good. So let's go ahead and this one, let's limit this to, for now, at least 0.5. Let's go down to 25% on the speed. The other thing too is that one of the reasons I make that background color all black, which I ended up making this rust color, is it makes all of the additives that black color too, because I don't like to see the buttons unless I want them on, so I have to go back and fix all those. let's see what else we need to do here. Handbrake. I've been wanting to change the handbrake for a while, and I keep forgetting to do it. All right, there we go. That's changed now. All right, let's change the windows. Kind of fighting the desire to go in and work on pid tuning again. But let's see. Take this. So the windows are, especially if we're doing extreme speed and a turn, it's throwing us against the wall. So I need these windows to lock into place. So what we're going to do is change them to verticals. All right, and then these are going to go vertical. Oh, we don't have symmetry on. Could actually use symmetry for this one. Okay, and then we want to grab you. So these will be more like they'll snap into position, which will make it so that they don't move when we like go around turn. I don't want my windows accidentally opening themselves up. All right, so now we want to do track pieces here. And we'll just go vertical with them. And then it's going to go 2 past there. So how many spaces the windows have? Wow, I can't see shit now. Where am I here? I'm completely lost. There we go. All right, one more. All right, so those will just lock into position now. I need to change the microcontroller on it, though. So this is now going to be sliding windows. So instead of when neither of them are pressed, the brake will come on. It will be, if either of these are pressed, the brake will come off. So if it's X or Y, it will release. So it just changes the way they work a little bit. There's a brake here. Okay, they're here. I just didn't put them in there. All right, that should fix those. Let me check them. So if it's either of those should release. All right, good. So those should be still connected and working there. Okay, good. Nope, I have to fix them. All right, so SR is now, instead of brake, it's release. Instead of brake, it's release. Brake, release. Brake, release. Okay, good. Those are set up now. All right, so I got to get into this generator. So again, I moved the electric motor out. I put in, they're on the wheels now. And so I got to kind of clean up in this section here. So I might get rid of this huge battery. I'm not sure. One thing I'm going to do is we're going to pull this this gen back. Cat's yelling at me. And then what do we do? I'm going to do another one of these. Let's pull it back 2. Now we'll grab a second gearbox. So again, these are facing the engine. For the generator, we already have enough power to move a large gen. So by doing this, it's going to increase the power generation. So we'll be using more of the effectiveness of the engine here. So right now we're at a 3-to-1. I'm going to add a 3-to-1. Let's do a 6-5. So 18 divided by 5. What's that? 18 divided by 5. 3.6. So that's a 3.6 now. So we'll tune that in. I got to play with the PIDs again because I completely changed everything. Let's go in here and we'll fix these up to be PID controlled again with the PID tuner. Here's the PID tuner right here. So I need to completely rewrite the generator here. So this is the PID for the way it works real simply is compares the battery to what we want the battery to be full, and then it goes ahead and it will send up a number from this PID up here, and that will, let's see, and so it will send a number up here. The engine idles at 3.65, the engine's max is 9.5, and then it's going to, so that's going to convert this into an RPS value that we want. And that's going to then send it here, and it's going to say, hey, this is our current RPS, this is the RPS that I want, and that way it will rev the engine to increase power generation. All right, so the engine was where, if you saw the other day, it was fluttering really badly. It was the engine that was fluttering, and I'll show you how I figured that out. Let me quickly read chat here. Cat's just being obnoxious right now. He's just sitting him, running around and meowing. Let me catch up on chat. You guys have been chatty Cathy's here. This is how the engine situation and cooling is going. I have no cooling right now because I haven't needed it. I literally, the hottest I've gotten was like 40 degrees, and I have no cooling in my engine. So right now, the cooling should be no problem. The bogies can pivot, but I frankly don't see any benefit to adding an extra subgrid on there. I've thought about pivoting them last night, but maybe I will, maybe I won't. But at the moment, there's really no point as far as I'm concerned, because it's going to put a bunch of stuff on a subgrid, which could cause problems. So as far as right now, I have no desire to pivot them. How's it going, Erasmus? Good to see you. Alright, there we go. So caught up with chat. Alright, good. So this is the PID setup here. So I can control, this is the engine PID, and this is the, this here is the generator PID. And so what these are doing is these are telling me what the PID is spitting out. So if you're having an oscillation, when I was having the oscillation on the gauges yesterday, you would see it oscillated in here, and it was not oscillating here. So when you're doing dual PIDs like this, you need to figure out which one's causing the oscillation. It was this one, the engine. So that tells me that I could leave the other one alone, because, you could spend a bunch of time just, picking and just keep trying to get the other one, and just, I'll try some of this, and keep tinkering until it works. Or you could look and be like, okay, that one's has no problem, this one does. Alright, so I didn't put in a number. That's why we're having this issue. Let's fix that. That's the whole reason I stand in front of the PIDs, was put in a number. Let's see. Alright, so that's up and running now. We're going to completely work these from scratch. So I just put 0.1 in as P values for the moment. I need to go back and check the brakes. I was in the middle of that and never finished. Alright. Alright, so that hand valve's better. I slowed it down a little bit, so it wasn't instant. Alright, so we are up and running. We're at 3 RPS. Alright, we're going to go ahead and... There's a little delay, which I like, because in the real one there's a delay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do just pretty much, I'm going to go around the loop. This is better. I should have put a seat in here for this. This is a pain in the ass walking around it while we're going fast around the loop. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to hook up to the weight, and we're going to tune it in. So I'd already tuned it in before, so I kind of saw some numbers that worked. I was needing a lot of I value. Like, I put my put my initial numbers on Discord because they were a pain in the ass to find because there were a bunch of problems. It was super low p-values, pretty high I-values, like not high I-values. They were still many decimal places below 0, or below the the decimal place, but generally they seemed to be pretty low I-values, and then or pretty high in comparison I-values. Let's put it that way. So that was kind of a pain in the ass to get those. Then there becomes problems if your p-value is too low. It takes too long for the air and fuel ratios to ramp up, and so in order to start, you need to artificially juice the numbers to get some flow rates. So it was causing problems, but I finally got it licked. So now we can kind of go into PID tuning. Especially we're at the point now. It takes me like probably at least 60 seconds to get this started and running. So every test was taken like 5 minutes to do. So, all right. So now let's check the windows. Let's see. All right, I gotta work on this. These are not working. That should be releasing that, and it's not. So they're getting stuck somewhere. All right, so we're gonna hook up to this, and then we're just gonna run around the loop. I should go on the big loop. That gives me better testing. I'm going to leave part of the realism up to the operator here. Like, if I go full throttle, this thing's going to accelerate, of course, unreasonably fast. I might weight it up so it doesn't do that. Like, see, we're going on a pretty good curve here. Like, the question was, is there benefit essentially to putting pivots on the wheels? There could be a little less jitteriness, a little less braking, but I'm weighing that against, is it worth it to stop that little bit of jittering to possibly, not possibly, to definitely make it so that we have more subgrids, and we're sitting on subgrids. And my whole thought process is no, it's not really worth it to me to sit it on subgrids for that reason. It's like the benefit's is gonna be small, and the downside is gonna be large as far as I'm concerned. So, frankly, I'm not gonna bother with the pivots. We can't derail anymore. They pretty much, the devs took out derailing, so that's not a concern. But some of these things are no longer concerns, so it's like, I don't really think it's necessary. All right, let's switch over to the large loop. And we'll give it a run around. Again, I'm 50 kilometers an hour with this mass, I'm happy. I think it was CG talking about, like, the brick is set up to get things to 100%, pretty much 100% realism, so you can tow realistically heavy and long trains. And we don't have that in game. Like, probably if we got 10 containers on a train, that would be a lot. And part of that is because there aren't that many containers at the depots. They have expiration timers. So likely, in order to get 10 containers out of FJ, which there are more than 10 there, the likelihood is we're going to have a couple that are probably close to expiring. We have to make multiple trips to disparate areas, so it's not like we're going from point A to B. There's 250 available containers. We can fill the train with 34 cars, and it doesn't matter. None of them are going to time out. That's not the case in stormworks. They're likely going to time out before we even get it anywhere near there. So I really don't have that need. I like the throttle I slowed down. I like the feel of it. It feels heavier now. Feels like we're moving a heavy vehicle. Like little things like that, like changing the throttle speed, can change the feel of a vehicle. So here's 52 kilometers an hour. Again, so I'm exceeding about where I want to be. I'm near where I want to be, so that's good. That's going to give me enough speed to be able to tow a very large train long distances. So like the longest distance we'll do on this particular continent, I always call them continents if they're the big areas. On this continent, it's going to be pretty much from FJ to Ura and Wind, which is there. And so let's say we can get 10 containers. It's unlikely. There's likely not enough containers at FJ 10 to service in a huge train. So to make this be able to haul 100, or let's say 34 cars. And then after 34 cars, we need a second locomotive. So we say, okay, well, 2 locomotives can now service 68 cars. We're never going to put 68 cars together in game. So there's really no point, as far as I'm concerned, to do that. You get a locomotive that never gets stressed. You have no reason to ever put a second locomotive on there. That makes it kind of more boring to me to make it super powerful and realistic. Yeah, I know the solar... I was actually joking with my parents. Like, the solar eclipse is cool. I'm actually reasonably close to it. But the... let me see. I'll look it up. Like, one thing... the funny... Like, for example, we had... When we were kids, they had a... they had a comet come. And so you could see this... Oh, there we go. We're slipping here. Stand by. You had a comet... that you could see with the naked eye, and it was kind of cool. The comet, you know, has a nice trail. It's really neat to watch. Why are we slipping now? It's probably the braking force of the turn. Like, I could see the pivot. I could see the pivot helping with that. But the other thing is this: like, you shouldn't be going around a turn too fast. You would derail. The devs have taken derailing out of the game. So there's no risk in derailing, which derailing would be cool for me. So, like, watch, we'll see how we slow down. So there's no derailing risk, and the derailing for me would be cool. I'd have to call it the crane. I'd have to be able to pick up the locomotive, put it back on the tracks. That would be cool for me. I understand why they took it out. Again, you have a lot of people who want to go 300 miles an hour around the curve, and that's just what they want to do. And so they were complaining about, oh, I always derail, I always derail, I always derail. And so the devs are like, fuck it, we'll just take out derailing. And so I get that. That's a balancing thing. You know, the derailing was annoying enough people, we figured, screw it, we'll get rid of it. Same thing with, like, boiler exploding. A bunch of people, myself included, don't like they took out boiler exploding. But you had a bunch of people who were like, oh my god, every steam boiler I make explodes. And so the devs had to balance that out. So, again, there's no risk of me coming off the tracks here at all at this point. And so, like, here we are, we're going too fast. We'd probably derail if we were going this fast around that. Maybe not, but we're close to derailing. And so, you know, I kind of don't want us to be able to go too fast. Like, there's 53. Like, I'm content with this. Like, this thing will do 100 kilometers an hour without cars. So that's the other thing I'm balancing for is you know, how fast will the locomotive move by itself? And not even by itself. Like, let's say we take cars from FJ to Urine Wind and we bring no containers back. Our weight is much lower. So we should be able to go much faster on the way back because we don't have all the weight of the containers. And so then you also have to balance for that. You don't want to have, you know, say 30 empty cars going an insane speed either. So I'm content with the performance of this. Like, I don't think we need more performance. There we go. We got a little slip there. I do want it to slip from time to time, so it gives me a reason to have to actually pilot this sucker. Or else you would go full throttle, go sit down in a seat, close your eyes, take a nap, and then bingo, we're there. I don't want that. I want to have to actually, like, sometimes we slip. That simulates, like, you know, we don't have actual, like, in derail, if it rains, you'll slip on the rails, and you need the sander. And so we don't really have that in this game, so that's kind of a cool function to add, you know. The other thing I'm curious about with the sander is if I press the so I might redo the way the sander works. What I was thinking is I have this geared to 5.2. I would say it's probably, I don't know. It's either over RPS or over torquing. I think it's probably over RPSing. So what I was thinking of doing is, currently the gearboxes are at a 5.2. I'm curious if we click them down to a 3.1, it's going to drop the speed of the train naturally, and it should increase the torque. Well, it will increase the torque, and that should regain traction. So I'm curious if we do that with the sander, where the sander, you press the sander, and it changes that gear ratio on the wheels down a notch. Then when you shut your sander off, it clicks back. I think that would be kind of a cool notion there. But again, we're doing a solid 50 kilometers an hour around this loop, no problem with this mass. This mass here is about 90,000. We just crushed a turtle. Sadness all across the land. But this goes going, that's 90,000 mass. So, like, the cars are, I think a car with a container on it weighs 3,000. All right, that's what a car with a container weighs, is 3,000. So if we did 90 divided by 3,000, that's 30. It's easy. 30. So we could do 30 cars for this. All right, and so we could do 60 cars with 2 of these and do 50 kilometers an hour. So see, look at the turtle. He's in the front. The poor bub. Poor guy. So, I'm more than happy with the performance of this. I don't think we need more performance. I think this is good. Let me check. All right, let's start tuning this PID. I'll read some chat. Let me check this. Infinite electricity's coming off. All right, so I need to start working on these. So this, so we need to start tuning this. You see the electricity is going down. So I'm going to go back infinite electricity on. So I should be able to oscillate between infinite electricity on and off. And so the next thing is this here. This needs to be a very large number. Let's put that into the 100. And so it's telling me right now that I need an RPS of 2.9. So this would be below the threshold to actually increase it. All right. This is telling me that's irrelevant. This is telling me what my air value is. And so we're currently sitting at 3 as an idle. So what I'm going to do here is actually I'm going to reduce the sound so we don't have the constant whirring in my ear. And what I'm going to do here is I just change this to 100, and you notice it's not very high because we have infinite electricity on. Let's see where it goes. It's ramping up, right? It's asking for more power from the engine. That's causing this to ramp up. And as you can see, we're eating too much too fast, so let's increase this again. There we go. It says, hey, give me 50. All right, and now we are recouping electricity. So you notice it's climbing. All right, so let's go back to infinite electricity. Just want to get the batteries filled. Okay. Now let's go back off. All right, so we're trying to see, is this catching up? And so we'll see what there's a bunch of factors. Gear ratio, how high this number is going, a bunch of things we need to do. So right now, this is asking for 75 RPS, okay? Now this, of course, is never going to give us 75 RPS. So this number is probably bigger than it needs to be. So let's go 150. All right, so that's asking for 16. That's still probably too big. 120. There's about 13 RPS is what it's asking for. Right, so we're in the toilet here losing electricity. It's asking for about 14. That sounds about right? It's saying, hey, motor, give me 14 RPS to make some electricity. Let's go up on this one. Let's go up 0.0001 on the I value. Now notice that's increasing that number there. All right, we got some oscillation in there. That's probably because the p-value is too high, so I need to either down the I or increase the p-value. So look, we're at 91 and climbing on power. So we're making enough power. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get rid of this again. All right, that went way down. So let's go ahead and we need to work the oscillation here. So we might be stuck in an oscillation loop here. I think we are. I tripped the traction motor. All right, I gotta untrip the traction motor. All right, so you can see how we're in an oscillation loop there. So we'll kill it by going 0. Now it's off. Let's go 0.1. That's enough to start us. All right, now we're out of the oscillation loop. So this seems pretty well tuned in. It's asking reasonable numbers from me. It's taken a little bit of time to come down, which is nice and smooth. So this is saying how many RPS it wants the engine to have. All right, now that is capped out, so it has a cap on it. All right, and so we're making really good power here. We're making insane power right now. Let's like go back and look. We're making really good power on this. So I need to figure out, like, there's a bunch of things. I completely redid the drivetrain. So we're at 501. All right. So if the engine can ramp up too much, like I want 10 RPS, okay? So 10 RPS probably max. So if the engine can do 10 RPS, let's say it can do 15 and I want 10. That means that I have an excess. That means I can up gear the generator. I can increase the gear ratio in the generator, increase in efficiency to stress the engine out so that it goes from 15 down to 10. So the max it can ever do is 10 because it's just not powerful enough to do more than 10 RPS. So it's a bunch of tuning to go into this. All right, so you see we're up at 98. Very good. Let's start going forward again. So what I was having to do to get rid of the oscillation is go very, very, very low p-values. And that way, and then in order to get the p-value back, in order to get it back up, I need to then go high on an I value. And so that was dragging it up. So we'll see how we do now. So we're up, like, we're really high right now. So let's check power gen on this. All right, so this is asking us to give 11, and this is, we're lagging behind. So let's go 0.2. That can oscillate. That's oscillating. All right, so I'm going to try some of the numbers I had yesterday. So let's go through those. Bring up my chart here. So like, let's go really low p-value to get rid of the oscillation. And we'll go relatively high I value. All right, so see, that's huge. So we can actually see what the numbers are doing. So let's stop and let's pay attention to the numbers. That's why I have these gauges on here. So this is asking a reasonable number, saying, hey, we're losing electricity. Give me 17 RPS, okay? This one is trying to go 49 fuel. That's way too high. All right, so let's go point. All right, this is just gonna overrun here. I gotta redo the numbers here. Let's get the engine started again. All right, so our battery should be pretty low. They're for charging slowly. I'm not gonna do too much PID tuning on screen because it takes forever. I'm gonna go with some of the numbers I had yesterday. All right, so we're going to keep testing. The whole point of this is to get rid of the oscillation. I should have taken off the traction motor cut because I keep cutting the traction motor by going too high. All right, so see the oscillations here are crazy. I need to fix those oscillations. All right, so notice that I drop in the p-value, get rid of that oscillation. So right now it's 0.01 and 4 zeros and a 1 on that. Traction motor's tripped again because this was over revving. I will have to go shut that off probably. Yep, see, it's going to do it. All right, let's take this back to the workbench. We'll reconnect because I have to get rid of that trip. Because I'm currently tripping my my traction motor. I'll find it. Which is annoying. It's a cool feature, but it's annoying that I have to keep resetting that I can't tune this in. So here's max amperage shutdown. We're going to go like an enormous number so that we don't keep tripping the traction motors. All right, so let's try 0.00001. Let's go up here to 0.01. This one, what did I do? 120. All right, and let's go ahead and turn it on. All right, and then it won't show me anything until I crank the starter, and then we can see what the numbers are doing. So about 0.066 is the minimum air value I need to get the engine to start. So All right. So let's see where it's showing. So see, it's 0.01. That's too low. All right, so now the engine's up and running, but this is going to be too high for that. So let's increase the 0.1. Stand by. All right, before I start getting into this, let's read some chat. Probably gonna have to go take an allergy med. How's it going there, Daniel? Good to see you. Let me see if I can find it. CG's question was, shit, looking at solar eclipse too. Let's see. Let me find this. There was a good PID GIF that I liked. PID graphic. Let's see. I like this graphic. This shows kind of. This one makes helps me with figuring out. Let's refresh. So like, look at it here. So watch the p-value. So p-value, as the p-value increases, it's allowing it to get up over to where it wants. As you can see, it's oscillating. The I value here is increasing the oscillations. All right, and the D is smoothing out the oscillations. So that's how I like to think of it. So if you, let's say you never get to the RPS you want, you need to increase the p-value to get it up there. The I is then raising, giving you more oscillations here, but it's getting you in there, and then the D is smoothing it out. So that's essentially what it's doing. So like if you're never hitting your value that you want, you need to increase the p-value. Or increase the I value. So what we're doing here is I need to get some of the oscillation. I can fix some of that with the D value here. As you can see, it's smoothing it out. But I need to get it somewhere close. So I need to get the P value close, the I value close, and then I need to start working with the D value to smooth it out a little bit. So I'm trying to go through step by step there and get it. But I completely changed the way the system works, so all these things are going to be different. Okay, I'm getting asked questions. I'm not ready to answer on that. All right, good. So let's go ahead and we will. So that's kind of the relationship. Let's keep checking chat. Yeah. So anyway, back on solar eclipse topic. Like I was joking with my parents yesterday about it. It's like, so when we had the comet come when we were kids, that was cool. We could go at night, and we went out in the field and we looked at this comet, and you could see the comet in the sky. You could see the tail of the comet, and that is cool. The solar eclipses are less cool to me because, one, you can't look at it with your naked eyes, so you can't look at it. You know, so a bunch of people say, oh, well, get one of those cardboard viewers. So literally what you're doing is you're looking at the shadow of the eclipse. So you're looking at the shadow of the eclipse on cardboard, or you can get special glasses you can look at it through. But again, it's changing the tint of it. Or I could sit in my house and I could watch somebody with a professional camera who looks at the solar eclipse as though I was looking at it with my eyes. And so as far as solar eclipses are concerned, I would rather like look at a video of it that is really detailed, like a high-def video that lets me look at the eclipse and not hurt my eyes. Like if it was a comet, I would want to go outside and look at the comet, you know. So that's kind of like the hype of the eclipse is like you can't even look at it with your naked eyes, and that's the problem. That's all right, Daniel. Exactly. Like the boiler explosion thing, like, you know, I understand that a lot of this logic is hard for people, but it's like, it's so easy. Like, I literally never limited my boilers. Well, I did to a certain extent. I always do temperature control because, again, you know, if you have a certain temperature, you're only able to boil a certain amount of water up to a certain temp. And so I do all temperature control. And then what I used to do is a blow-off valve. So if they used to explode at 10. So at 9, if they hit 9, it would open a relief valve, and it instantly sends the high pressure steam back through the condenser. And so it would just trip the blowout valve, and I literally had nothing that ever exploded. You know, same thing with jet engines. Like, my jet engine tutorial is one of the simplest things possible. I take a PID, I put in the RPS you desire, I put in the RPS that it is going, and literally the PID tuning was the P-value is 1 and I and D are 0. That's it. And that's what I put on every one of my jet engines. And like, some people will struggle with jet engines exploding, so it's like, that's super simple too. So it's like, I think it was something that the devs shouldn't have done. I think it was oversimplifying it for that. You know, I'm a little bit more torn on the derailing. I really wish derailing was in, because I would love to make it so that I could have one of those cranes that goes on and off the rails, have cars that you can lift the wheels and go on and off the rails. I would love that, but they took it off because, again, you had a bunch of people who were complaining because they wanted to make trains that could go around a tight hairpin turn at 300 miles an hour, and they booed and hooed, and then the devs like, screw it, we'll just make it so you can't derail, you know. And then any errors, I think the other thing too is any errors in the track, you could derail, and so that I could see that as being legitimately frustrating, where if you hit an error in the track, you would derail, and so they're like, screw it, we'll just make it so it doesn't derail. Yeah. Putting an HVAC system in your ship. Yes, I believe it was Hail Bob. We did not wear our Nikes, and we did not go off into space. Yeah, so I think of the D value as almost like a shock absorber. And so the oscillations are your shocks, and the D is trying to smooth out your shocks. And like, you'll still, let's bring up paint real quick. Again, I'm no PID wizard. I usually can get them pretty good, but no PID wizard here. But you know, I don't think you need that elaborate of an understanding of PIDs either to get them tuned in. Some of them are tricky because in one case the PID is tuned fine, in another case it isn't, and that's where you can get into problems. So like, for example, like if I'm gonna hand draw this, but like, let's say you go, say that's your baseline. This is where we want to be. Okay, we want this black line. All right, and then let's go. All right, so the line is going up. Let's make it bigger. Probably can't see shit. Just give me 10, you fucking thing. Don't beep at me. All right, so you go up like this, right? And then if it doesn't reach that, then you know your p-value is too low. All right, so let's finish the oscillation. So there's the oscillation, right? We never hit our desired number. So I do this on purpose in like my beginner series on my cars. I don't give a shit about having super duper duper ultra precise to 6 digits of RPS. You don't need that. You need to be within like 1 to 1.5 RPS or like 0.5 RPS. So a pretty small, narrow band, and you're good. So like, I will set my, let's say I actually want 8 RPS, right? So I want 8. I set this line to 10, and I run an artificially low p-value. It's going to come up to 8, and it's going to be fine. All right, because the problem is once it gets over the number, it likes to crash sometimes. So it will come up and say, "Oh shit, I'm over," and it crashes. And then you get in a big oscillations, and it's a pain in the ass. And so when I do some of my simple stuff with just the p-value, that's what I'm doing. I want 8, so I put in 10. It undershoots and gives me 8. Beautiful, done. You know, that's for simplicity. That's why that's in the stormworks basics. Now, in certain applications like autopilots, you need a lot of precision because you don't want to undershoot your altitude all the time. You want it pretty close. So what I can usually do is do PD PIDs. So again, the p-value comes up, and it's gonna overshoot the altitude. And so if I just did a p-value, it would go like this. And that would be annoying in an airplane, right? Constantly doing that, right? So in an airplane, what I'll usually do is a PD. So it comes up, it overshoots, and now I have a D value in there that pretty much smooths it out. And there we go. We get ourselves a nice, smooth airplane autopilot. So I usually do PD. The problem is with something like this, I'm getting an oscillation where as soon as we hit enough electrical generation, it crashes down. And then it crashes, and it crashes. And so it gives me big oscillations. That's why the needle's wobbling like a mother. All right. And so what I'm doing is I'm artificially running it low with a low p-value. And it's going into its oscillation, right? And then what I do is I add some I value. And what that's doing is that's bringing the same thing up. It's increasing the peaks, and it's now increasing the peaks, but on the line. All right, now I want to smooth out the peaks. So what do is now that it's where I want, I work on the D value. So now it goes over, and it goes like this, all right? Now it starts to smooth out. Now, the higher the D value, if you have a low D value, it's going to still do that, but it's going to take longer to kind of dampen the oscillations. All right, so that's like a too low of a D value. And then if you have too high of a D value, it's going to go like this. And it's going to look like it's pretty good, right? It's going to look like it's always in the line, but it's jittery. And as long as it's like not causing you problems, you can have it jittery. So it'll be super jittery like that with a really high D value. It's constantly oscillating. But it's so tiny that it is close within where you want to be. So that's kind of how I visualize it in my head. That helps me make it. All right, let's quickly try to get going on this. All right, so as you can see, we need at least 0.06 to be able to have this engine run at idle. You know, pretty simple. The engine keeps clicking the starter. You go look at the air value. I checked it out. 0.066 is about minimum. So we're pretty good here. I'm trying to think of a way to run electricity here. We'll just go for the loop. Let's just do PID testing. Like, sometimes you're going to be plugging in numbers, and it seems like you'll never get there. And then you start getting close, and then you're able to tune in. That happened with me yesterday. Again, kind of looking at it, I was getting a huge oscillation. Oscillation, to me, tells me my p-value is too high. So the p-value needs to come down. Well, if the p-value needs to come down, what that's going to do is by bringing the p-value down, I'm never going to generate enough electricity for how much I'm burning, because I'm bringing down the p-value. And so the only other way to get that p-value, to get the number up over that line, right? That's my baseline, the black line. I need that much or else I will not generate enough electricity, is to go to the I value. The I value then increases the peaks, all right? And so that's the other way you can drag the line up. So at sometimes you got to do that. And then if you need to smooth it out a little, then start working on the D value. You know, it's a little bit different in-game than it is IRL as far as I know. I've never tuned these IRL, of course, but I've watched a bunch of videos and talks about them. And, you know, they do a lot of... Oh, shit, where are we going here? Stand by. We're on the wrong track here. You know, so they do a lot of P-PIDs IRL. They do a lot of PI PIDs. They say the PD PIDs are pretty rare, and they do some PID PIDs. In game, I find PD PIDs. P-PIDs are probably the ones I use the most. PDs, I would say I use next, and then PIs I very rarely use, and then PIDs I'll use pretty often. So it's kind of depends on what you're needing. Like, again, we don't need the precision you need in some of these things IRL. You know, like RPS, you don't need a lot of precision. Just a p-value is fine. And that's why, like, people be like, I got a message in one of my basics, and they're like, oh, I tweaked all the numbers, and by doing this much I value and doing this, I got it perfectly within 6 decimal places of the RPS set. I'm like, yeah, dude, but now try to explain that to a brand new person who knows nothing about PIDs, and try to get them so they're not ultimately frustrated at why they're getting wild oscillations, why their car is stalling, why nothing's working. They're not going to have the answer to these questions. And so they're going to be confused. Fucking turtle, get out of the way. I wish I could pick them up. And so they're not going to have any of those answers to any of those questions, and so they're going to get frustrated. And so for a beginner tutorial on most of my car stuff, I just do P's on the PIDs, because all you have to do is, it's going to undershoot so that it doesn't oscillate. So you want an artificially low P value, and then you put in, okay, I want 10 RPS. Okay, well, then I'll put in 12. And because I'm undershooting, you're going to hit it. And you don't have oscillation problems, you don't have starting problems, you don't have to go through a bunch of complex things that a brand new player is just going to get frustrated by. You know, and so it's much easier to tell this new player, hey, around here, if you start with like a 0.1 to a 0.2 on the p-value for an engine, it's going to run. And that's all they need to do. And if their engine is stalling, they need to bring that p-value up like a tiny bit. And then bingo, their engine's running. Now they've built a car that they're happy with. And later down the road, if they want to learn more about how to do PIDs, they can. But, you know, they don't have to get into the game. And that's kind of why I do the beginner series like that. All right, so now we're not going to trip the breaker this time. I got the breaker at like 1,000,000. So we're not going 1,000,000. You see we're producing lots of power. I think this is divided by 10, so that should be like 450, 460. All right, if you notice, we're down to 0.48. And now we are, we're recharging. So we make enough electricity. We're currently at 7 RPS. All right, so now what do I have in here for numbers? This is at 0.1. That's at 4 zeros and a 1. That's at 0. That's at 120. So you see this is saying, hey, give us 11 RPS. That's reasonable. Now, I could go to 800 on this, all right? If I go to 800 on this, it's going to say, hey, give me 40 RPS. Well, why would I go that high? Because the engine is, I don't want the engine to ever go higher than 10 RPS. So there's no reason for me to tell this PID for the generator to go up to 800, to go to 40 RPS, because our engine will never need to go up that high. And it literally is capped. So, like you can see right now, it's asking for 14. So what this is telling me, let's see where our RPS is. We're at 7. So we could go a little bit higher on this. I'm trying to watch for oscillation. Oscillation is the one thing I'm trying to stop. So I'm trying to stay around. See, like, there we go. We're getting oscillation. All right, so now let's find the oscillation. Look at this needle. That needle is oscillating. This needle is not oscillating. So right there, that tells me this is fine. This is the oscillator right here. All right, now let's start adding some D value in here. So let's go real low to start. So 0.001, and see if it gets better or worse. All right, can't really tell if it got better or worse. Let's put it back to 0 and check it. All right, now that looks like it got worse. So let's do 0.001. Let's watch the needle. I'm going to watch the corner of my eye. Doesn't look like it did much. Let's increase that number, 0.01. Let's go right to 1. Eventually, we're going to get in a... Okay, so see, now it's going crazy. And now it straightened up. Crazy, straightened up. All right, so likely our p-value, if we're oscillating like crazy, you see we're oscillating. So the big thing is find out where your oscillation is coming from this PID or this PID. It's clearly this PID. You can see this one's behaving. This one's not, right? That one's going nuts. So we can we can start to decrease our p-value to get rid of that oscillation. So let's start doing that. So 0.05. So I cut that in half, and bingo, it took the oscillation instantly out. All right, still oscillating there. So let's go to some of the numbers I had. All right, and let's try to bring up the p-value a little, the I value. What do I have it set as? Got to do a page up to see what it's actually at. So that's 4 zeros and a 1. Let's go 3 zeros and a 1. All right, let's go back to 0 on the D value. We'll play with that a little bit. All right. We're starting to... It's fucking up my test now because we're squealing wheels here. I got to stay under wheel slip. All right, let's check our power gen. All right, so we're producing enough power now. So we're getting close to the numbers I had before. So let's stop for a second, and then we'll reapply throttle. I hope that turtle isn't causing me to slip my wheels. That's going to be annoying because I'm trying to keep this at 50 kilometers an hour and tune it to, you know, max clip. So I was getting oscillation when I was up here running at max clip, so I'm trying to get back to fixing that. So the numbers are back around near where they were. Because the p-value is very small, it's slow to react. So the d-value is probably going to be the longest to tune in. But you see we're at 98% battery. So we're doing pretty good on power generation. We're up around 15 RPS. Now that is, we're going to leave the amperes are all right for right now. Let's see how bad the oscillation gets. See, I can't tell too how much of it's when we go around a turn. Funky. Let's see where we're at. Alright, so this is ramping up slowly. This one's following fine. This gave me a problem earlier, though, that when the p-value is this small, it gave me a problem for starting. And so I have to put in something to get that up to when we need to start. It runs fine, but it needs to start because it's so slow that when you go to start the engine, it takes like 3 or 4 seconds for it to come up to a high enough value, so you can clamp that so that it stays at that low value. All right, so the main thing I'm watching for here is I want to make sure that we can maintain about where we want to be on speed. The turtles are causing me problems here. I hope they're not what's causing me slipping wheels. But I'm just watching here. We're going to try to maintain our normal operating speed, and we want to watch our needles. We want to make sure they're not oscillating. We're up around 83% battery again. We're up around 9.3 RPS. Not around, we're right there. All right, you can see we're regenerating electricity. Now, I don't care if the battery goes down like 50%. That's fine. Well, 50% we lose a bunch of speed, but as long as we're staying up and it, like, I don't mind that it's a little bit slow to react. That'll actually artificially help us accelerate realistically. But you notice we're running normal. Like, this one's just temperature. That's the temperature of the engine. I have no cooling in there right now. We will overheat. I have no cooling in there now. So again, that's to come later. So I'm just going to take off engine overheating. All right, there's 50. Making good electricity there. So that's about what our top out is, about 9.5 it looks like. We can see we're doing pretty well here. We're producing electricity. I want to go in the back and check the generator, and I want to see, because remember we changed the gear ratio. Shit. Let's get around this turn. I want to sit on that generator, and I want to see. I can see what it's doing there, but I want to see what the directly is. I want to make sure my conversion is not dicking it up. How's it going there, Mr. Griffin? How are you? How are you? You must be somewhere further west if it's still morning. All right, let's see. Yep, so we're making 1,300. So 1,300 S-watts here. So we're just watching. We need to make sure we're making enough electricity. I want to look at the RPS on this. I can't check that. Let's see. 9.4. So likely we have a little bit more power left in this engine because I think it's artificially restricting the engine. Let's see. I can't. I'm trying to check this air manifold. I can't. So what we'll do is we'll go back to the cab and we'll check the air manifold. And if the air manifold is less than 1 and change, we should be able to get more power out of this, which means I should be able to increase the gear ratio to get more electricity. Like, we're fine. We're holding around 86. But, so these numbers are pretty good. The only thing I think we're going to have a problem with is starting. And that's a reasonably easy fix with a clamp. I can just put a full-on fuel shut-off on there. Or PID shut-off on there. Alright, let's go. Alright, so let's check this number. Alright, see we're at 0.54, so we're only asking the engine to give us 0.54 air. So this engine should have more power in it. Alright, let's see if I can grab it. Alright, so that's good to know. So that tells me that we should have more power in this engine, so I should be able to increase the gear ratio. So what's that? 3, 2, what's 3, 2? 1, 5, so 1, 5 on 3, so that's a 4, 5. 3 times 3, 9 divided by 2, yeah. That's a 4, 5. So we're increasing that. Hopefully I can remember all my numbers here. Kind of stopped looking at I didn't write down the numbers. So this is going to be a problem with starting likely. So let's go what do we do? 0.0001. This was 120. All right, I think those are the numbers I started with. Or I had last time. I should have checked them before I closed it out, but get it back to where it needs to be. All right, so let's watch the start. So see, it will not fire this engine off till we get over 0.06. So we're over 0.06, so it starts. All right, we're good. I gotta shut off the handbrake. I do a fix when I used to see it on Reddit or Steam. I do a fix on those. That's where I got a lot of them. I could do it for like just for the Discord too. All right, so watching the numbers here. So that it takes a long time for this to ramp up. So you see we're burning an absolute shitload of electricity. I'm gonna have to go take an allergy pill here in a second. Already suffering. Let's get past the switches. I'm not going to do too much PID tuning. It's boring, and it's just me. It's better for me to do something in the background, do PID tuning on my own time. But we'll do a little bit, and then we'll move on. All right, so let's look at our situation. We're good now. We recharge as soon as we get the engine off. Because the p-value is so slow, it takes time to... takes quite a bit of time for it to ramp up. I need to grab another hose. I screwed up by not having a hose. Do I have damage off? Take that off so I can smash that and then grab a hose. Should be disconnecting this hose before I despawn it, but often I'm despawning while I'm moving, so I don't want to do that. Alright, there we go. Get in here. You can stand up there, sir or madam. I'd appreciate that. Oh, come on, come on. Hook. Alright, there we go. Alright. All right, so what it's doing is it's a little bit slow to get recharging here. Oh, shit. Here. Keep meaning to go forward, and I keep forgetting to click the reverser. There we go. All right, so let's watch. So it should be revving up the engine. Let's see what's going on here. So this is slow. See how that's slow? The generator is commanding the rise slowly. So that's commanding it too slowly. So let's increase this number. Let's go to 200. Now you see it's asking for 8 RPS. So there it goes. Now it's following. So the generator in that case was asking for power too late. So it was taking its sweet ass time asking for power generation. All right, so see how it's it finally caught up. So I don't mind that, a little bit of variation there. We're now going 50, and we are producing as much electricity as we need. As you can see, it's still climbing. We're at 90% and climbing. It's a little bit slow. God damn it. I'm trying to stay under wheel slip here. I kind of like it that it wheel slips in the turns so that it kind of tells you, hey, you got to pay attention, turns coming up. I don't want to just like sit on autopilot, and I find trains to be very autopilot-y because like IRL, of course, you have to watch your speed. Like in Derail Valley, I can't do something like I can't go do the dishes while I'm going on a long trip. I have to be there. Even if I know all the switches are where they have to be, I still have to be there. Because if I'm going downhill, I have to slow down. If I'm going uphill, I have to increase the throttle. I have to actually physically be there. And so the nice thing is with the wheels slipping in the turns, if I give it too much power, that gives me as the operator something to do. A turn's coming up, I need to decrease my throttle so I don't slip my wheels. Okay, a straightaway is coming up, I can start to increase my throttle again. You know, so that's going to give me the ability to kind of change how I'm, to actually make me engaged in playing. So let's keep it on 40 so we don't wheel slip. Let's see what we're doing. We're making enough electricity. We're fine. The starter's working fine. I think our numbers are pretty good. We don't have any crazy oscillations. You notice before it was asking for higher numbers because the gear ratio was smaller. So before we were up around 9.5, we increased the gear ratio from, what was it? What were we at before? What were we at? 3.2? No. 6.5? We had a 3.6. So we went from a 3.6 to 1 to a 4.5. A 4.5. So we've increased the gear ratio going to the generator, so we don't need as much RPS to be able to maintain enough power. So this is actually not bad either. I'm gonna have to reindex this gauge. I'm trying not to do too many fake numbers on here, but I got to do a little bit of fakeage to get these to look like they should be. I might not fake them. I might just run them. So like right here, we're around 1130 amperes. So that's about right. So 15 is where it would trip in derail. So what I probably can do is leave it there, and I'll make the trip 1500 S-watts will trip. This is good. We're running fine on that. It's going to be pretty fuel efficient. That should help with temp. We're already at like 90 before. We're at 53 now. This is at 7 RPS, so dropping that RPS helped with temp. So I think we're pretty stable here. Like, we get a little bit of a slow ramp up. That's the only complaint I would have, which we might be able to fix with a little I value, but I also increased this, so let's see. Let's stop. All right, it's going to continue to charge up, so let's go to 100% charge, and let's watch the battery, see what it does while we accelerate. You know, I'm using that. That's the only time I've ever really used that really, really big battery. And that's because it, you know, this one has some variability in ramp up. Like when I first hammer on it, it eats up like 20% of the battery very, very quickly. So having the big battery keeps it from like going into really low territory. I might switch it out with 2 mediums, see how that runs. But we'll see. I don't need to do any of that. I haven't done cooling yet. We need to do that. Like, there's literally no cooling in this engine whatsoever. None. And we're at 57 degrees. So, it's not like I don't think we're going to have any problem cooling this. All right, I'm just waiting for us to get all the way up charged. All right, we're up charged. It's going to go back to idle. We're good. All right, let's start. Let's see what it does. See, it eats a bunch of like 40% because it's taken a while for this to command. Yeah, see how slow it is? It's taken too long for this to command a recharge. So let's stop again. So it's taking too long for it to command a recharge. All right, so let's go ahead and increase this some more. Let's go to 500 on this. So now that's asking for 11 right off the bat. So see, it's going to rev up. It's asking for power. All right, so that's we should be able to take care of that by increasing the p-value on the generator side. I think the engine is pretty damn good. I could theoretically upset it by feeding it too high of an RPS value too fast, but we'll see. All right, so let's get us right up to charge. All right, now let's hammer it again. So let's go right to about 50%. And you see we dropped down 40, but you notice it's ramping up a little bit faster there. Let's see, do you come up? Where is it commanding? It's telling it to go to 8. It's coming up. It's just coming up slow. So the problem is I've got that artificially low p-value on the engine. It did come up to 8, and now we're up to 100% again. So it's a little bit slow on this now. So this is set. 500 is probably even too much. That 500 is fine. I'm not upset with this one. This one's fine. It's doing its job. It's saying, hey, man, give me a lot of power. This one's a little slow to come up. So let's play with it again. Let's do another stop test. I think we're getting close to where we need to be here. No oscillations anymore. I'm going to write down these numbers. So James Bond 007, 3 zeros and a 1, nothing. All right, let me write these numbers down. These are good numbers. James Bond 007, 3001, nothing. Okay, this over here is now at 500, 00. Okay. All right, so those are good. All right, let's change this a little bit. This number is working for a start. So let's go ahead and... I'm trying to think. Let's go to 0.02 on this. I just want to keep the oscillation down, so I got to be careful. Real slow increase in p-value. We're back at 1. Hammer to 50%. Watch what it does. Eats a ton of battery right off the bat. There we go. Starting to produce a bunch of electricity. Here it comes, ramping up slow. And now we're almost fully charged again. All right, let's stop again. So I am nervous increasing that p-value. We got to do that really slowly. Oh shit, I went way up on this one. This one went way up. That went pretty high on that, and that's still fine. So let's go up, what do we... If you do page up, you can actually see more digits. So we're 0001. Let's go 000. Let's increase this number to 5. See what happens there. Ooh, that's really high. Look at, see the number? It's up to, it was up to like 2 point something air value is what it wanted. So let's watch it now. So let's see if we're at 100. We're at 100. Let's hammer to 50%. Should eat up a ton of battery on the start. That's what electric motors will do too. It takes a lot of electricity, a lot of power to get something started from stop. There we go. That ramps up better now. So what I want to do is maintain it, make sure we don't get an oscillation. I went over, so we're squealing tires, so that fucks up my test. All right, let's hang around 40 kilometers an hour. That's pretty much, we can stay at 40 kilometers an hour and not squeal, even through turns. Perfect. This is working really well. I like these numbers. That really large battery is acting like a buffer, so it's letting us eat up a bunch of electricity to get moving, and then the motors come in. But you can see we're having no problem producing electricity. We're up to 83 degrees now, so we definitely need to work on cooling. But you see, we're in really good shape now. No oscillation. These are not jittering. So let's run these new numbers. And I need to go through a start. So 0.02. What's this at? That's good. Okay. 0.02. 0.02. 0005. 0005. No D value at the moment. Don't really need it, I don't think. And what are we at? 500 and nothing. So that's pretty simple, and that's working. Let's go again. We'll do another stop test. I want to see what the max, how high this amperes gets to. We'll get all the way up to 1. And then I just want to do a start test. So what I'll do is shut the engine down, try start, and make sure it starts all right, and then we pretty much got everything done. We know that the train will move slowly, fine. The train will move quickly, fine. The train will start, fine. Then we're done. It should start even better than before now. All right, there we go. Let's hammer it. And likely in a real use scenario, I'm not going to hammer the throttle that hard. There we go, winding up. I want to see how high this amperes gets. 171. So, yeah, so we got to... So I'll make it 2,000 to trip the breaker. I've never tripped the D6 in derail valleys. Let's make it 2,000. All right, yeah, I'm happy with this. Let's do this. Let's do the... Oh, shit, I went the wrong way. Right, I want to do the start test. So let's actually increase the sounds here. All right, so you got to hold this for 5 seconds to shut the engine down. There we go, engine shut down. All right, so we just want to start it. I'm going to kill the music for this. And I want to make sure, why are we rolling? The fucking brakes should be on. Yep, something's up with that. I gotta fix that. Fuck. Did I left train brakes on? Oh, no, I did not. Okay, train brakes are off. All right, that will be why we're sliding, so that's good. All right, let's do a start test. We'll listen for this. I'll actually jump up there and I can look at the numbers and the air value. Yep, no problem. So everything's good. We're tuned in. Beautiful. All right, I'm going to do one last final check of these numbers, make sure I've got them all written down. 02, 005, 0, 500, 0, 0, and we're good. So let's bring this back, and those should be the new numbers, and those should work for us. So pit tuning is kind of can be a pain in the ass sometimes, but kind of get the swing of it. It's not too bad. So this was a problem. When it was 0.0, when it was 007, it was actually working all right. But if you do too low of a p-value, what's going to happen is it's going to take a long time for it to get up. Let's go back and we'll look at the paint real quick. So, like, if we look at paint, so what was happening when I was doing some of this last night is, so, like, this is what the line looked like last night, right? All right, so actually it didn't look like that. It looked like this. So, like, this is kind of our start line right now, okay? That's what it looks like on start. So, in order to start, we need to get up to this black line on air or else we'll never start, right? So, it comes up pretty quickly to the line. It exceeds it. The engine starts. Then it gets into balance, all right? This is what I was doing last night. It was last night, because I had to have an artificially low p-value, was doing this. All right, and so it took a very long time for it to start because it would have a very long ramp-up time in order to get it over the hump. All right, and so one thing that I think helps with that is by adding some I-value, I steepen this up. And yes, it does go up and over, but it then will level out. And so that's shortening the time. The other line was very long, so it took me, say, 10 seconds to start. By bringing that I value up, I steepen that up a little bit, and now it doesn't take very long to start. So kind of a way to kind of conceptualize it. I think it helps if you can visualize what's going on. Let me finish doing these numbers, and then we'll be good. All right, so let's see. Engine p-value is going to be 0.02. This is 0005, that's 0. These look familiar. You know, so I don't have the engine responding super duper fast. I don't think I need it to. I don't really want it to. It's responding fast enough. You know, that's the benefit of the big battery. Let's say I wanted to run this whole train on one small battery. I could probably do it. But in order to run it on one small battery. Ah, shit, this is gonna fuck. Oh, this is annoying me right here. These lines. In order to run it on one small battery, I would need it to be super duper responsive. So I would need it to instantly rev that engine up, or else we would eat up all our battery and be done. You know, and so by having that big battery, it just gives me that kind of I don't have to be so precise, and that makes it just easier not to have oscillations. All right, so hopefully this makes sense to everybody, how this is running. All right, so these are my PID tuners. Let's just leave these in here, and inevitably I'm going to want them again at some point, probably. But that system is working really, really well now, so that's good. Let's read some chat. Let me get the music back on. Yeah, usually what I do is if I see a video, if I see somebody's, like, I don't even ask people about their builds to fix it. I'll usually just grab them and do it. And it's usually like, if it's a new, like I see a new player on Steam or Reddit where I know they're not going to get necessarily great help. I don't go on Reddit anymore. But, you know, Steam, if I see somebody's builds, like I helped somebody out yesterday. I didn't do, like, it wasn't a video thing. I just sent them a couple of my videos. Well, like I do that. I could add fix my build onto the Discord for just members. I think that's not members like members of YouTube, but like people who are on Discord. I was thinking of doing that, so I could do fix your build for that. You know, sometimes like it's got to be something where like I want it to be a short video where I can quickly find it and do it. I don't like going through other people's like I used to have to go in and like try to understand how Mr. New Jersey made his engine microcontroller, which as far as I was concerned made no sense how he was running his engine microcontroller. That's like I was remember like going through it like, why would you ever do it this way? And so like that's a pain in the ass to do that. Like I don't mind going through like a newbie's microcontroller and trying to fix some stuff, but like going through like they'll be like, oh, I have Z's microcontroller, don't touch it. Like I'm not interested in like deciphering somebody else's complicated microcontroller for an hour to then be able to help somebody. It's usually something, is it a reasonably quick and easy fix that I can go in there and show you that, you know, this is why you were doing it. So if I see something like that, I'll usually do one. Exactly. Like Daniel's saying, for RPS, after one decimal place, you're really getting diminishing returns. Exactly. Like literally. You change the air density, like, let's see, engine idle, RPM for air density. Try to see. Usually, trying to see if there's a good chart. Let's see. Airplane engine RPM. Airplane RPM per air density. Let's see. Trying to find a chart here that I can quickly go through. Here it is right here. This one will work. I can make this one work. So like here's like we used to have to go through these charts when we would plan for our altitudes. And so like if you look through, this is a reciprocating aircraft engine. It's a IO 360, 8.5 to 1 compression ratio, 91, 96, 2700 RPM. So like if you look at the where are we at here? This is power and RPM. All right. And then this is manifold on this side. So this is likely a constant speed propeller. And so you can notice as you, where are we at? Should be engine RPM. Where's altitude? Altitude, pressure altitude in thousands of feet right here. So notice as you increase your pressure altitude, you're decreasing your density. As you increase your density, you're losing, in this case, manifold pressure, which is manifold pressure is how you read power in a constant speed. So if you look at peak here at about 2,000, less than 2,000 feet. So essentially sea level. Right here is sea level, right? Sea level, you're getting right above about your max manifold pressure. So what's that? About 28.5 inches of mercury. As you go up in altitude, you're losing air density. You're going down to, at 19,000 feet, you only have 14 inches of mercury for manifold pressure. And so you can see how just a little bit of an altitude change can change your power. Okay, so now talk about RPM. Now, RPM's different. Like, we're not talking RPM over here because this is your prop RPM. You're using the propeller to govern RPM, so it really doesn't work to dictate power anymore. In a fixed pitch, you'll talk about RPM with for power, but in a constant speed, it's manifold pressure. So for all intents and purposes, this is RPM for our discussion over here. This is power. When we're talking stormworks and getting like super precise RPS, that's talking about power. This is power. So if you look at the difference between sea level and 1,000 feet, right, you go down about half an inch of mercury, okay? So if it's half an inch of mercury, so 0.5 divided by 1,000, so that's 0.00005. So just the change in air density per 100 feet is 0.00005. So when somebody in game is trying to get their RPS within 6 decimal places, again, that's why I'm like, why? Like, literally, if you went up 100 feet in altitude, it would change your RPS more than what you're trying to be precise. So it's negligible. So we pretty much say that anything up to like 2,000 feet, like you have some mountain towns that go up to 8,000 feet, you know, like in Colorado. Like, so pretty much most of this is negligible. We don't give a flying fuck about any of this, really. You know, so generally, if you can get your RPS within, I would say 0.5 of where you want it, that's more than close enough for our needs. Any more precise than that is like way overkill. And so, like, showing you with this altitude chart, like, that is minuscule. That's 0.5 manifold pressure. If you look at it in the grand scheme of things, people are caring about this tiny bit right here. They're caring about like this tiny little bit right here and spending 2 hours tuning in their microcontroller to get this tiny bit of precision when this is your entire RPM range. So it's like, or your power range. Why do you give a shit about this tiny little speck of dirt here when all you need is to make sure it runs in this range? You know, so that's kind of why I think, to a certain extent, it's a waste of my time to like spend 20 minutes PID tuning something to get within 0.000001 accuracy for RPM. Now, with altitude, I'll spend 2 hours tuning it in to get myself within 10 feet of altitude, because that is more useful to me. Being within 10 feet of my desired altitude is more important to me than having my engine within 6 decimal places. My engine has anti-climber. What do you mean? Not sure what you mean. How's it going there, Platypus? Platypus says good evening, and who said good morning? Somebody else said good morning. Must be on opposite ends. Yep. Oh, yeah. Rasmus building a truck now. Yep. Rasmus building a train for a while. That's not fix you build. That's that's do my busy work. All right. So I think we're pretty tuned in here. Let's take these out. Let's leave them in for now. I might use them for something else. I think we're pretty goddamn good, I think, on this. We're super good on this. This is like tuned in really well for power generation. But like you guys can see the relationship between increasing, like why I was able to increase the gear ratio on this, because I could see that I still had power in reserve. I probably could even go up even more. I could probably go up even more. I'm not going to fuck with it too much right now. I'm going to go ahead and do some cooling work. Let's show you some other systems that I did when you weren't watching. So this right here, these are the dynamic brakes. The way dynamic brakes work IRL is it essentially turns your drive motors into generators by reversing the polarity. And you end up getting, I actually might play with this some more. And so you end up getting a braking force by reversing the polarity. My car does this. I have a hybrid. I have a little paddle. And when I go to, when I let off the accelerator, I bring the paddle up. If I bring it up to 4, I get more regen. It helps me slow down. I barely ever use my brakes, and it gives me electric back. And so that's what this is doing. And then in Derail Valley and in the actual machine, it generates a lot of heat. And because it generates a lot of heat, it needs fans. And so you'll hear in Derail Valley a fan sound come on when you do dynamic brake. And so I have these fans, and they will give me regen. They'll come on when I do the dynamic braking. Let's actually do this. Come on. And so one thing I'm kind of concerned with right now is I have this geared up, and it's a little bit, like, dynamic brake is too effective. So I'd like to, instead of doing a higher, I think I have it geared at the moment. I have to look. I'm going to just increase the count on these, because I saw those open spaces, and I figured, oh, let's stick some more in there. And then I'm going to drop the gear ratio on this. So I think it's under here. Yeah, right here I have a gear ratio on there. What is it at? A 3.2. Let's just go no gear on this. And so that's my dynamic brake. It's simply the lever is hooked to this clutch. And so that gives me dynamic brake on that. And then we have fans up here. This is for the supercharger sound. Oh my God, I gotta take an allergy pill in a second here. But, so this is for, this takes a bunch of the power off the engine, but, well, actually, no, it's going the opposite way. This is for the supercharger sound. There is a supercharger that is clutched in, and so at lower RPMs, you will not hear the superchargers, and at higher RPMs, you will. And so what this does is this comes directly off the drive shaft, and it will go up and it will spin these fans for sound only. It gives it some cool sound. So you'll hear it ramp up. So I really can't hear the motor ramp up at all. And so what this does, you hear it go, you hear the motor come up and go down, and so it makes it a little bit more fun and dynamic. Let's see what else. Cooling. Let's work on cooling. No, I'm going to leave that hole open. Let's see how I want to cool these. I have space for these. I might as well use I use 5x5 radiators and almost nothing. And part of it is I'm a huge contrarian. I try to, like, if everybody is, like, using 5x5 radiators because they're OP and they're meta, I hate metas with a passion. And so, like, I purposely don't use them just because I'm anti-meta. And so it's that's, kind of part of my psychology on that. And so it's like I don't like using them because they're meta. Let me see if I can stick one in here. Let's get rid of that back one. Let's just do one here. Let's go sideways. I need an impeller. See if I can get in the middle here. I could put it in here. Yeah, this whole room ventilates. I don't mind putting it up here. Should be able to fit against the ceiling fine. As long as the room is not sealed, we should be good here. Let's go. It's right where that is. Let's go back more. Oh, Jesus. Let's see something. We'll be in good shape. Where are we at here? I'm trying to... Yeah, see this? Probably right here. It's kind of it's a balancing act here. I'm trying to get this lined up so it's close to put in a cooling manifold, but it's also close to power takeoff or impeller. So here's PTO for impeller. So I need a PTO. I need an impeller on this. So let's grab an impeller. Then you should be RPS connection there. Nope. Somehow got flipped. All right, so that's good. And then let's see, where do I want off the engine? Of course, I put the exhaust right there. Exhaust, I'll move. Nah, I can do it right here. It's fine. Let's grab this green. This is kind of the color they used in derail. So one thing to decrease the size of your piping and looping for cooling, which is effective, is if you use manifold pieces, you make these as long as you want, and they don't count towards like the distance. So then I can bring my cooling manifold in as close as I want. Let's actually do this here. How high do I have to go? 2? That should fit. All right. I just had it. Closed it. All right, so this is pretty much the shortest pipe I can get in there is the span here. I've been really liking the performance of the impellers. They've been working really well. So I need to take power takeoff off of this. So this is just direct drive right off the engine. Again, you only need like 7 RPS to get good flow rates. I might have to gear this up. We'll see, because this engine runs really, really low RPS. But it's huge and powerful, so it should be fine. All right, and then I need to add in coolant fan on this. I think I already had it in there. I think I took it out. Let me see if I took it out or not. Key shut off, starter, gen PID. All right, so hopefully I won't have to deal with this again. All right, let's go. Gen PID is going to be output. That's be on off. That's going to be coolant fan. All right, now let's find that right here. Coolant fan. All right, so the fan is going to come on only if... Oh, coolant pump is what I could have got rid of. Get rid of coolant pump. There we go. Okay, that's better. All right, so this is going to be if the temperature is greater than 100 degrees, I want that fan on. All right, that's done. Electricity, you can get electricity off of what? I'll just do right off here. All right, coolant fan there. These here are going to plug in. Okay. I think that's good. All right, so we'll give this, what is that? Okay, that's just, okay, that's good. All right, so that should, let's do a cooling test here. So we'll see how that runs. I want to see what the, I'm going to have to crouch in there, but we'll see what the RPS to that impeller is. Again, you just need like good, stable, high flow rates. It's going to be good cooling. Bad flow rates, bad cooling. Pretty simple on that. All right, good. I like the rate at which that handbrake comes off now. All right, so we're idled here. Let's see if I can get in here and crouch. All right. And let's see. Not too bad. We're at idle, and we're running 70 liters per second. So that's good. See, it's stable. We have a little bit of oscillation, but that is due to the oscillation in the RPS. See the oscillation in the RPS? That's because I need a fast dynamic system to work with huge electrical usages. So it has to be a little bit fast and oscillating to get that working. But look, we're up to 80, up to 90 liters per second here, running at 3 RPS. That's why I pretty much recommend everybody use small impellers now for cooling. You don't need a big one, just like this is perfectly fine. Like we're at 98 liters per second, and so we're moving good amounts of water through here. All right, we'll go run it a little bit, see what's up. I need to take a coffee break and do an allergy pill. Again, this will accelerate like crazy if you as an operator choose to. But like the other thing I noticed in derail is, like you pull the throttle back and you do a lot of like just coasting, and it ramps up slowly like the real one does, and so that's kind of like how it behaves. So you actually have to operate it, you know. Where the hell are the, they're pink. Where, they behind the thing? Where the hell are they? Let's look on the map. They're behind the thing. Yeah, they're behind the barn. So I think what I'm going to try, we'll see you later, Rasmus. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, so I like the performance of this. This is working well. It's going to be able to take a lot of cars at a good speed that it doesn't break the game. It's not like I'm going from FJ to Urine Wind in 10 seconds like some people want to do, and it's, you know, it takes me a little while. It's going to be a fun trip. It's like, you know, like we think about multiplayer. One of the reasons I wanted to get this kind of more done and kept hammering on this locomotive is this is going to be helpful for multiplayer. Because, you know, like we go to the iron mine, we're going to be running train stuff. We now have a capable train that can hold a lot. I'm going to probably go back to the DE6 and take some of the things I've worked on this and improve that, but that'll be quick and easy work. The main thing is what I've kind of learned or relearned. I knew it before and I had to go back and relearn it was, for example, electrical uses. Like we did that test there where I take the... you know, I take the different electric motors, and you see that one of them, two of them will run out of electricity in about 30 seconds. One's 29 seconds, one's 30 seconds. And one produces a hell of a lot more power, or let's put it this way. One of them produces a hell of a lot more RPS than the other one for the same amount of electrical usage. So the one that has the arrows pointed toward the motor produces a lot more RPS for you know, the same amount of electricity as a direct connect. So it is beneficial to do that in certain cases. And then when you put the arrows facing away from the engine, it is making it much more fuel efficient, plus it's making it more torquey. So it has not only more torque, but it's much more electrically efficient, which again, we're making electricity with fuel. So all right, so I'm just checking temp on this one. All right, we can hear the engine coming up. All right, we're up around 90. We're good. No oscillations. All right, so the low end, the ampere is going to go to 0, but I was trying to see where the top out on this. I'll probably make this 2,000, I think, maybe. Let's see. I gotta index a re-index gauge. Is this supposed to be this is supposed to be essentially RPM? It's currently just reading me RPS. This one is supposed to be reading me amps up to about, I think it was 1500. So I gotta index that in. Alright, so the fan's not even on right now on the cooling system. Let the engine warm up. We'll see where it goes. You know, let's say we have a cooling problem. There's still a bunch of things that can be done. For example, I can put another cylinder on this engine to get the RPS down. That's something I can do. So I can reduce the gear ratios on the generator. I'll lose some power production, but we're making more power than we need. You know, so there are a bunch of things I can do. I can add a cylinder and greatly increase the gear ratios going to the generator. That will drop the RPS, drop the temp. You know, so if we do have temp problems, there's a bunch of solutions. I have a ton of space in there. I can add another cooling loop. I can put another fan in there, another radiator. So I don't see this as becoming a problem with any cooling. I have more than enough space. Like I could put 10 radiators in if I need to, but I don't think there's going to be a problem. Just reading chat. All right. Pretty caught up on chat there. Excellent. Thank you guys for hanging out on Twitch again. I appreciate that. That really helps me out. That really helps me out for being able to get that average up. Again, it's an average, so anytime it dips below, it's a pain in the ass to get it to come back up because you gotta exceed it. You know, if I did a 6-hour stream with one viewer, it would kill my average. You know, so I appreciate everybody for doing that. I'm just trying to get that. Hopefully, once I hit 3 average concurrent viewers, I will then be, I'll get probably the invitation for affiliate and we'll be good. All right, so we're at 50. This is going to be my operating speed that I want to go. I want to go 50 kilometers an hour. This is a good speed. The other thing we need to take into consideration, again, we need to look at the game mechanics. You know, this is where a lot of people, they get hung up is on game balancing. Now, you could use a third-party mod, but I don't like modding my game because it's a great way to keep breaking your save. I'm using default switches. All right, I can see the switch now. At any, Jesus Christ, if I could speak, in excess of this speed, it's going to be tough to be able to switch switches in time. So that's the other reason why I'm not like really champing at the bit to go ultra fast anyway. Is again, we have game limitations like how far can I see that switch? And effectively see the switch, look over, press the button, switch the switch. You know, and so if I was going double the speed, it would probably be a panic every time I had to switch a switch. And so I don't, you know, so that's kind of a game thing that it's kind of nice that, yep, we're going a reasonable speed, we're still going fast, we're covering a lot of terrain, but we're not, you know, we're able to switch the switches in time, you know, so I think that's working fine. Yeah, we're gaining temp very, very slowly. The fan is not even on yet, and like you can see, we're down. What's it taking us? 20 seconds probably to get to the next degree right now. You see, we're at 7 RPS. Here, do we have a stopwatch? Let me do a stopwatch real quick. Let's go for the next digit here. All right. See how long it takes me to go up 1 degree. About 9 seconds. So take about 9 seconds to go up 1 degree. So gaining temp pretty slowly. We'll see what happens when the fan kicks in. I want to test that. I have Pavlov VR, but the issue is it makes me nauseous as shit. So that's the only problem I have with that. The turning in VR, it makes me nauseous. I'm quite curious. Like if you had like an 8K display, if that would help, because I think it's the low res that does it to me. All right. I was waiting for this temp to come up. Pavlov VR. It's a first-person shooter. Oh, I see what he's saying. Yeah, the lip on the front of the, it's called the anti-climber. I got you. That was Rasmus' comment. Didn't get to it. So I'm going to do a quick math on this. Let's see. All right, it's 420 RPM is what we're doing right now. So I have to I want to index all these gauges so they look right to you know. So I have to re-index these. So so that would be 10. So it should go to about. So what I'll probably do is, let's see, I'm coming up with formulas here. So let's say I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. Index the gauge. We'll index the RPM gauge. You know what? I'm just gonna change it straight. I'm not gonna index it funky because that makes it super hard for me to know what is really happening when I have to go and do testing. So what I'm going to do is, like right now we're holding steady at 75%. We can go up to 10 if we need to. So if we go to 10, that's 600. So I'll probably make this from 0 to 600 RPM. Amperes, I still don't know what my top is. I'm thinking I would say we're at 1340 right now. I would say bring that up to 200, 200. So 200 is 2,000, because you see it's times 10. That's how it's done, and it's doing it in derail. So it's the TAC would be times 10, so it would go up to 60. So this would read 60 for 600 RPM, essentially. And this is reading 135 for 1335 amperes. I might get rid of that 10 bullshit and read it full, but part of the thing is I don't want a ton of decimal places either, so. Right, we're 93. I'm just waiting for that fan to come on. I meant to boot. I'm gonna boot Tarkov in the background. I gotta. This is a good time for me to collect my insurance and everything. Hopefully, I didn't have expiration. I was trying to collect insurance before I started, and I didn't get to it. So hopefully, I didn't lose a bunch of insurance. Like if you drop loot or you lose loot on the map, if nobody takes it out, you get it back if you insured it. So. That's why I never go in the comments section, Citrus. Alright, we're coming up to 100 here. Let's see what... okay, Tarkov's booting. It's a good way to slow down stormworks' boot Tarkov. Alright, we're coming up to 100, so we'll see if this continues accelerating at its current rate, or if it starts to decelerate the temperature rise. Yeah, you can see the game slowing down. It's because of Tarkov. Alright, fan's not on yet. Fan's not on yet. We're getting there. Like, we've been going a long time, too, so. Alright, fan should be on now. So we might need additional cooling here. We'll see. Still climbing. We'll see if we overtemp. Likely that if it's still climbing like this, we probably will. But, it doesn't surprise me. This is a big motor. I might add a cylinder to it anyway. So we can run at a lower, add a cylinder, increase the gear ratio to the generator. That will drop the RPS
You know, it's essentially dropping the RPS for the same amount of load. That's what a lot of people are not understanding is if you drop the RPS but you increase the load, you might still overheat. If you drop the RPS and maintain the same amount of load on the engine, you are doing the same amount of work for less exertion, less heat production, you know, and also more fuel efficiency. So it looks like we'll probably overheat, but like, you know, I don't know how long we've been going here on this test, and we've been going at 50 kilometers an hour the whole time. So like, you know, I want to be able to go all the way to the Arctic. That's why I do most of my testing down here too, is it's the hottest. So it adds a little bit of heat. Like they didn't make this insanely hot, but you know, like I want to be able to go up to the Arctic and survive it even if we didn't have a temperature change. So let's see if we get up high and then it slows or not. I do have overheat protection on this, so I've yet to trip that. So let's see what the trip of overheat protection does. If it hits 110 degrees, it will stutter out the engine so that we don't catch on fire. So it should never catch on fire. You know, it's a very easy system to add in that makes sure that you never catch on fire. It's frankly, I don't know why more people don't do it, but it prevents you from catching on fire ever. And it's, you know, like some people, I get it if you enjoy like having to go put out your fire and oh shit, I got to repair my vehicle. I get that. But oh shit, I lost a bunch of insurance. Crap. No, that's from the 4th. Okay. Never mind. Make sure I don't lose a bunch of my insurance in Tarkov. Alright, let's see. So let's turn on overheating because we're not going to overheat anyway. Because the overheat protection will fix us. So once it hits 110, it's going to start to stutter the air and fuel into the engine. And that will prevent us from ever catching on fire. So like I have vehicle damage back on, engine overheating back on. If we're going to catch on fire, we will catch on fire. If we're not, we won't. All right, so here we go. So this should kick in at 110 is what I have it set for. So we can watch the tack especially to see what it does. All right, so that's what it's going to do. It's going to stutter the power input to keep us from going over temperature. So it's pretty simple, doesn't cause any huge issues. So I'm going to try to do more cooling here. I'm going to actually take a quick coffee break, and I need a drink, and then we'll do that. Let me check insurance real quick on Tarkov here on this one. It's 6 hours on a face mask. There we go. Been playing a bunch of, finally kind of enjoying getting back into Tarkov, so I playing a bunch of Tarkov, and that I get a big hit of insurance here that I gotta go collect, so, and you lose it, and that's I'd rather not lose it, so I'm just quickly grabbing that too. All right, so that's got the next 10 hours done. All right, so I'm gonna go and we'll do a quick coffee break. I need that and an allergy pill. Let me read the last couple. Did I plug in cooling? Did I? Let me look. That's good. Good thing to check. I did, Citrus. It's yep. Fans connected. Electricity is connected. Yep. Yeah, it's plugged in. It's got coolant manifold. Yep, it's plugged in. This was running, so yep. All right, I'm going to do a quick cafe break, and I'll be right back. A little Australian there. Right, I have returned here, so... Alright, so that's one cooling loop. Let's see, do we do another one? I think how the hell I'm moving another cooling fan in there. I think we put it right here. So I'll put a second one in here. We'll see how this works later. I'm not worried about it now. We can do plenty of testing running these around. Yeah, so I don't think we need to do a ton right now. Let's see. Let me check something real quick too. How much space do we have in here? I could theoretically go up the wall on this if I need to. How do you possibly get that color from this? Give me this fucking green color that I'm clicking on, you dickhead. Give it to me. Why? Why won't you? Oh, it's an additive. That's why. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. 3. 3 is the space of an engine part. Could add a cylinder. What is cylinder count now? It's an 8. I'm keeping it as an 8. I think it's an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8, so I'm keeping it as an 8. Let's play with something here. Let's see. What are we at now? 3, 1, 3, 2, 9, 5, 27 divided by 5, 5, 4. Let's run that as a 5, 4. All right. So that should drop the RPS. It's increasing load, dropping RPS. Let's add another cooling loop. Might as well. We have the space. I also kind of want this to be expensive. We're at about 100 grand right now. I kind of want this build to be expensive. You know, certain builds where it's kind of like contextually it would make sense to be expensive, and I want those builds to be expensive so that, you know, we want to do an absolute huge train. We got to outlay 200 grand, so it's not like a first day vehicle. It should be a, you know, it should be kind of a specialized vehicle. Double the cooling up, see how that works. That's not the part I wanted. Oh, come on, give me this green color. Stop fucking around with the brown. Go. Alright, so by extending with manifold pieces here, you're effectively negating the length of it. If you did it with pipes, you'd end up in a situation where the where you started losing flow rate with the pipes. By doing it like this, you don't lose that flow rate. So. 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay, we're good there. My God. Oh, fucking arrows. Oh, They're one of my least favorite parts in the game because they like literally like clearly grabbing the blue arrow and it doesn't want to do it. Ugh, annoying. Yeah, theoretically they could be stuffed up against the roof. They might not let that, and that might not count as airflow. They're gonna keep that in mind. That could be a problem. Can I drop it one if that is the case? It's gonna be hard to do that. That's, you know, I do have gaps here, so we'll see what happens. But like it took us a while to heat up. I'm not all that concerned about it. Jesus, could we stop flipping around, camera? Go. Excellent. See how bad the arrow is going to get me. We're on the blue. There we go. I did not do... I got to go in the kitchen for a second anyway, but I did not get the... take my allergy med, so... I will quickly be right back. We'll coffee break one more second, and then I'll be right back. All right, I've returned again. We actually took allergy meds this time. All right, let's read some chat. Do you think it would be possible to make a tachograph system in stormworks? Exactly, 200 grand like the license cost. Yep. Are you down gearing the hydraulic pimp on TTIS Mark II? No. It's direct off, right off the PTO. No. You can if you wanted to, but it'll just slow things down, but I'm not. I knew it was going to be a bad idea to delete those. I was like, I'm going to do a quick test with hold on, I didn't hook up any of this shit. Noise canceling's taking a second to not be obnoxious. Alright, so those are set up. Plumbed in, that's all good. Alright, let's go ahead and, so I changed the gear ratio. Let's actually go out on the track a little bit. I want to take kind of a little run, and we'll see how it feels on the track. So come in, full startup procedure. Turn on the starter breaker, turn on the traction motors, turn on the main breaker, close. Come over here, just like D-Rail. You want to come and you want to open up, and here's your starter. Turn the starter. You want to come down the handbrake, press the button, use the torque crank. If it's not going the direction you want, press the other button. I think you have to hold it for 3 seconds. Right, handle, back up. Benefit of no railing there. All right, windows. I forgot the windows are fucked up. I need to figure them out. Work on those later. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know what it is? It doesn't like me holding it for, I probably have something post-pulse. That's actually not bad. I like that I have to tap it because I can put it incrementally where I want. Let's see if it grabs, though. See, it grabs. Okay, so that's locked into place now. All right, good. So Windows open. There we go. All right. So let's go ahead and... Fucking turtles, man. Come on, man. I'm trying not to kill you. Close your eyes. Try not to eat in the mic, so... I wish I could pick him up. I can't pick the turtles up. Oh, he survived. Thank you. I pushed him out of the way gently. Playing all along. So there's a heater under here. I think I showed that off. I'm going to put a seat here. I think I need to put in the switcher. We're just going to run where the tracks take us, and then... So here's the dynamic brake. We're not going very fast. You won't hear the dynamic brake really much if we're not going fast. You know, you can go ridiculous speeds if you, you know, want to without any cars on. But, you know, if you want to act like a normal person, you can too. Shit, I think I'm out of hoses here. Stand by. I never saved this world anyways. Get to save like every couple months. That was, you know, when I was talking the topic of mods, you know, why I don't like, you know, people are like, oh, you should put on modded signals. The reason I don't do that shit is, again, it's all based on some dude who made it, updating it. And it's a great way, like, you know, you see a bunch of players who constantly, the game, I have to start a new save every couple weeks, And I'm like, I don't understand, why are you having to start your save every couple weeks? Like, I get it when they do, like, a texture map change on, like, a part of the map. Like, there are times, like, some major updates, you've had to start a new game. And I'm like, why are these people having to start new games? And it's because they use a shitload of mods. And when one of the mods breaks, they need a new game to get the mod to activate again. And so it's not that the game is making you have to constantly get new saves. It's that the mods they choose to use are causing them to constantly have to redo their saves. And again, they're blaming the game for that instead of saying, oh, I'm using a third-party thing. It's, you know, I'm using it at my own risk here. If I might have to update my save more often. And they don't take that into account. But again, it could be very well someone else's mod that they're working on, you know? It's not really the game's fault that somebody didn't keep their mod up to date, you know? Or made a change that requires a new save, you know? We won't look at this guy. Alright, we'll go for a little run here. We'll see what's going on. Yeah, I think it's just a toggle to push problem there. Should be easy fix. Alright, go get some pizza there, Alistair. Very good. Thank you, Citrus. Alright, so I'm going to switch back onto this track. We'll take a little run. I want to get this temp up. Again, you know, we saw the worst case scenario. We hit 110 degrees at, you know, a very high throttle setting. and it just stutters the engine, and we lose about 8 kilometers an hour. So that's worst case scenario. Yeah, so worst case scenario, we might have to manually slow ourselves down to 40 kilometers. Now we have put a second radiator in there with an electric fan. We also increased the gear ratio, so we should be able to run at a lower RPS theoretically. So same load, so we might, we'll see what that looks like. I don't want to go past 8 cylinders. That's what the real one's an 8-cylinder. One thing I do like in derail is, you know, because your wheels are physically hitting the tracks at the switch, they'll push the switch in the direction you were going. So the nice thing in derail is, let's say I go from harbor to steel mill. I know that if I'm going back from steel mill to harbor, I don't have to change any of the switches. The switches will all be where I left them. So that's pretty cool. You know, in this, they go back to the default position. Yeah, exactly. Like Daniel's saying, you know, if you use the mods, more likely to break the game. And that's, again, that's one of the things that it frustrates me is it's, like, you get certain players who, like, they act like the game never doesn't even start up and run. And so much of this is, like, it's not the game's issue because you can see thousands of people every day play this game, and it works. And so the issue is likely on their end. And it's like, you see a lot of people that are getting hung up at 90%. Well, for example, I was downloading an update for OBS yesterday. It got hung up at 90%. Certain games at 90%, they load certain files. Like the way Tarkov works is you load loot first. And then, so you're loading in the map, and it loads in all the loot in the map. And then if there are still players, let's say shitty PCs, who are still loading loot, like say they have a terrible PC and they're still loading loot, I spend more time in Tarkov waiting on other people with shitty PCs because my loot's been loaded for 5 minutes and I'm waiting for the last 2 players to get their loot loaded. And so I have to wait alongside them. And so, you know, there are a lot of games that are like that. So, like, I'm curious with the whole 90% quote-unquote bug where people are having a problem where it's at 90%, it's hanging up. I wonder what files are being loaded in. For example, it could be mod files. It could be your vehicle files get loaded in at 90%. And so if you have an error in one of your vehicle files, it could get hung up because it can't move on until it loads all the files. Like, you'll see a lot of games, the way they load is it hits like a certain percentage, it stops, and then it quickly goes through. Well, it's preloading those, and then once they're all loaded, it accelerates the percentage meter. And so it's like, it very well could be maybe a mod folder that's not up to date, and therefore it won't load in with the current version of the game, and you get stuck at 9, and you say, oh my god, it's the game. And it's like, no, because I launched the game today, and it loaded right up. I launched the game yesterday, and it loaded right up. I've never had it hang up at 90 and not load. And so it's got to be something on their end that's doing that. You know, so it's likely not loading a file it needs. You know, and the game's like, critical file, do not have, cannot proceed. And so the game sits there at 90%. The other thing, too, is, for example, like, I doubt people are still on, like, old school hard drives, but, like, if you were on an old hard drive and not on a solid state, like, literally, you'll probably sit on 90 for, say, like, you could sit on 90 for 5 minutes. Let's say that 90 is when it loads all of your quote-unquote, your vehicle's folder, and that's where your add-ons go. And so let's say that's what happens. Well, if you have a old school hard drive, it might take 5 minutes to get all those files loaded in. And so you're sitting there for 5 minutes, and remember, a lot of people don't ever do any research. They just, it's like the people who said, "Oh, my ship doesn't sink. Water doesn't even come in." You go, "Well, do you have a liquid meter in there?" "Well, no." "Well, then how do you know there's no water in your ship?" "Well, I look and I don't visually see it." Yeah, you don't visually see the water in your ship till it's like 20,000 liters, and then it shows a small shimmer of water on the bottom. Oh, I fell off. You won't see that you have water in your ship. But if you put a liquid meter, you'll see, yep, you have water in your ship. So you also have to understand that a lot of people, they just don't do any of the testing required to ever get the correct answer either. Like, for example, did they take all the mods out of their vehicle folder, then try loading it? Does the game load without the mods folders in there? Oh, it does. Okay, it's a mod. Now we know it's a mod, so load the first third of your mods in. Okay, game loads. Load the first and the second third of your mods. Oh, it doesn't load. That means one of the mods in your second third are problematic, and that has to come out and be fixed. So it's stuff like that can cause these problems that the games get blamed for. All right, so we're going 50 kilometers an hour. I can't hear myself because I'm showing. 50 kilometers an hour is about what I want to be traveling at. 130 amperes, that's good. Notice my tach. So before, we were at about a 7.73 to make this many amperes before. We're now at a 6.3. What did it take me? 9 seconds per degree. Let me check it now. So, like, it's a little test like this that you can do that help figure it out. Ah, come on. Stay on there. I'm trying to get the next degree. Oh, shit. I screwed it up. I gotta wait for the next one. Watch it put me in a siding and then completely screw up my test. Alright. So let's see how many seconds it takes to get up to the next degree. Alright, we're already in excess now. Alright, so it took us about, let's say, between 10 and 11 seconds. So it's taken us a couple more seconds per degree now. So that should give us quite a bit of compounding factor. Again, the fans are not on. Trying to chew in the microphone. So, it looks like our engine still has plenty of power. Let's see. Make sure we're still completely recharging. Yep, you can see the value to display is going up. It is currently 6 decimal places of accuracy. Look at that. It's now greater than 6 decimal places in accuracy. See how it's not moving at all? We're in greater than 6 decimal places of accuracy for power generation right now. So not too shabby. So theoretically, we probably could even gear this up even more. I don't want to make this thing so fuel efficient that it takes me, it costs me 10 cents to make, $2 million. I want a cost. Trying to get some screenshots here. Yeah, so we're good on battery. We're making plenty of electricity. Temp's still coming up, but it's coming up slow. You know, I think the other train, the other train is reasonably comparable to this, the other loco I have that we've been using, but the difference with that one is it's hybrid. It actually uses some of the engine to move the wheels too. This is 100% diesel electric. You know, again, from a balancing perspective, because I'm, you know, not only does the game get balanced, but we have to balance our builds to give us, you know, the performance we want. So it's like we left from here. We're currently here. You know, so we're approaching about 50% of the way. So like if we were doing gold, you can do a lot of gold here, then you come down, wash the gold here, and then you have to come down to here, and then there, and then there. As you can see, this is a pretty reasonable speed for doing all that. You know, the point of a freight train is it's all about efficiency. Is it doesn't have to be quote unquote all that fast because it's moving huge quantities of goods. Like if I took a tractor trailer, let's say I take my latest tractor and it has 2 trailers on it. Okay, what is that post? Oh, okay, why is that even there? Okay. So let's say I take my latest tractor with 2 trailers full of iron, or let's say gold, right? I can go probably 60 miles an hour. Okay, so let me see what that is in kilometers an hour. So let's say I'm going about 60 miles an hour. That's 96 kilometers an hour. So yeah, that's about double the speed here. Now, that's much more, like I have to pay attention the whole time. I have to come through. I do have to slow down every once in a while. I do have to slow down on turns. But I'm going to come down here. You know, we'll go this way, come down, and in the facility. Okay. So yes, I'm going potentially as much as double the speed of the train, but the train has a straighter path, less circuitous, fewer, like I have to loop past the train, come over here, go down. I could come in, I believe, and this way, but it's very circuitous compared to the train. The train's got a pretty straight path. Plus, as long as the train can carry more than 2 trailers, which it can, so let's say it can carry 4, it has exceeded the efficiency of the truck. So it makes more sense to take the train in a lot of these circumstances. You know, so even if it was completely same path, let's say you drove on the tracks, once you exceed 4 containers, or 4 trailers, you're now more efficient to run the train. It's actually less than that because you would have to do trips there and back. You know, and I could go fast on this. We could probably kick it up a little bit. But like this is just my desired speed. See, the amperes come up, so we have plenty of engine power here. Plenty of engine power. You see we're making power again. Notice the amperes gauge is a good idea. It's telling you what the PID's doing. You know, it quickly revved up, and then it revved back down. Do we want to go right? Yeah. Yeah, so most of these straightaways, I'm not having to worry about wheel slip. When I was doing the loop, it was because the loop's kind of got a braking effect. But you notice, like, there's a question of, like, am I going to put pivots on? I don't see enough of a benefit to put pivots on for the drawbacks. I really just don't. Yeah, a little bit less jerky turning motion, maybe. But it could add a lot of wonkiness. It could add a bunch of physics problems for a very, very, very tiny improvement. You know, and I tend not to want to do that if it's not a large improvement. It's going to be a small improvement. I really don't want to do it. All right, so it looks like we're up around 96 degrees. We still have not even turned on the fans of the cooling system yet. So by increasing the gear ratio on the generator, we've you know, knocked down our RPS quite a bit. So I think I'm going to put a little seat here. I should be able to probably just barely fit it in here, maybe. So give me something to sit on. I might put an actual door to go in this area here. I'll figure that out if I'm going to do that or not. What I was thinking of doing is it's supposed to be a bathroom. I might just put a bed in there. You can always piss off the side here, like here. Picking a crap's going to be harder, but you do that at home. Right here. Pee. Come back in. Good to go. That's a pretty cramped area in there too. It's right on top of the axles, so there's not much space. All right, see where we are. So, like, this is a good amount of time because, again, you know, you have to think about the faster you go, the smaller the map becomes. You know, you really start shrinking the distance. And, you know, I talk all the time about when I build a build, I don't want it to make every other build I ever build from now on useless. And so this has a job. Its job is to efficiently move large quantities of cargo pretty long distance. That's its job. That's what it's meant to do. And so there are going to be better vehicles for their own jobs. Absolutely. For example, like you notice a lot of people default to helicopter. Yes, would it be quicker to mine gold, load it into a helicopter, fly it over here, dump it in here, fly it over here, dump it in there, grab the gold, fly it over here, dump it in there, fill it up, fly it over here, dump it in? Of course. Is that any way, shape, or form realistic? No. Does this game give you the ability to either play realistically or fantasy? Yes. So if you want to do that, more power to you. But, you know, frankly, that doesn't interest me all that much. You know, what do I want to use helicopters for? I want to use them for, like, things like rescues. You know, rescue makes perfect sense. It's out in the middle of the water, fly out, hover, put it on station keeping, go down, do the rescue, fly over here, drop the people off. That, to me, that's a helicopter job, right? We're not doing rescues with a train. You know, like, even, you know, when we did some of this stuff, for example, gold is going to be a train thing. Gold is going to be loaded from here with the mining trucks onto the train, then bring it down here, and then put it in the washer, put it back on the train, come down here, put it in here, load it up again, put it in here, load it up again, put it in here. That's a train job. The other one that we're thinking of for trains is iron. Again, come in here, park right here. We have close access to the rail. Iron, bring it down, drop it, done. And then aluminum is probably more trucks because we have to get up in the hill anyway. So the trains, the closest train spots are right here and right here. And the best spot I found for going up and down the mountain is right here. You can do it right here as well. But so, like, this could be your most efficient spot to get to a train. So if we park the train here, we'd have to go up the mountain, come down the mountain, come over here, load it on the train, come back, mine, and then eventually we get the train filled. The train comes, let's say this way. It goes this way, down, in, and in. It seemed just as easy to me to load up the trucks, have an extra person floating around with a truck, grab the trailer, head down, meet up with the road, dump it, come back, bring the empty, grab another trailer, dump it. That seemed more efficient to me for that. So that, I think, is what we do there. Yeah, so it's kind of nice to have different methods for the different types of mining as well. You know, coal is a good truck train thing. So, like, let's look at coal. So coal, for example, I would go up to here, donk, because I can spawn here, I can spawn here. This is the best place to spawn as far as I'm concerned for coal. You spawn in Terminal Spy Cakes, you come up, there's a tunnel here. You go through the tunnel, you mine, you come back through here, and you dump it in the Spy Cakes. You just bring, like, I have dump trucks that are low enough. You go in there, grab it, come back, despawn, respawn, come back out, and you keep doing that. And you fill Spy Cakes' internal inventory with coal. And then when you're ready, you load a train and you go from Spy Cakes and you come up and you dump it off at Komodo right here. And so that makes a lot of sense to do coal that way as kind of a truck train thing. Oh, let me check on the train here. All right, so we just exceeded 100. You can see we're still gaining temp, but it is very, very slow. Yep, I thought we just stalled out there for a second on temp. Let's keep an eye on this temp. So the likelihood is we probably overheat here, but let's see how many taps down I have to do to make us not overheat. And we're still gaining, are we? Still gaining? I think, yeah, we're still gaining. We're also going uphill here, so we're having to build up extra power. You can see what the amper is doing is as it's coming off. You can see over here too, but I gotta go in there. You can see we're still increasing the tack there because we're on a turn. So you know, again, we're in the arid biome. We're in the hot area too, so I'm not ultra concerned about it. It's definitely doesn't break the vehicle. It's not like some people's vehicles, they overheat in like 2 minutes. Like, we've gone a long distance here in the arid biome. We've gone from here all the way around here. And we're still running fine. And then when we hit 110, it's just going to stutter the power. And we lost all of 8 kilometers an hour. So, like, we could keep dropping it down manually until we go 8 kilometers an hour slower. And, you know, that works perfectly fine. One thing that could be an interesting thing to do here, we've actually used a good bit of fuel too, which I kind of like. I want this to be, you know, again, that's something you have to think about is, again, balancing for the game, right? In game, a train cargo mission goes from here to here, and in game it looks like it's, you know, all the way across a continent, so it seems like a big distance, right? But this would be all of like a 15-minute trip. Well, you might do a 6-hour trip in the train to get somewhere. You might do a 2-day trip to go somewhere in the train IRL. And so a tank of fuel might need to last you 2 days, which takes you from the east coast of the U.S. to the west coast of the U.S. Take more than 2 days for that. But, you know, let's say it's continental. So it'd take you from the east coast to the west coast. It might take you a full tank of fuel, but it's going to take you 2 real days IRL. Well, in game, it takes us 15 minutes, and it uses a tank of fuel. So it gives us that cost that we need to calculate. So let me see what, I forget what the fuel is in there. What was it? Maybe 5,000 liters. So let's say if we bought diesel, it's $2. So that's 10 grand, okay? So 10 grand of fuel for we've used half of that, so 5 grand. Okay, so if we were to go from here to here and we used half of our fuel, then that would mean that, 5 grand is like probably one of the good containers there. So if we brought 6 containers, 1 container pays for our fuel and the rest of them are pure profit. That's pretty damn good profit margins. IRL is probably like, 2 of the containers would be profit, the rest of it would be operating costs. So like that's another thing to consider balancing wise, we have to worry about oil too. I don't know how I'm going to do oil. I don't actually physically have oil, but oil is just based off of the diesel, so as we fill that back up. I'm going to play with the sander concept of dropping the gear ratio on the drive wheels. I think that might work. That might be a quick and cool and easy way to do it. Might do that on DE2. Well, let's see. I think we're set up to come all the way back to where we go. We'll do a full trip around here. See, we're at 102 degrees, and we are still climbing, but very, very, very freaking slow here. And so it's likely we'll get there. We might have to lose some speed. We're still doing 52 kilometers an hour, so we're still going fast, Increase us a little bit. I just don't want to wheel slip us. Wheel slipping just causes it so that it's you lose a bunch of speed, and then you got to pull the throttle back, and then you got to gain that speed back up. So it's really not worth to get into wheel slip territory. But that would be cool if the sander works properly. I'll do some testing with that later. Like to move on, maybe do some career gameplay. Yeah, sorry about that short stream yesterday. I just wasn't feeling it, and I needed a break from the from it. And I knew that I had an absolute ton of PID tuning ahead of me, and a little bit of PID tuning live is okay, but it is it's just like it can be like watching paint dry. And like the testing process now, because this takes me like 5 minutes to get started up and out of the barn, and then I have to rehook to the trailer to the cars. It was taking me like 5 minutes each test. So I was like literally playing Tarkov. While I was loading in, I would get it set up, press pause, play Tarkov, get out of the raid. Okay, there's some slippage right there. We're going uphill. That's why we're squealing. You can physically see us going uphill here. See us going uphill. The vacuum's complaining again. I'm stuck. I'm nothing. Like literally no matter how much time you spend like making sure that there's no obstructions in the house, it finds the one thing that you missed. It will literally push a sock underneath the couch so that next week it can eat it. So that it can make you have to get up and go deal with it. It's a whole job. Okay, we're actually losing temperature, people. We're losing temp. Look at that. I think we're good, man. Look at that. We're losing temp. That's awesome. So we're losing temperature. Beautiful. Frickin' beautiful, man. That's awesome. So we're good. So 2 5x5 is all it takes. Again, I've yet to do it. I'm trying to get back into tutorials. Tutorials are good for just, good for my YouTube anyway. But trying to think of some good tutorials. So if you guys think of things that you want or need, make sure you go on Discord. There is a, where is it? Try to find it. Oh, where are you there? Where the hell is it? Trying to find the topic. It's not in build challenges. maybe I got a video request. Yeah, video request. If you go on video request, throw anything you guys currently need. One thing that's probably coming tutorial-wise that I'd like to do is it's going to be a new tutorial for the Module Engine tutorial series, which I went through, what is it, 3-4 episodes? So I essentially made a car, and then I converted it to a boat because somebody was asking for, like, how would you make this into a boat? And then, so what I think I'm going to do next is a generator. As you can see, this is literally the microcontroller from that tutorial is in this. And all I did was take the alternator node and move it up. And now what used to run the alternator now tells the engine how much to rev in order to give you the power you need. And so I might do the next one as a module engine generator. So convert that into a generator, because part of it is like to do that as a series is to show somebody new that you don't need to learn a ton of new stuff each time. Like you can convert your old stuff. You can make some small changes. Like literally, I've already taught you how to make the alternator work. All you're doing is now converting that what used to be a clutch to an alternator 0 to 1 into RPS, so that the engine can rev up or down. Have I seen this water tower before? I don't know if I've ever seen this water tower before. That's kind of neat. You know, so I think that's going to be a tutorial. But if you guys have tutorials you want or need, let me know. Put them in that video request. You know, it's a pain. Like, the tutorials take some work. I have to do enough research and do an example. And then I tend to record those things 5 times because inevitably I dick something up and I'm not happy with it. And I start over again. So, you know, if it's something that is going to be popular and people are going to actually get some benefit out of, I'm happy to make it. You know, if it's something that one person is going to watch, I don't mind it if that one person gets something out of it. But it's some of those tutorials can be a lot of work because it's just like I end up having to do them like 8 frickin' times. But the tutorials are notoriously bad for that. It's very much a lot of time. It's just like, you know, I forgot to connect this node, and then I'm like, how am I going to cut that? Screw it, I'll start over again. So tutorials can be kind of frustrating at times. Let me refresh chat. Make sure chat's moving. Chat's been quiet here for a little bit. Nope, same chat. Okay. Yeah, so working on some of those tutorials. So again, go to the Discord, put it in video request if you have something you actually want. That's important to me to make sure that it's actually something that will help people out. I don't want to just make stuff to hear my own voice. I like it when it's actually going to help you out and it's going to be useful for you. Trying to see, like, there's a bunch of cool things the devs could add here that I think would really, I would love them to do more industry stuff, and I think they could really add it. This is kind of the conundrum with the development too. Is it's kind of tough because the devs do a pretty good job of not completely excluding people if they don't buy the DLC. And, you know, a lot of companies are scummy with it where they, like, purposely try to make it so that, you know, it's FOMO and you feel like you're gated and taken away from everyone else. They do a pretty good job of not doing that where, like, for example, they gave everybody weapons parts. You just can't fire the guns. So you can download somebody's cool tank off the workshop and drive it around, but you just can't fire the guns unless you buy the DLC, which makes sense. Again, you know, it costs them time, money to build the DLC and the content. They need to be continually funded or else they, you know, they can't keep doing it. They have to go do something else because they, you know, food still costs money whether you make any or not, you know. And so they need to make some money on that. And so they do a pretty good job of that. So the conundrum is kind of if they added too much down here and not on the main island. So I think they could add to both. And so, like, somebody had talked forestry. Forestry sounds very interesting to me for a number of reasons. For example, I keep talking about this area. The map down here is pretty barren and useless. Like, adding some forestry down here, which we already know that if you bump into a tree, it falls over. The thing is, it disappears. So what they should do is when you bump into a tree and it falls over, you know, it probably acts kind of like coal, how after a certain number of seconds it disappears. And so what they should do is give us like a chainsaw block and give us a handheld chainsaw. And so what you could do is you essentially hit it against a tree. The tree is going to get knocked over if you push it hard enough, but also if you hit it with a chainsaw, you know, it tips over. But when you hit it with the chainsaw, it would change its state. So what would happen is, this is how Farming Sim used to do it, was the tree that you knocked over would disappear, and it would reappear with just the trunk of a tree. And then you cut it, and now it turns into 2 pieces. Now, we can't really do that in game without despawning and respawning, but if you hit it with the chainsaw, the regular tree would disappear, and it would essentially spawn a tree on the end of the chainsaw, so it looked seamless. You hit it with the chainsaw, bingo, you have a log. And I wouldn't even make it so you can cut up the logs, just make them the length of a tree. And then you can load it in the back of a truck using a mag-all, right? We already have a mag-all. Mag-all will pick up everything. Load it in the back of the truck, and you can drive it to a sawmill, and you get money. You can do it with trains, too, right? You move those. That's something they could do that would add it to the regular area here. And then there's stuff they could do down here. For example, we have some really cool places here, like Ollie Switchyard. We have Mav's Train Yard, Lex Truck Stop. You know, we have some cool stuff down here. I guess Bubbles Water Tower has been here. If they added some more stuff like Karl Industries factory down here, they have some factories. And so if they made these actually useful, that they did some things. For example, like Karn's factory. Let's say Karn's factory produces steel rails, okay, or steel I-beams. And a steel I-beam is, I don't know, 10 meters long or 5 meters long. And so what you do is, and I think they should bring back in variable pricing. And so let's say you look over here and you see that steel depository is at 150 bucks, but Karl Industries is looking for steel for, let's say 75 bucks. No, let's see. I'm trying to think. Yeah, let's say 75. No, it'd have to be the same. So let's say it was 150 bucks. Let's say it's 5 more. So it's 155 bucks. So Karl Industries is paying more for steel than over here. Okay. So now what you do is you go and you dump your steel here because you're going to get an extra 5 bucks. All right. Now what Karn's does is it produces steel I-beams. Now the other way you could do this is it could tell you what I-beams pay you. So let's say an I-beam pays you, oh, I don't know, let's do 10 times, 1,500. And an I-beam needs 10 steel ingots. So you bring your steel ingots over here. You now have I-beams that are spawning in. You load your I-beams onto a truck or train, and then you sell them at, say, a construction site, or you bring them to a harbor. That's how Derail does it, where the harbor makes sense, right? You bring a bunch of different commodities, and then they magically get loaded on a truck, on a ship, and they disappear. So it gives it a reason for things to disappear. It gives it an endpoint. A harbor is a good endpoint for that. And so you can now make it where, you know, you could dump the steel off here, or you could take the steel and you could put it in the factory and then bring it somewhere else and make even more money. And that kind of step development is good because it allows you to say, you know what, I've got a short period of time to play today. I'm just going to dump off the steel. Oh, I've got some more time to play today. I'm going to store the steel, and then I'm going to dump it off at Karn's when the price is good, and I'm going to get the ingots. I'm going to move the ingots, you know, say to wherever. I don't even know where they go, but like say the harbor, you know, they're going up. It says they need to be delivered to Urine and let's say there's a cargo drop-off zone right here. And so today you get a mission. It says, this is the other thing that's kind of cool is Tarkov does this. They do global missions. And so they had one that came up. It was an event where the event was there were these cultists and there were these bonfires. And you had to light the bonfires. And the event would end once 1 million bonfires were lit. So the player base went out there and lit 1 million fires in total, and that ended the event. And so you could have something almost like that with the mechanics we already have in game, where, for example, you get a logistics mission. I would love it if they did a logistics DLC. But not even a DLC. They can make it as an update, but I think they do need more DLCs. But let's say they did a logistics update, and now you get a mission that says Urine Wind Power Plant is looking for 200 steel rails. Okay, so they want 200 steel rails. Now, if you hit 200 steel rails, you get the bonus. Let's say the bonus is 50%. If you don't hit 200 steel rails, you still get the money per rail, but let's say you get to 150, and then the event ends in, say, 2 days, and you put 150 rails there, but you didn't hit 200. Well, you don't get the bonus, but you still get paid some money. Elite Dangerous was like this, too. Elite Dangerous did this. And so what would be cool is the mission pops up, right? 200. All right, so what are we going to do now? Now, this is a good kind of story element that gets you playing. It's a good way to get you going on a certain type of play. So, for example, now what are you going to do? Oh, I wasn't feeling like doing mining, but now this event's going on. The money is good. It gives me an incentive to go do mining. So what do? I go up, do an absolute shitload of iron. So we start pumping iron in here. Then we go up and we get some coal, and we start pumping coal down in here. So we've got coal in there. Beautiful. Now we're getting steel. So the steel's coming up, and we have to go to Carnes. We dump the steel in Carnes, and we get rails. Now we head up to Urine, and we start dumping rails in. It starts counting, okay? Let's say you bring up 50 rails in your first batch. So the counter goes from, it says you put in 0, now you have 50. All right, so now you only need 150 left. You say, oh, shit, I'm never going to get this done in a week by myself. So then you say, hey, let's get some friends together and let's do some mining in multiplayer mining. So now we do multiplayer mining, and we're absolutely tearing it up, pumping in. So a couple guys go up, get coal, bring the coal down. A couple guys are mining iron and pumping it in the facility. Now we're getting steel. Let's move the steel. Let's get the rails, move the rails. And bingo, you hit 200, you get a big cash bonus for hitting the goal. That's the sort of thing that I think would really benefit adding to the game. I think that would be cool. I don't think it would be like a huge ad. I always say that with a little bit of caution, is, that could be an absolute huge amount of work for the devs. So, I don't have any background on that, so I don't know how much that would take. But I think that would be kind of a cool thing. If somebody would do me a favor and just chat in chat. Daniel messaged quite a while ago. He messaged 43 minutes ago, so I just want to make sure that chat's still working, because I have no chats in 43 minutes, so I just want to double check that. So if somebody could just give me a quick test chat. All right, so good little trip around the world here. Let's look at temp is beautiful. Look, guys, we are now under 100 degrees. We were under 100 degrees for a while, so the cooling is working. So 100% cooling's working. So that's all we needed. 2.5. Oh, thank you much. I appreciate that. How's it going, Owl? How are you? Good to see you. Thank you, IJK, for the test. I appreciate that. Yeah, it gets quiet sometimes, and I just like to see if, sometimes I just have to refresh the chat, and I don't want people to be talking to me, and I don't hear them. But look at this, beautiful. We're now keeping ourselves within 0.01-ish degrees of 100 degrees. We're perfect. This train really, I'm quite pleased and proud with this train. This came out nicely. The paint job, I think, came out really well. The mechanics are working perfectly now. A little bit of pulling hair out when I was doing some. This was my methodology, which kind of sucked. I did, it wasn't too bad, but I should have checked some more things before I got into it. But I complicated the startup procedure, which made each test take 5 minutes. And now, and so then last night I got the PIDs all tuned up, and then I redid the whole drive system. And then that means the PIDs need to be retuned. But it didn't take that long, because really, this is one of the first times I've really had to lean on the I value to get numbers where I wanted them. And this worked really, really well with some good I values. But we've got a pretty efficient train. We're down to 24% fuel. That's balancing. Again, you'll hear people say this sometime, and I think it's patently wrong, is they'll be like, oh, a train in real life can go 2,500 miles without having to refuel. I went, 50 miles in game, and I had to refuel. Boo, game. Listen, it's not real life. There's some gamifications. For example, I used to pull a 53-foot container, which is the size of 2 of these, You know, I used to pull at least 3 to 4 of them a day, right? And like the bottom end of these are two grand is what you get for that, right? So let's say I pull 4, that would be 8 grand a day is what I would make IRL if it was the same as in game, right? Of course not. You make a lot more money in game than you do IRL. The distances are a lot shorter in game than they are IRL. And in order to balance for that is the fuel burns are up, right? You know, you simulate the world is a bigger place than it really is by things burn more fuel than they would, you know? And so it's perfectly reasonable. Like, you know, don't think of this as a 50-mile loop we're doing, right? I don't even know how long this is, but like say there's a 50-mile loop, right? Let's not think of that as a 50-mile loop. Let's think of we've gone around the length of an entire continent. So that's more like 2,500 miles, and that balances out pretty good, I think. You know, I think by the time we get back, we'll probably be pretty close to empty on fuel, and you know, we'll be pretty good there. I might change this to 50% on the oil. I think I might go 50% on that oil. But yeah, I'm happy with how this turned out. This really, it functions well. It pulls well. Like, we've been pulling 90,000 weight behind us the entire time. I want it so that I have to put in 2 units sometimes. So I want to do multi-link and have 2 locomotives sometimes. You know, should be able to, I think if I do that gearing system for the sander, that should work really well. So I think that's going to be good. Quite happy with it. No, I'm just, we're doing kind of final testing with this. Did a lot of work on this locomotive today, and so this was a big take it around the world test. I went from here down all the way up through here. We're right here now, so we're just coming back on this final loop here. So we should be coming up. I want to go right here. I'll check on this real quick. But we'll go right here. It does need the track switcher. I got to figure out how I want to do that. Yeah, 8K a day wouldn't be bad. That's cool. I just want to make sure. I saw that, you know, you had the last comment, and it was 40-something minutes ago. And I sometimes, like, I've had it before where the chat freezes, and I have to just refresh the thing, and then I look, I'm like, oh Christ, there's 3 pages of chat that I missed. But you know, I just want to make sure that it wasn't I don't mind if people are quiet. It's just that I want to know that people are quiet, not missing chat. All right, I'm gonna head up here and make sure the switch goes. I don't want to go up to north, but there's gonna be a fun new way to, like, I already have some equipment I use for oil. But this is going to be a cool way to do oil now. Which track are we on? Can't tell if we're on the inside or outside track. Okay, we're all set to go right anyway. So, like, this would be a good way to move oil. We haven't gotten to oil much. I want to get back into the career gameplay, but I've had these, like, pretty complicated builds, like completely rewriting the train systems. I'm going to do more testing before I release it. Oh, shit. We just got the low fuel and low oil lights at 20%. So I was wondering what those lights were. You know, so it's going to get some more testing. I'm going to button it up. Like, I already want to go back and fix some things. For example, one thing I was going to do was I was going to report the brake pressure of the cars. I don't think that's going to be useful and necessary because I actually see the main reservoir will change. And so I could pretty much use that as my brake application indicator. And so I think that's just what I'm going to do is I might leave it. And so that was like, there's a couple things I want to test and play with and actually get in a career environment to see if I want or need them. And then hopefully I can get those train systems out to you guys. I'm going to make a bunch of standardized containers. So if you guys want to build trains with that system, you'll already have, you can, you know, have some cars and you guys can build some stuff. And then, you know, I would like to do, the next challenge is going to be just land-based, but I'm probably going to throw in a train challenge after the land-based one. And what I'll probably do is I'll probably have you guys build something using my system. And so when the system comes out, that'll be part of it. You take my system, and then I can actually pull, like if I do a piece of rolling stock, if that's what it is. Again, I haven't even thought about it much, but let's say I do a piece of rolling stock. So you can do a flat car, you can do a passenger car, you could do a coal car, you could do a box truck, you could do whatever type of rolling stock you wanted, but it has to be on this system. And so, for example, I could hook up everybody's build to the one locomotive or two locomotives, plumb them all in, walk down the line, check out each car, check out its functionality, and then I could pull it around the map for a little while, you know, and you could see how all the cars are doing, and I think that would be kind of a cool challenge. You know, or you could do it like a locomotive. So I want to get those locomotive systems out before I do that challenge. That's kind of like, if you guys remember, I did a land challenge where you use one of my chassis. It was because the chassis is to be stock, and then you do that. So, you know, like I might do a locomotive where, you know, you have to come up with the drive system and everything else, and I have a piece of rolling stock. Like, let's say it's 2 of these weight cars, and you have to pull these, and I pull them from point A to point B. We check the top speed. We check, you know, the aesthetics, the functionality of the vehicle, you know, stuff like that. So I think a train challenge slotted in after land would be cool. I'm trying to do them a little bit more rapidly. I thought of a couple things. I've got one that I'm trying to do a quick one. I might do a 1-week challenge for the land one. Land can be pretty easy. So I've got a couple ideas. I've got an idea for a 1-week challenge that would be pretty easy on me to do, so that even if a lot of people submitted it, I should be able to hopefully get the recordings down to a reasonable time, do 5 minutes per build. I've got a kind of a cool idea for that. So I might do a little bit simpler on that, do a 1 week, and then I might try to start holding at least some of them to 2 weeks. If it's going to be really complicated, like some of the ocean-going stuff gets complicated, you know, that might be longer. But I think a kind of a 1 week would be cool to do, 2 weeks, you know. So maybe I'm no promises, but I'm going to try to announce the next build challenge probably this Friday. You know, we're getting on time to do the next one, and I'll probably make it a week challenge. I kind of have a cool idea in my head. I'm not going to say it because people start building, but be kind of cool to do for that. So that's kind of, I think, the plan with that, at least. Perfect. So we're down to 11%. The other cool thing with this is actually making your vehicles need fuel. Is not only is it an operating cost, so you have to make sure you're making enough money to use the vehicle. So you have to have 200, or you have to have 100 grand to get this spawned in. Plus, you need to be able to fuel the sucker. You also have to consider, where am I going to get fuel? And so that's another interesting thing. So for example, like, you know, you could carry a fuel car with you. So a small car with diesel on it that you can pump into your tanks if you need to go to, say, the Arctic. Like, I don't know how long a distance this is. We started here. We've gone all the way around here. So let's say, oh, I don't know. That's probably maybe this long of a distance. So what's that? Probably a quarter of the way to the Arctic. So we might have to bring a fuel trailer with us to the Arctic. You know, a fuel car with us to the Arctic. You know, you got to stop, fill up. Or like as you come up here, you have to pull some fuel out of Komodo. You know, so as you're coming along, some of these bases, like, you know, if we're going to go up to the Arctic, let's say we start out of here, we head over to go up here, we head up. Let's see, where can we split? Split off here, come along, and we stop at Komodo and get fuel. And then we head up to the Arctic, and maybe we have to stop and we have to drag the hose and the fuel cars right behind the locos, fill it up, and then head the rest of the way to the Arctic. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, we should make it back. We've got 9% left, and we're almost there. But that was a good test run to give it a round. Beautiful with the cooling, though. Notice cooling's at 100. We're good. We're all set with cooling. Cooling's done. So I'm going to actually go on and check that off the list right now. Handbrake's good. I did that. Bell volume I was going to decrease to 50%. I need to index a bunch of gauges. All right, good. So I'm really happy how this turned out. This came out really good. Not that I'm going to probably try to get away from... I'm going to build some train cars, but I'm not going to build another locomotive right back to back. I will go back and fix the DE2 a little bit. Oh, you got a horse? That's neat. How's the horse doing? Too bad it's colicking. But, you know, I'll probably do some rolling stock because I need all the trailers need to be up to the standard. I pretty much got it ironed in, so this handbrake here is gonna get added to all of these cars. That's why I haven't been making cars yet. I wanted to get all the systems done first. So that handbrake will get put on the car. Oh shit! How did I fall off? That handbrake will get put in the cars, and then we'll have handbrakes for the cars. That's something I want to figure out on this locomotive first. I might just take out the, I don't know, I might leave it in the DE2 because the benefit of having the DE2 with the system it has is that it gives me a place to stand and get pictures because I have a seat. And I'm going to put a seat here so I can sit down, and then I can do that on this one. So the DE2 is not getting a regular seat, so I'll leave that in there. So the handbrake will go in all these cars, and then I need to report that back because I should get a red light if one of the cars' handbrakes is on. All right, we're almost back here, peeps. And here we are. So that's it right there. So we're down to about 5% fuel. So that's pretty good. We can do this loop on a tank. It's a good bit of fuel. It's 5,000 liters, but again, like that gives you a reason not to just joyride. It gives you a reason to go and actually do some stuff. And plus, we're making our own fuel, so the fuel is dirt damn cheap. And so, like, all I'd have to do is take the train, go over here, suck out a ton of fuel, and put it in this base, and we're good forever, you know. So I like to get back in a career game. We might play a little career too. We'll see. Yeah, we might play a little. I'm still feeling like playing, so. Kind of wears me out going through some of like the problems and just problem hunting all the time, and so now today has been less hunting up problems, so that's been good. Yeah, I'll probably fire the two at the same time, which means they'll probably be revving lower maybe, because like if I want to go 50 kilometers and it's the same weight, I don't need to be going as fast. All right, here we go. We're there. There's dynamic brake coming on. You can hear it. It's very quiet now. I down geared it. All right, dynamic brake off. Brake. And you can see the main reservoir goes down when I put on the train brake, and then it goes back up. See, it goes down as it's as all the air is going into the brakes of the cars, and then this won't shoot up again until I've got it set where if it goes below 8, it pumps up. If it doesn't, it will not pump up. So like if I gave it some more, it'll cycle the brake here again. See, now it builds itself back up. But really happy with this. Let's go ahead and drag this in. I want to save it. But that's good. We can do that. Let's do a little career gameplay. Let's get this going. All right, let's save it as D6. So quite content with this. Let's go ahead and we'll load up the career game. Let's go do a little bit of container moving here. You know, one of the reasons I didn't do multiplayer yesterday was, you know, a bunch of stuff needed to get done. I really train. Like, I want to get into Iron, I think, next. I wanted the train up and running, and I want some cars for it, so kind of get some of that going, I think. Trying to get T-Test Mark II finished up, too. No, that's too bad. That's good. I hope they're okay. Yeah, I think it's looking pretty good. And here's the 90%. Again, I would say that the game is loading certain files at 90%. I would say that's why it stops at an even number like it does. And then, bingo. See how it went from 90 to 100 almost, you know, in about a second? So I think what it's doing is the game stops at 90. It's giving you an artificial 90. And then it will go ahead and it will load in the rest. All right, so where are these all going? good. Let's go ahead and let's get these on that track. I don't know what started or not. So we're all loaded up, which is good. Trying to remember how to run this. Have a brake on somewhere? I need to reroute the exhaust in this. What's the dealio here? I gotta check, see what's up with this. I forget where we were, so. Brakes are on. Brakes are on. You know, so again, that is a pain in the ass to shunt with the big. We get all these. Make sure these are all attached. You know that the DE6 is a pain in the ass to shunt with. This is not a pain in the ass to shunt with. This is a shunter, and so it gives you an excuse to use both vehicles. Is like I don't want to shunt with the DE6. I want to come over here and I want to shunt with these. We're not moving at all. What the hell's the story here? No, we're moving. I was trying not to trip the traction motors. So yeah, this is having the problem where what I need to do is gear down the electric motors. So I need more torque. What the fuck is going on here? No brakes. The brakes are on this one. Okay, that would be what it is. All right. I was probably controlling it from this one for a while there. Okay, what is going on with the brakes here? Okay, brakes are hard on. I gotta figure out why my brakes are on. Why the hell are the brakes on? Air pressure. Main reservoir has plenty of pressure. We're on in here. Why are the brakes on these locos? Alright, we're rolling now. Alright, we're good now. Yeah, so that will make these more powerful. Right now, they're pretty weak, and so what I'm going to do is I'll rework these where I put in some gearboxes going from the motors to get this a little bit more powerful. I fucking hit the traction on there. All right, I'm just going to dump these real quick and go get the D6, and we'll get out of here. I'm trying to think of how do I have to back up. I want to be going straight the whole time, so. Let's see, I'm trying to decide something here real quick. Probably trip the traction motor on both. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, jump, jump, jump. Shit, go the wrong way. Ugh. Trying not to trip the traction motors. I went the wrong way. Good way to trip the traction motors. I gotta fix the exhaust on these. I put particles up again. Trying not to trip the amp meters out. These are super weak, so they need some work, but get those going. I'll get the D6 out where it needs to go. Keep these running, and then I'm going to go get the D6. We'll head up and we'll get rid of those containers. Kind of stopped that last time. If you remember, we were going up there, and then it was going to take forever. Because those are moving. You see how fast they're moving right now. They're just, like, they're barely moving. So they need some work. This is now going to be the big road unit for going long distances. Okay. So I'll go back and work on that D2 once I kind of, I think we're pretty much like, D2 was like the first real foray into it, and then this is like the kind of the final foray into it, or not the final foray, but like the really in-depth foray into it. So we should be good after this. Go back to the D2, we'll gear up the engines, or the motors, which will give us some more torque, decrease the electrical usage, which should fix some of that hit and traction motor stuff with barely moving. Okay. And I'm trying to keep this straight. That's the thing, is I want to keep facing the right direction here, so the better thing to do is... Oh, fuck, that's moving so slow. Let's get the D6 out of here, and I'll recall the 2s. Because I don't want to wait. And I'm just thinking in my head how I have to move in the tracks to... shit. Let's do this. I got to do a bunch of stuff here. We need the switcher, so let's let that cook for a little bit. Let's get rid of these, finally. I know I'll need them again now that I did that. Let's look at the D2 real quick. I need to grab some stuff off anyways. Alright, so the D2's system runs. You see it goes down there to these 4 motors, which are direct connected. So they should probably get put in and geared. So let's see. This is the sander. I don't think that's what I'm going to do with the sander. I'm going to actually, probably even easier to test out the sander here. So I don't like that sander idea anyway anymore. Like, it was essentially that you were going to add in hybrid drive to get more efficiency, and I don't think that's what I want to do anymore. Okay, right there. So I definitely don't think... What the fuck is this now? Okay, that has to be like that. All right, good. So let's go back here. Right there. So that goes like that. That goes up to the gen. And this is that hybrid drive stuff that I'm not going to do. See where I'm at here. Easily get lost in here. Alright, so that's good. Alright, then the motors are going to get this treatment. So what we'll do is, I want 4 motors. I might increase them to 5 bangers. Let's see. Let's look real quick. No, let's just do 4s. I could put them right here. Just trying to think where I'm going to put them. Move them instead of duplicating because oh fuck off, don't do that. It's gonna take me longer, I think, to reconnect them. All right, we can test this system out here too. So let's go. That's gonna screw me up there. Let's go like this then. I'll end up just putting this in the back. So I want to gear them, and I want to gear them away, which is down gear. I think we'll... okay. What are you doing there, guy? So again, this is a shunter, not meant to go fast. It's meant to do its work. So what we'll do is I'm going to try this for the sander. So we'll go from a 3-1, which is probably too much torque. We'll spin up the wheels, try to go to a 5-2. We'll see if it needs to actually go the other way, too. What am I doing here? All right, so that is going to go in the other side, too. So 4 small motors running these. Let's see where we're at here in the engine. Back here. There's the arrow. I can't see. All right, that way this can be geared swapped. Let's do electricity here. Where's the 4th one? Am I missing one? 100%. Where is that? It's the 4th one. Okay, that's motors going here. This should also bring down the electrical usage on these too. And then where's traction motor? Which one's traction? It's got to be this one here that is now unplugged. So let's verify it. Traction motor's right there. Yep, that's it. All right, and then are you all plugged in together now? Yep, okay, those are all good. Nice. I need to find the motor node. What's that? The electrical panel. Let's see. I think I had it directly off of the... should go off of the multi-link, I believe. If I find the fucking thing. Here's the multi-link. Nope, that's T-bis. Where's multi-link, for Christ's sake? That's the modular engine. I don't think I did. I put any cooling? I did put a cooling system in here. I have the heat sinks. Okay. That's reverser control, and then it goes this multi-link here. I cannot tell. Yep, multi-link. Okay. Electric motors right there. Okay. Some of them are still plugged. Oh, don't do control S. Come on, for the love of Christ, don't do that. Killing me here, guy. Ugh. So frustrating, that bullshit really is. Hopefully Wednesday they fix that. Please, Debs, just do it. Please. All right, let's try something. So sander control. Where was sander control? Oh, sander needs to be put on the multi-link too. Yeah, the sander needs to go on the multi-link. Sander's probably here somewhere. So yeah, that needs to go on the multi-link. Right here, sander clutches. Yeah, so that they all sand. Sanded gears. All right, let's try that. Should be an unconnected red right here. Okay, good. All right, we'll try that, see how that works. It's got to go one way or the other. It needs either down gear or up gear. We'll test and see if that works. And then that just flips this gear, so. Ah! Control S. What I should do is make a video this week on Control S. Send it to the devs. Be like, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, this would be the annoying thing if I was the dev and like, you already know it. You already plan on doing it. There's some reason internally why it's not fixed yet. And it makes perfect sense if you knew all the information, but of course we don't know all the information, and it would be frustrating. Some dudes just like, should have fixed this by now, or like, oh, it's an easy fix. It's like, you're like, yeah, but you know, these are the 10 reasons why it's not, you know. And it could be, you know, it might not be too, but you know, it's like when somebody says like on my build, they're like, why didn't you just do it this way? It's like, because they're like, why didn't you just direct your diesel electric? It's like, because I want it to be a diesel electric. You know, it's like, so I can see both sides of it, like with that. You know, sometimes it's like, you know, the person who who's, you know, actually not doing it has no clue how something actually needs to be done sometimes, and it can be frustrating with their input, so I certainly get it. You know, I think that, like, when people will be like, oh, just do this with your build, and it's like, there's 900 reasons why I don't do that. And, you know, I don't want to go through them all. So I certainly get that. Yeah, it's the backseat drive, and it's like, there's a reason why I'm going this way. There's 20 reasons, and I didn't, you know, want to explain all of them. You know, it's like, if you know, there are certain groups that would probably be like, oh, why don't you just use this standardized system that's already in place? What, you know, it's like when somebody's like, why don't you use SibTat? Okay, well, does SibTat have trolley brakes? Does SibTat have, a separate brake for both the tractor and the trailer? Does SibTat have a Jake brake? No. You know, and that's why I don't use SibTat, why I use TTIS. There's a reason why I came out with TTIS, you know, but also my whole policy myself is I try not to use any other builds, anybody else's stuff. Like, I don't, like, the only thing that I pretty much reliably use of anyone else's is Basilicious's gauges, and it's because my Lua is terrible, and it would take me 100 years to, like, get to that level. You know, I could probably do it in a reasonable amount of time. But he made really good gauges that I really like, and I'd have to expend a huge amount of time and effort to learn how to do it to that level, you know? And so it's, for me personally, that's like literally the... See, the brakes are on 100%. What the fuck is off with the brakes? The brakes are on 100%. I don't know why, so... It's not doing bad for the brakes being on, I'll tell you that. Pretty damn good for the brakes being on. I don't know why they're on, but I gotta look at it. You know, so for the most part, I like to use my own systems, and then, you know, the problem is I use somebody else's system, and I'm like, oh, I wish it had this, and I wish it had this, and I wish it had this. And that's the benefit of playing a game where you can build your own stuff, is it can be exactly how you want it. I need a hose, I need a hose. Let's grab the one on the back here. So the way these are set up is this one, so the fronts have all the storage and the rears don't. And so as long as you don't steal a hose, like by despawning something halfway through, you should be good, you know. Oh, I might know what happened with the brakes. I don't know. Could be that. Right, definitely. We have more. I can't really tell because the brakes were stuck on, and I don't know why. But like, I definitely think we have more power now. It's taken us longer to come up on the amp meter, and we're going reasonable speed. Like, I was needing 2 of these to go about 11. Now I have 1 going about 11. You know, and I'm content with this. This is what shunting's all about, is like, I don't want to have to take the DE6 all the way out here to grab this because, you know, so now what I can do is I can drag it with the DE2, hook up all the train cars. It's much quicker and easier. Like, see how good my visibility is? That's why they have these like this. I can see forward, I can see back, I can operate forward and back just as easily, hooking up cars. It's much easier for me to step up and off something this low. I can easily get right here and do the work and get back on and get going. You know, so it's the reason why they have these types of shunters. And oh, shit. I need to put the switcher in D6. That's what I'm doing. Once this gets over there, I'm gonna grab this and put the switcher in there. I still want to play with the switcher, see what's best. Like, this auto resets after 60 seconds. I might not do that anymore. I do want it to auto reset after 60 seconds, I think, because you know, it would switch every switch on the way there, and as soon as we get in range, which is within 200, it would switch it. So what happens is they're usually about you know, they're at least a minute apart, the far switches, and so like that one is switched. We're sending out the signal on 440. There's going to be two things: one, we get out of range, and two, 60 seconds. So once 60 seconds hits, it's going to say, hey, don't switch the switch. And so then when we come up to the next switch, the last thing I want is to look at the switch at 400 meters away and be like, oh, it's going left. And then as we get closer, it goes click right. And so with this system, what it does is it's left at 500 meters. We get at 200 meters, it's still left. And then we can make the decision to switch it over if we want. And then after 60 seconds, it auto resets itself. So I just think that's a better way to do it. This smoke's annoying. I gotta fix it. I had reduced particles. I thought I'd shut them off, and I did, but then it was not off. Next, I checked it. Like, see, this gives me a reason to not take the DE2 all the way to Spy Cakes, or wherever the hell we're going. Is it would take forever, you know, and so this is going to be much more convenient to get on and off, and what do you call it? And shunt stuff like this, than to take the DE6 and shunt. And then the DE6 is much better than a DE2 for going long distances. So it's better to grab that, you know. So it gives each build a reason, so it's not like, oh, I'll never use the DE2 again. You know, like if I made the DM3, which I want to make, like that pretty much is like another shunter that would take the job of this. If I made a DH4 right now, like 2 DH4s would probably take the job of a DE6. So it's, you know, it's fun to have a couple that do the same thing, but you start to get to the point where, like, you have to pick one or the other to go somewhere, you know? And so you end up being like, oh, well, I want to use it again, you know? All right, let's look at the switch here. All right, we're going to cut that. And then I want to find its connection. It's going right here to the track switcher. I'm going to cut that. All right, let's grab these. Cut those, make a new. So yeah, I think the DE2 is working much better now with that little bit of gearing change. And I didn't get a chance to test the slip because we never slipped. But I'll test that out too at some point. It'll be fun. All right, let's do a quick color swap here. Okay, let's go ahead and we will save this. Scroll, please. Thank you. Okay, let's grab the D6. Track switcher needs to go in. Okay. That's why I was wondering why I wasn't getting wheel slip when I was getting wheel slip. It was not plugged in. Why are you all diagonal like that? That's weird. Why are you diagonal like that? You go down straight. Go up like that. Up like that's fine. Okay. Alright, that's good. And then where'd I put the track switchers? Right here. Alright, what do you need? You need antenna. So as far as I'm concerned, like, you can't see these track switches from very far away, so there's no point in having a really long-reaching antenna. And it's actually, you know, unless you had like a super long train, I guess. You want to keep it on that track. Frequency goes there. Data send to the antenna. I think we're all good there. Yep. All right, let's put this away. And then we have a track switcher here, so we should have everything we need. Power's done. Power on the antenna's done. All right, that's good. All right, let's fire up the D6. We should be hopefully ready to go. And then we should be able to go 50 kilometers an hour the whole way up there, where before we were stuck at like 10. And that was going to be painful, so. Yeah. Much more efficient to run that one around the yard than this, but long distances, this is the way to go. It has a little bit of lag, which I was thinking of, like, how the hell am I going to create the lag? And the electric motors like naturally have a lag to them, which I like, because like the D6, if you move the throttle, it takes a while for it to, like, you know, to actually do something. So I forget what the official term was. It was on the wiki. So it's like it has some lag kind of built in there, which I like. All right, good. We're connected. Just the fact that I have to like run down 60 feet of build is part of the thing. Oh, come on, grab that. Hit the valve. Air valve. Air valve. Air valve. Let's just check. Make sure the brakes should be off. I can see it moving, so it's likely brakes are off. All right. I think I checked the cars. Let's check them again. Let's check, make sure that all the bottoms are connected. I don't want to lose a container on this trip. Okay. Where are you going? That one's going soaring north. Spy Cakes. Komodo. Soaring north. So 2 soaring norths. This one is 44 minutes. It won't take us 44 minutes to get there, but... So again, this is like all about long distance. We can go a lot faster with this. This is a lot more powerful. We shouldn't have any issues with running this. I'm glad the horse looks like he's going to be okay. No, we're not playing multi. I was trying to get a bunch of stuff done and ready for multi. And so that was one reason why we didn't play yesterday, was I wanted this mostly licked before that. And so, you know, this was one of the things I was thinking, like, oh, we play multi, but we don't have a train that I can run. I'm like, oh, the D2's not ready. And I'm like, so I'm like, this kind of gets us there. A Cooper vein. No, DE12. I'm interested. What's the DE12? Let's look at that. DE12. Yeah, I don't know what the DE12 is. Send me a link there, Al, if you don't mind. But the so probably I don't need to build another locomotive right away. But the next locomotive I'd like to build is probably the DM3 because that would be mechanical. That would be a lot of fun. Do direct drive. Do 2 gearboxes, and I would do them with throttles, and they would be like notch throttles. I might do them with buttons and gear indicators or throttles. I haven't decided, but that would be really cool, and you make the combinations on the fly yourself. Put in a Jake brake. I think that would be really fun and cool to do. Like, you see, you get this wiggle. That's because I don't have pivots on the wheels. Like, I used to pivot the wheels, but again, I don't think it's worth... I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze, and a bunch of things, too, is... now that we're playing some multiplayer more, I don't want too many subgrids. Like, before I used to not give a shit at all about subgrids. Now it's like, if we're going to play multiplayer, I'd like some of my stuff to not have... Like, literally, we got up to, like, 25 subgrids. Probably minimum... on some of those when we had all the builds together. How's it going there, Arian 008? 0008. Oh, sorry. Many 8s. This boy. This cat here. I'm sorry I keep bugging you, buddy. I bugged him and then he was like, oh, Dad wants to play. I'm sorry, he's giving me the weirdest look. Because I bugged him, and then he was like cleaning himself, and I bugged him, and he was like, "Oh, Dad wants to play," and then he got in the mood to play, and then I went back to what I was doing, and then he went back to clean himself, did it again, and then I looked over, he's just sitting there looking at me, he's like, "What are you doing?" Oh shit! Oh, fuck off! What did I miss? Jesus Christ! Fucking annoying. What the fuck did I miss on this? I did electricity. Oh, come on, man. What the fuck? Fucking track switcher. Let's get up there and see. Transmit? I don't think I did the transmit. Fuck. That's not the... transmit mode false. That's what it is. Damn it. That's not the end of the world. I'll just recall the loco and bring that back in. I hate having to do iterative shit on when I'm already like trying to just play. Let's see. Which one's the traction motors? No. What did I do this on before? No, not backlights. I did it on Master Power before, but I think what system has to be on. See what these are. That is starter relay, and that is what the fuck is this? Where are we here? I'm trying to see this. That is traction motors. The only time the starter relay comes off is when we shut down. So let's go ahead and we'll do that on starter relay. Try not to add extra bullshit that I don't need. Yeah, starter relays is we'll leave that on there. That's why that wasn't switching. Might dress up the bogies a little bit, but I don't know. I don't need a ton of faff and fluff in there. I'll look at the real ones and see what I can do. But all that decorating stuff, I'll just do off screen. I'm kind of past just doing that right now. Kind of in the phase of using this, and any tweaks I'll just do off. Oh, those are wipers, okay. putting lights on here. Yeah, so I'll get that amperes tuned in and everything else. Okay, you got in general, nice. I'm doing all right, Aaron. Doing well today. Kind of feeling a little bit more today. I was in like deep in microcontroller mode yesterday and just was not feeling it. Once those cars all like collapsed, I was like, oh, I don't even want to do this. Because it was like, some of that testing stuff is just like, it's best done by yourself, like while you're doing something else. And so like I was playing another game and doing some of my testing because it was like literally every test to do the PIDs was like 5 minutes long, and it was just like, take it out, do it, take it out, do it, take it out, do it, take it out, test, take it out, test. So it was going to be boring as shit anyways, and like, just do it on my own later when I'm feeling like it. And then I started feeling like it with, I took the horn out. I got to fix the horn. The horn was underneath the rear trucks, and so that had to come off. Dynamic brake's not loud enough anymore. I might have to increase the gear ratio on the dynamic brake. Make it a little bit. Increase the gear ratio just a little bit. I probably lost the hose, and I've got to fly back for a hose. Yeah. Fuck. Let's couple this real quick, and then I gotta go back and get a hose. I should put it just like, the problem is all the despawning with the hoses, like they're set up well to not need for me to have to go back. Is like the front of the build has a hose, the rear of the build does not have a hose. The only time it becomes a problem is when I despawn it from a distance because it eats the hose. Reason 9 million again to have on custom menu. What could be frustrating is now easy. All right, red light's coming off. Don't need it blasting there, so that's red lights off. All right, good. Switch is working now. This is why I always build in the custom game. Check all the settings. Vehicle damage is on. Engine overheating is on. I think we're good here on settings. Need to index these gauges. These are going to spool up too much. I'm glad the cooling's good. Cooling's great. Turn on the dash lights. Oh, a bunch of dash lights missing, so let's fix those. Check. Dash lights. All right, index. Amps. Amperes. All right. I have a bunch of notes I can delete. Yeah, especially like it takes you a little while to find, like we're going 78 kilometers an hour right now. We have a see, this is why I tested it with the bricks. I tested it with the bricks because now we have incredibly light cargo. We are exceeding all of our minimum goals. So tested it to minimum goals, and then minimum goals are easy, you know. So anything that's not that much is, hopefully I don't hit that bunny. Watch where you're going, buddy. I need to fix these windows. What I could do is put that on a repeater I think that's what I'll do, is put it on a repeater, because that way I still want to be able to control it. So I'll have it like, if you hold down the button, it will go blink, 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 and that will be faster. So you can either tap it a couple times to put it right where you want it, or you hold it and it will go. I think that's what it'll do. Well, like, yeah, we're doing 78. Like, no problems here. And so we're coming up here on the oil, what do you call it, drilling rig too. So I have a bunch, again, I want to redo a bunch of rolling stock. You know, I talked about this before. Like, one way, if you're in a drought, like I consistently get in like a building drought, and I'm like, I don't know what I want to do. And then I get to the point too where I'm like, I'm sick of working on a build, and that was me yesterday. Like, I jumped on, I was like, I don't want to work on this today. It's like, it's all pit tune. I don't want to do this. That's why the stream was kind of short. I was like, oh, I just don't want to do this. And then once that got done, I got excited about it again and moving on it. But like stuff like, by building this and building the DE2, well, now I want to redo all my rolling stock because I want it up to the new standard. That's going to help me test out. So like when I release it, I'll release the bumpers so that you guys can just put the bumpers on. You'll have the T-BIS system, which is the train system, and you'll be able to just, like, you want to build some cars, they'll work with all the systems. So if, like, if one of you guys wants to, if we're doing a multiplayer and you guys want to, like, use one of your cars, like, to test out, we can do that, you know. So there's the rig. Let's get ready for the switch here. I think it should be switched, maybe, I don't know. Yep, it's all good. Because, like, see, if I didn't have the 60-second reset, what would have happened was this would have tripped that as soon as we got close. So the 60-second reset, it left it on its last position. So we're doing we're doing about 80 kilometers an hour right now. Yeah, we get rid of some of that wiggle by putting on the pivots on those cars, but, you know, also lengthening the cars would probably fix that. You know, I just don't see it as necessary. It just adds a lot of subgrids for just a little bit of wiggle prevention, you know? Yeah, we're cooking with gas now. So, like, this is, like, there's no reason to take the DE2 on this trip. Like, there's just, like, you know, it might be a little bit more fuel efficient, but that's, like, about it. There's no real reason to take the DE2. It's better to take this on this trip. The DE2 is better to run around locally and do the, and shunt the cars together. That's much better, much more convenient than running this to do that. Much more fuel efficient to run the DE2. You know, so they both have their own job, which is what I wanted. So I didn't hook up the sander to the gearbox. I should have done that on this, because we might have actually got to a test on this. So I'll put that on there. The hook up sanders to gearboxes. So again, I think that will show us something. So like, there's two things that are likely causing the slippage of the wheels. Ultimately, it's either the RPS or it's the torque. And so if it's the RPS in a slip state, what we want to do is drop the RPS. And so to drop the RPS, we want to increase the torque. If it's the other way around, if we're over torquing the wheel, we'd want to drop the torque by increasing the RPS. So go the other way. And so theoretically, the sander should be able to work where you press the button, it flips the gearboxes on the traction motors, and it either takes away some RPS or it takes away some torque, and then you regain grip, and then you should be able to shut the sander back off with the grip now and be able to operate it. So Yep, it's good for picks, especially when we get under the, we get some islands in here and we got some good wind going. Oh, there's me. Look at that little devil in there. Let's try to get something over here. That's no good. That's no good right there. That's not too bad there. Not much scenery there. We get towards the bridge or something, but we're doing good speed here. You know, I'm content with this. Yeah, we're doing 50 miles an hour, so. River Badge. Let's see. So straight line distance to there is 19 kilometers. All right, so let's say, you know, I don't know, 30 minutes. You know, so that first container, hope we got to get it close because that one's going to expire. The other one's got like 188 minutes, so that could be like the next trip. But good to get back into career gameplay. I've been kind of like not really feeling it, and I've been wanting to do cargo, and I've been wanting this to be done, and so now I'm kind of feeling it again. So I can do some cool things with this. I saw Carnival did a, he's been working on a train, and he did some multiplayer. Multiplayer cargo could be kind of cool too, either doing, you know, we could do convoys and trucks. You know, we've got to load up the trucks, head somewhere together in a convoy. Inevitably, I'll have to get the crane and pick everybody up. That would be fun. We could do loading the train and then going on a trip together on the train. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, I could even have somebody running a shunter and then other people running other stuff. A bunch of cool things. I'm just reading some stuff. Steel rolls, like that's, you know, I was talking about that a little bit earlier, was when I was doing the loop, was, you know, kind of like recapping some of the logistics gameplay I would like to see. You know, I talked about how adding a forest area in here where we could get logs and do either logging via truck or via train. That would be cool. You know, I talked about this right here. We have these cool places like Karl Industries Factory, which are pretty much useless, where what you could do is you could make it where you could either drop the steel here, or for more money drop it here, or for example, you get 150 for dropping a steel ingot here, but if you drop 10 steel ingots here, you don't get any money, but what you get is you get one I-beam, and that I-beam is worth instead of 1,500, it's worth 2,000. So you're getting an extra, what would that be, 30%, 33%, by turning it into an I-beam and then delivering the I-beam. And so that would be kind of cool to do. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, where could you deliver it to? Yeah, so there could be some cool places where you'd have to deliver those I-beams, you know. And so, like, you could have some place asking for I-beams. I talked about, like, doing an event where it's like, you know, you could have harbors where any of these harbors, like Urine Wind or FJ or Spy Cakes or Komodo, would say that, you know, there's a mission, you know, you have 3 in-game days to deliver 200 I-beams to Urine Freight Power Plant, and there's a spot right here where you have to bring them. So you bring in 200 I-beams, and if you get far enough away, so the number registers, when you get far enough away, they disappear. And so it's as though they loaded them on a ship. And so once you've fulfilled that, if you drop off 150 of the 200, you get paid, let's say it's 2,000 per. All right, so what'll be 150 times 2. So 300 grand. If you deliver all 200, let's say you get an extra 10% bonus on top of that. So instead of, let's see, 200 times, so 400,000, you'd get an extra 40. So it'd be 440 if you delivered all of them. So that would be a cool thing that would be like, oh, I wasn't even thinking about doing any transport missions. Oh, what do I want to do next? I can't think of anything I want to do. Well, the game would be like, hey, you know, there's this thing to do. And it would last, say, 3 in-game days. So you know, okay, well, one thing, I want to turn down my time on the game. And how am I going to do this? Okay, well, I don't have any in storage, so I need to go do some, you know. They could also, in that regard, too, they could also add a buy here. So you could also buy gold, impure gold, aluminum, steel, and iron. So let's say you didn't want to go make it. You'd come down to Screech's, you'd buy it. This is how they could do variable pricing, too, is, you know, let's say the steel sells for 150. And let's say you can buy it for, I don't know, let's say 170. Okay, so it costs you more to buy it from them. Makes sense, right? They're storing it. They need to have their profit too. And so if you make it, right, it's the cheapest, right? You're going to be able to make it for a little bit of money. If you buy it from here for 170 bucks, well, then you're still going over here and getting an I-beam that's worth 2,000. You're still making money, but not as much money. And so you make it like 15%. And that would, you know, so you could do that. So you just keep going, running back, grab I-beams, head up to urine, and dump them off, you know. So I think stuff like that would be really cool. You know, because at the end of the day and at the heart, the game's a building game. You know, making machines is what it's all about. So, like, this type of stuff that's really complex machines, I think would be a lot of fun. Yeah, like, stuff that we could unload, like, on a logistics pass, like, I would like certain things, like, for example, steel. I don't know how you would connect them to something. That's the thing that's interesting. Like, they could do it, like, where you'd permanently connect a steel roll to a pallet, have a palletized system, and then you pick it up. And the pallet would snap to, you know, let's say you had, I put grippers on my pallets, and then all you need is a gripper track. And so, like, that would snap onto the container on the cars and be held. And I think that's pretty simple and easy to do. Something like that. To do independent pieces is kind of tough. Because how do you hold them? So, like, for example, a lot of games, the way they get around this is, like, if you have an I-beam, you have an I-beam. If you have 2 I-beam, let's say you have 5 I-beams, well, now you have a rack of I-beams. You have 10, you have a double stack rack, you have a quad stack, you have 4 stack, and it will turn into, like, essentially like a container almost. So kind of palletizing stuff. So, like, for example, let's say you have a long pallet. Let's say the I-beams are 5 meters long. You'd have a pallet that is 5 meters long. And when Karl Factory turns steel into I-beams, it would put 1 I-beam on there. If you leave it there, it would put 2 I-beams on there. You leave it there, puts 3 I-beams on there, 4 I-beams, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, up to 20. Now, once it hits 20, it starts making another pallet right next to it. This is how Farming Sim does it. Like, if you have, if you own the dairy, right, and you put milk in there, after a certain amount of time, you'll get 1 box of cheese. If you wait longer, you'll have 2 boxes of cheese. Well, you can pick the pallet up and sell it anytime you want. But you can. The best thing is to wait till it's full, and let's say once it's full, another pallet will start up, and then at the end you might have 10 full pallets, and it has no more storage space. It stops producing, so you can keep putting steel in there, but it doesn't make I-beams until you move the pallets. Which, again, this sounds easy until you realize the devs would have to write all the code for all this, so that makes it challenging. You know, so they already have the code to spawn in essentially a vehicle. into the world. So if they could make it where it spawns a vehicle in, then they could probably do that. So, that's when I talk about like adding things to the game. If you actually want things added to the game, the best thing to do is to demonstrate to the devs that this is something that uses current mechanics, because they don't have the time to be reinventing the wheel, and they also don't have, they can't destroy things that are already in the game and cause a bunch of problems. So by showing how they could do it with in-game mechanics, I think is the best way. All right, let's try to find the quickest route here, so I know which way I want to. So we could go this path here, or we go this one. We're gonna want to continue to Spa Cakes, because this one goes all the way up here. Okay, there. I don't know. This one goes like this. It splits up here. It goes up here. Up here. Then it comes across here, and it goes through and in there. And then we have the long scenic John here, which goes down there and up. And they look about, they're about even. They're really not, this one's probably further. Let's go the right path. Yes, I think that's the other thing, is like the pallets, that's a good idea by Daniel, is like you would have a pallet of, you'd have a pallet, and you'd feed into it, and it would, it worked like hoppers, that's why I think the fishing idea is why the devs jumped. Like they were asking for ideas. They talked about watching a bunch of our videos on it. And, like my video, I very much stressed how, like, you can use mechanics you already have as hoppers to do things like crab pots. You just need to retexture them. So you have something called a crab pot that is a hopper, but it looks like a crab pot. And that there, it helps you, like, oh, I'm not just dragging a hopper through the ocean. I actually have something that looks good, looks the part, is convincing, and that's, I think, more fun. Yeah, so I'm completely content with this. We're going 80 kilometers an hour, which is good. We're pulling four right now. So let's say we could pull, I don't know. Let's say we could pull 10, and we get down to 60 kilometers an hour, right? So 20, we could pull 20 at 60 kilometers an hour with 2 locomotives. That's perfectly reasonable. This incentivized me, too, for another thing. Now that we have a good working locomotive, like, we could do this. We could head out of here. We could go up here. We could stop. I have a car, which I'm going to rebuild, that allows me to run hoses all the way to the tracks. I could even run, and so what we do is you leave the train parked here, and then you fill it up with diesel or jet fuel. So diesel in this case. Let's say diesel. And then you head up north, and you come through, you come up here, go to the left, come left here, come along the shore, go up, go through, come Odo, come down here, and right here is a diesel cellar, which I don't know why it's not showing. But there's a diesel cellar there, so you could, then you would use the same pumping system to sell there. There's a bunch of cool, like, minor updates I think the devs could add that already have mechanics. Let's go, we'll go whichever way this switch is going here. I'm kind of split. Either way is fine with me. Like, for example, we already have pulleys. Pulleys are something that people have been asking for a long time. I keep seeing posts from people like, oh, finally, the devs gave us something good. And I'm like, you could tell it's somebody who doesn't pay attention to weekly updates. And they don't understand that whether you like it or not, like, adding pulleys was good. That was something people have been asking for a long time. Variable pitch propellers was good. That was something a lot of people have been asking for a long period of time. They have been giving us a lot of things we've been asking for. Just not, like, they didn't go to Bob and be like, hey, Bob, what are the 10 things you want? We gave Bob all 10 things he wanted. So Bob is like, oh, they gave me nothing good lately. They only gave me this one thing in the last 6 months. Yeah, because the other 10 things you didn't care about, Bob, but other people cared about them, So it's like they could do some things like, for example, with pulleys, add the ability to do hoses and electrical cables to pulleys. That would be something that I think would be reasonably easy for them to do, because the logic is pretty much already there. The part's already there. They just have to add the functionality to put hoses and electrical cables through it. You know, that would be a good minor update. Like to pop up one day is like, hey, we added this so you could do these things to a function we already have. I think I said hi to Turtle Man. I believe so. Did I say hi to Turtle Man? If not, hello. I've just been working on the train, the locomotive. Got the locomotive going pretty well here now, so we're running in a career. How high are your bumpers on the connectors? The bumpers, let's look at them. Eventually I'll be, what's that? Ah, shit, I didn't mean to hit the home key. Stand by, I gotta fix myself here. Oof, that was a good catch. That's the other problem about going too fast. The no railing is sketchy as shit. Oh, come on, don't do that. Don't do that, come on. Come on, fuckface. I need you to open. I really do. Get away from it. There we go. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to get where I can. There we go. So the connector itself, it has 3 blocks under it. The connector is right there. So it's 1, 2, 3 to the base of the spawn area. So you can only fit 3 blocks in, and then the bumpers are on the same level as the connector. So 3 off the deck, essentially. Trying to get this tunnel so we can get a little pick here. Let's... Up. How did that get dragged off? Trying to see where we can get a compelling picture. Oh, there we go. Look at that. I like that. You know, so I will release the standardized system. You know, so that's the bumpers are going to come out. I'm going to try to release. So things I want to release: the DE2 when it's ready, this when it's ready. I want to release the T-BIS system. I want to release this this flat car and any other cars I make for this. Not any other car, but like most of them. Like some things I might just not get done or not care about anymore, and just use them for myself and not release them. But I'm gonna try to release all those things. You know, I want to. You know, I worked on it. I'll probably just upgrade it to the new system here, but I want to make. I made that car that is kind of a universal flat car that should be able to load vehicles and load. It should be able to load vehicles. It should also be able to take containers, and it's kind of be a multi-purpose flat car. You know, I'm thinking of like it would be kind of cool to do some palletized stuff with box cars. Sometimes the rain's a pain in the ass. Sometimes it looks good. I like the way it's looking today. I like this route. Like, this is another thing that, like, people wanted to, you know, they'll say, like, I saw this the other day, and this is one of the things I think the devs do well that they, like, people forget. It's like, when you do something right, people assume it should be the way it is, so they forget about it. And it was like when Industrial Frontier came out, remember, that was a huge train update. It was a big shout-out to the train community. And they, and even if you didn't buy Industrial Frontier, they completely redid a ton of this part of Sawyer to make the rail lines better. You have this cool route along the ocean. You have a bunch of tunnels. It cuts through the terrain now. You can get your train all over the place now. You know, they interconnected this really well, and it's much more interesting along here. So they did a really good job with that. That came with the Industrial Frontier DLC, and if you didn't buy it, you still got all the good train stuff up here. So I think they do a good job with that. They don't just like like some developers purposely screw everybody by making a DLC that just like splits the community. And like, you know, there are certain things that like somebody wanted, for example, the ability to do hydrolysis without having the space DLC because they wanted to be able to make oxygen. I get that. I'm not opposed to it. You know, just make it so that it doesn't spit out hydrogen. You know, but you know, like they can't use the hydrogen for anything. They don't have the parts. Oh, don't get on the tracks. Piss off, you. Let me try to take a picture of the horse here. Oh my God, what are you doing, man? I can hear him. He's that close. Oh, it's about to be dog food. This one. Try to make sure it looks like he's not floating. The other thing that would be a real crowd pleaser that people have been asking for some time is they want rideable horses. I think that would be cool. Like, you know, I use that pathway to get around my base. Stay off the tracks, you kid. What is he doing? Oh, and have a bunch of dog food there on the track. Oh, good, we missed him. Oh. Farming would be fan-frickin-tastic. Dude, imagine farming. Like, you know, I talked about how you could do farming, right? You go up to a horse, right? There's horses there. And I do it very much Minecraft style. Like, if you have a certain item in your hand, cows and horses and sheep are attracted to you. You have a different item, pigs are attracted to you. So, like, you go and you get wheat. And so, let's say you farm and you get wheat. Well, you pull one of the wheat out of the hopper, right? I do farming the exact same way with a hopper system. You pull some wheat out and you put it in your hand, right? You're holding it just like you hold a piece of coal ore. All you're doing is you're changing what it looks like in your hand. Well, guess what? Cows and horses are attracted to you. You pull out a carrot, pigs are attracted to you. And so what do? They follow you. Well, guess what? We have enclosed areas, right? So you make yourself a cattle car. You make yourself a cattle trailer, and you load them on, and then you bring them and you put them in a fenced-in area. Well, now you own them. And if they're within proximity, and if a male and a female are in proximity and they're fed, they will create babies. The babies will just spawn at some point, and after like 3 in-game days, if they have food, they become an adult. And then when you get like a surplus of animals, you go sell them. You know, I'd make it that simple. Like, people think that this needs to be as intricate as Farming Sim or as intricate as something else, and I think that's often a mistake. This is a sandbox game. We need like a couple steps. We don't need super intricacy with each thing, because one day you're an oil tycoon, the next day you're a container mover, the next day you're a search and rescue company. It's the whole thing is the sandbox. They don't need to be ultra in depth. They just need to be, you know, something different to do here and there. Right? And then again, the number one thing this game is about is building the vehicles. So it'll be about building a farm. It'll be about, you know, actually buying the plot and building like the fenced-in area and building the barn and building the this and that. If you wanted, or you could download one off the workshop, and they should have a pre-built one in here. And then, you know, I would make the fields like static. I'd just make the field static. Like, they're not going to be able to add a good system where like you make your own fields. Just build the field static. Like, you have an area, it's static. Literally, like a tree respawns, like coal respawns on the ground. You have 5 growth stages of wheat. It comes up. Oh, shit. There we go. All right. You know, and you go through the 5 growth stages. One thing that makes me want farming more than anything is crop dusting. Oh my God, dude. Crop dusting would be so much fun. Like, literally, you know, you have a field, and I would not... They could add fertilizer. Would it be great? Yeah. I don't think they're going to want to do it. I don't think they're going to want to add more fluids to tanks and stuff like that. I think it adds a lot more code and a lot more potential for problems. What should you feed your plants? Water. Okay. And let's say, and you can pretend. It's not hard to pretend, people. A lot of people lack imagination. That's why they get bored. It should be hard for you to pretend that water is fertilizer. Really, it shouldn't be. So let's say you build an irrigation system, right? How's the irrigation system work? It is a tank with a sprayer on it, and you spray water on the field, and guess what? That counts as a growth stage, and your plants go from growth stage 1 to 2, okay? And 5 is the top, so then you want to go spread fertilizer on it. So what do? You take out your crop duster, and what's that drop? Water on the field. Now you're at growth stage 3. Then you want to do an herbicide pass. What is this? Oh, just a low switch? Oh, interesting. You want to do a fertilizer pass. Go out there with a, like a long-armed fertilizer spreader and spray down on the crop to do your pesticide pass. And now you're up to growth stage, I forget what I'm on, 4, and so, and then I didn't do enough growth stages, so I still get good money, but I don't get maximum money. You see where the hell we are. I'll make sure I did the right switch. I think so. Oh yeah, we're good. That was the one that goes. See, I'm curious what this is all about. There are so many cool places that they could fill in with industrial stuff. We talked about taking iron or steel from here and put it into cairns to make I-beams. You could then, let's say that, I-beams go somewhere else, but let's say this is a food plant. And so what's this need? It needs cans. So what do? You take aluminum and you feed aluminum into cairn, and what do you get? Pallets of cans. You then take the pallets of cans via train, you come in here, you offload your pallets of cans with forklifts, or you put them in containers and you load those into the facility drop area. And then what else does a food facility need? A food facility needs food, so you go and you bring in cattle and pigs, and that counts as food. You sell them, right? They disappear. And then now you get canned food, and the canned food goes to the fishing village. The canned food goes to Holt. It goes to Olsen Bay. It goes to wherever people are, I think that's a cool way to do that sort of thing that really brings in a lot of industry, and it makes it really cool. It would make all these places really interesting. It would give you a reason to go around. Same sort of thing like, we talked about if they added forestry work. So, literally, you just knock down a tree, load it on a truck, take it out of here. Let's say the sawmill is, I don't know what the sawmill would be. I don't know. Let's say the sawmill's right here, right? So you go to the sawmill. Out of the sawmill, you get boards. Out of the boards, you take it to, I don't know, some other place. Let's say there's a furniture factory right here, okay? You take it to the furniture factory, and then where does furniture go? Goes to Olsen Bay, it goes to Holt, and you might get a thing that says, hey, Holt wants 10 pieces of furniture, right? Again, you don't have to accept that mission. It's like a regular mission. It just floats in the air. But if you want to do that mission, well, what do? You go down, you get some lumber, you put it into the sawmill, you take it up to the furniture factory, you get the furniture, bingo, you dump the furniture at Holt, and you get a bonus if you fulfill all the orders. So shit like that I think would be super fun. It would give you a reason to make certain trailers for your tractor trailers, certain cars for your trains, forklifts. Be really cool. But crop duster would be fantastic. That would be a cool challenge. I was thinking water bombing for an airplane challenge. Not necessarily the next one, but that was something I was actually thinking for this last one, was doing because what I can do is with an add-on, I could start a fire. And so I would start in a zone and I would take off, I would go, and I would see how many passes it would take me to put out the fire. And that would be something cool to do, what do you call it? Deltar's kind of poo-pooed the idea, which I understand why. One thing you got to understand too is a lot of developers, they don't have enough people, time, money to do everything, and so they have to pick and choose. And if they could snap their fingers and do everything people wanted, of course they would do it, right? But they can't do that. So one thing you'll notice, and this has actually happened in Tarkov recently, and why I bring it up, is if the community fills the gap, the game says, okay, that's covered. we should probably do it at some point, but oh shit. No, this is good. I think we're good. Yeah, if the community has it covered, then the developer's like, I don't need to spend my time doing that. If the community doesn't have it covered, the developer's like, this is a place I should work on. You know, because, for example, the devs don't want to spend 6 months making a passenger mission add-on, or a passenger mission added to the base game, if it's not better than Stormlink, right? And so, because then people are going to prefer to play Stormlink than the innate one, so they're wasting their time. But if there's no pastures at all, they say, oh, well, it's a good thing to do pastures because, you know, that niche is not filled. And so, for example, like when people, I saw it this week in the weekly discussions, which is not the appropriate place for it, but they were like, when are we getting 1x3 wedges? And somebody's like, you have them. Go in the game, edit the wedge, make it 1x3. And part of the reason why I don't think they put those in is the community's already done it. And so, to a certain extent, we can kick ourselves in our own ass by doing that. Is if we fill that gap, then there's no reason to do it. And that was one of Deltar's things about doing cargo. He's like, oh, that could be done with an add-on. And it's like, that's the part of the problem is when you get people making these add-ons, yes, they're great, they add to the game, but it also checks off a box, and the devs are like, well, if we can't do it better than that, if we, you know, can't do it efficiently enough, why wouldn't we just have them use an add-on? You know, and that's the negative side of that is often it's easier for the if the community's already doing it. It's like with Kerbal with mods is like there are some mods that they put the innate thing into the game later, and so it's good that the community did it first. They showed the devs that, hey, this is popular, this is something that can be economical for you, but they also, there's no rush on it because there's already a mod for that. And so you got to be careful of that too, is that sometimes what happens. Start walking it back. So I'm happy with the speed. That was a good distance. We burned about 40, less than that, 34% of our fuel there. So about a third of our fuel. You can hear the dynamic brake come up on that one. Up. Dynamic brake, it's quiet now, but it feels good. It feels like it's doing a little bit of braking, but it's not like me slamming on the actual air brakes. Before it was very much, it was way over OP. You know, so it was like when my idea came up for passenger missions out of the airports, Deltar's pretty much like, oh, there's, you know, there's already an add-on for that. And I get that idea. The problem being that End of Line has not supported that add-on in a long time, and so it's pretty much dead. And I don't think it's coming back. And so we pretty much don't have passenger missions anymore. And, you know, a lot of us don't like to use add-ons. Again, you know, I talked about it earlier, how, like, people who, their save file is always broken. I'm like, how is their save file broken again? And it's because they have a shitload of mods on. And it's fine that they choose that's how they want to play with a bunch of mods, but the negative side of it is that they, is your save file can break all the time because of it, you know? Crap on a stick. I am in the base. I can't spawn this with... Let me see. Let's save real quick. What are we on here? 8. Let's see if I can not grab this. I'm very nervous about doing this. I am nervous about doing this. Let's do... I'm going to do it with an add-on because I'm afraid of... if these containers want to grab each other, it's going to be an absolute shit show. So let's do it as an add-on. Let's see if this is expired yet. 4 minutes. Oh, shit. Let's see. All right, so find Sora North. Like Escape from Tarkov was talking about going over the was talking about they're going to be doing another roadmap, and I was reading the roadmap for Derail Valley, and as much as it's nice to have a roadmap sometimes too, it kind of sucks when like inevitably it's like if I laid out a roadmap of all the builds I want to build, well, my mind's going to change. You know, there might be builds that aren't going to work right, and I say, screw it, I don't want to do that anymore. And, you know, you get everybody's hopes up that this type of build was coming. Like, if I came out with, like, came out with a roadmap of all the tutorials I was going to put out, and I'm like, oh, I don't feel like tutorials right now, or something, then you're going to get a bunch of disappointed people, where if you kind of keep it quiet and you just, like, come out with the thing, you know, you didn't get everybody's hopes up. And I think that's why sometimes the devs do this shit, is it's like, you know, by not having that roadmap, by not talking too much about what's coming up, I think it's, sometimes it's a hell of a lot better for them to just be quiet and just, like, have it come out. Where the hell is Soaring North? Is it really in the... I do not see it. Where the hell are you there, guy? Yeah, it's got to be in here somewhere. I'm trying to find the rail line usually leads you right to it. I've loaded up add-ons in there before. Right here. Oof, took forever. So now we can move around this. We used to not be able to do this. We used to not be able to fly around in here, which that was something they added a couple weeks ago. Again, that's a good add. They did do the Control S the same week, but this is a good add. This is something I think is worthwhile. As we used to not be able to like fly around here. Now we can. That was a good addition. You know, that people will forget about and then say, oh, they haven't, what have you done for me lately? And it's like, yeah, they have done some stuff for us lately. It's just, you forgot about it. You know, this is what I recommend too, is like if you're low on money and you're just starting out, this is a good way to get a vehicle in the world and not have to pay for it. Is you know, and it's easy to RP. Like, you know, you would not come in with a train dragging your own container mover. They would have their own you know, they'd have their own vehicle sitting here. You know, so it's not like it's big cheaty bullshit. It's like it makes more sense to actually do it this way than it does the other way. You know, it makes more sense to, you go to there and they of course have their own movers, and then you go somewhere else and they have all their own movers, and you know, and they have their own people running them. For lights here. Okay. Like, this was another, like, some of these small minor updates they've done that they don't get enough credit for is, like, this was huge when they decreased the mass of these containers. They used to be a big pain in the ass to load on ships. Like my video of Triton that's got a lot of views, that, you know, a lot of people kind of got introduced to Triton. That one, you know, was old school containers. They used to be heavy and a pain in the ass to get on a ship. Now they're pretty easy, you know, comparatively. They're a lot lighter. It makes it a lot easier to do. You know, loading them on trucks is a lot easier now. They also added the hardpoint connections on here, which I think was a big positive. You know, like I can now load it on here. This is nice and compact and easy. There's some flex in there. So when this snaps and grabs onto the train, I don't have to worry about it, like, destroying my vehicle. Oh, shit, 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 shit. Stop, stop, you prick. Stop. Brakes, brakes, fucking brakes. I'm pressing the wrong button. It was my fault. But I sat here too long and it reattached. Oh, fuck. Where is it? Why is that? Is it There we go. I was going to say, is it fucking still attached? Jesus. So these are much lighter now, which is nice. They're much more usable now. Let's actually, here, let's be efficient. Let me go, I'm going to go, I'll leave it on night. If you guys have a problem with the night, let me know. I'll switch it to day, but it's a little bit more ambience, you know what I'm saying there, Vern? Komodo, we're going to Komodo. Komodo. Spa cakes. That's a 7. Let's take the 7. Can't get in that side. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. Blinded by the light. Wrapped up like a deuce in the rumor in the night. Because one thing is annoying and why I think it's a positive that they put these hard points on and why I made this one have hard point connections is that if the top connectors were required to load it, so like my other container shifter, the top connectors are how it connects. You have to worry about the top connectors connecting to the container next to it if they're both on. So you load in a train, you got to be real careful those don't touch because that means you're reloading your save if that happens. And so that, by putting it in hard points, I can leave all the connectors off until it's right in position, you know? Let's see. We gotta be close to this frickin' thing. How close are we to that? No, we're not that close, actually. There we go. I'm gonna have to back up and reposition here. I hope the reset's working on this. It's supposed to reset after, there we go. After a couple seconds. There we go. Right. It is. I forget where the work lights are on this one. Yep, up front. Front top is where the work lights are on this one. Okay. Like to get this out at some point, but this needs good testing. But yeah, like crop testing excites me the most. Building a combine, that would be a hell of a lot of fun to build a combine. That's something I want to do. You know, I think farming is a great thing they could do. It's something that is really in line with this game. Like, you're going to get a bunch of people who are going to be like, that doesn't make any sense because it's not like search and rescue, and it's because they want search and rescue. Instead of saying, my favorite thing in the game and the thing that I want most is search and rescue. So I would love some more search and rescue in this game that is majorly search and rescue. They pretend that they know what everyone else wants and everyone else wants what they want, instead of being a more mature attitude and be like, you know, that's not something I would like, but you know what, hey, as long as I get what I want to, I'm happy. And, you know, it's like, I just think that's kind of silly. It's like the majority of people want more search rescue content. It's like you have no numbers to support that. You're just saying that because that's what you want. And I get it, that's what you want. But you have no evidence to support that, you know. You're just spouting out off on shit, you know. It's like that gets annoying. Where's the button? Oh, I must have manded myself and made sure I didn't have a flashlight. Let me disconnect here. Yeah, farming would be so much fun. It's just like the thing with farming and why farming I think is right up the alley of this game is, again, I think some people have missed the mark on what this game is. And sure, it could be this is why I like the game, so I talk about this most. But I think most I won't make those hyperbolic statements. Let's say I see a lot of people who agree that the best part of this game and the reason why this game, even though like some of the people who hate the game yet can't leave and never move on to other things, they just keep hanging out here, is the reason why is the building system is the best of any other game. Frankly, like I like Space Engineers. It would be kind of cool to do make some spaceships again, but I have zero desire to build in that game because I don't like the building system. I've been wanting to go play Kerbal Space Program 2. I've been watching some Matt Lauren videos. They're really good. I like Kerbal a lot. It's one of my favorite games. But I want to be able to make a system that lands that as it's touching down, it automatically throttles to make sure we perfectly touch down. I can do that in this game. I can't do that in Kerbal. I have to use a mod from some other dude who made it. And so that's why, like, I'm broken for a lot of these games. I didn't watch the video, but 454 did a video how this game has broken him on every other game. And it's a good way to put it. This game has broken me on a lot of other building games because all I can think about is how, I'd love to build, like I was thinking about Kerbal the other day. I would love to do, my favorite thing to do is, it's funny, my brother used to play a lot of Kerbal too, as well. He used to play a lot of Kerbal as well. And, his favorite thing to do was he would go to like every planet. So he'd go to Jewel and all these far-flung planets. That's what he liked to do. I would almost never leave the Kerbin system. I always stayed like the furthest I'd go out is the moon. And because for me, what I enjoyed doing was I would put up space stations. I would go to the moon. I'd put space stations around the moon. I would go land on the moon. And that's what I like doing. And a lot of my stuff was like putting up communication satellites around Kerbin, but everything was in that little neighborhood. And I would never leave. I'd never go, like, they could make it one planet, one moon, and I'd be perfectly happy. And so for me, I love just putting those vehicles in orbit. And so I, like, every once in a while, I'm like, I'd love to go back to Kerbal, try Kerbal Space Program 2 again. They've done some new stuff. I already own it. And I'm like, shit, I'm not going to be able to move the gauge in the cockpit where I want it. And I'm not going to be able to program the microcontroller to make it fly the way I want. And that's what really ruins me on other games with this game, is it's like, I don't like how my plane's flying. I'm going to change it so it flies the way I want it to. And that's the thing that I think is super missing, that makes me not want to play those other games anymore, is it's like I miss that ability to change every little thing. And so that is, like, I would say, I don't want to say most, generally say that, I have no evidence to say most, but I would say a lot of people agree that the best part of this game is the building. And so it makes perfect sense to me in a building game that it has the best building system, that you just give people reasons to build a bunch of really cool stuff. And it's like when people like say there's nothing to do but build. Well, I don't agree with that, but building is the main thing. I think there's plenty to do, and by giving us more to do, I think it makes it even easier. And so, like, adding that farming thing, like, you don't have to make farming all that intensive. All you need to do is make me want to build a crop duster, make me want to build a sprayer. Do they do the exact same thing? Yes. Do I care? No, because I want to fly today. I don't want to ride around on the ground. Well, tomorrow I want to ride around the ground. And somebody may never like to fly or may suck at building airplanes, and so they say, all my vehicles are going to be ground vehicles, but I can still farm. And that's, I think, where this game is at its best is, just give us, again, we're in the sandbox. This is a sandbox, and we can build whatever we want to play with in the sandbox. And just give us more tools in the sandbox, like farming and themes like that we can do. I just think that's why it's so tone deaf when I hear somebody like, it's supposed to be a search and rescue game. Like I saw some posts this week of like somebody's like, when are they going to do a search? Well, or because the devs talked about this last week, they said that they're going to be adding some more search and rescue content. And people like, finally adding some search and rescue to the search and rescue game. And I would love somebody to tell me, what other search and rescue stuff is there? I'm just like, I'm literally at a loss. I'm like, I personally can't think of, like, we have missions where we have to go put out a fire. We have missions where we have to go rescue people on a boat. We have missions where we don't know the exact location of the boat, so we have to just search with our eyeballs. We have missions where we have to search for people using a transponder, so we have to make a transponder locator. We have missions where planes have crashed in the trees, and we have to go in there in the trees and get it. Helicopters have crashed in the trees. A mining vehicle has caught on fire. A forklift has caught on fire. I really like legitimately, like, what other kind of search and rescue do you want? I'm interested. I'm not against it in any way, but I'm like, I legitimately can't think of, like, what do you mean? Like, what other types of search and rescue are there? I just don't know. You know, like a man's lost in the woods. You know, that could be something. Yeah, sure. But I just, like, people talk about it all the time, like, when are they going to add search and rescue? I'm like, literally, every mission is search and rescue. You know, like, underwater research outpost radio for help. This was a new mission. That is a, you know, a rescue mission. You know, you got to go underwater, rescue this casualty underwater. See, there's a submarine mission for you. You know, there was one up there that there was a fire. You had a boat crashed recently, so it's all search and rescue stuff. So I'm curious what people mean. Like, we have, every mission is search and rescue. I would like missions that are not search and rescue. You know. Go forward on that. There we go. All right, let's go and connect to that. Nice thing with the hard points is they are soft, so if you watch when this connects, see, it doesn't move me very much because this hard point has flexibility in it, and so that really helps you from breaking shit. That's really nice. Yeah. You know, and the other thing, too, is, again, I always talk about, like, you got to think about the other people who play, too, and I need to do it myself sometimes. And so I think, yeah, there's other people who, for example, have no interest in building. And they can still enjoy this game, but, again, by their own admission, they're not interested in the primary thing the game's about. It would be like if I play Derail Valley and say, well, you know, I have no interest in driving a train. Well, that's the point of the game, is to drive a train. So if you have no interest in driving a train, why are you playing Derail Valley? It's like, if you have no interest building, frankly, why are you playing this game? Now, you can download stuff of the workshop, and that's perfectly fine, but you kind of acknowledge that you're not doing what the main thing of the game is, so it might not, you know, you're not going to get as much out of it as the person who's doing what the game's about, right? Like, if you don't like driving farm equipment, you probably shouldn't play Farming Sim, you know? All right, so we need to go, we're going to loop here, and then we go down. Where the hell do we go here? Oh, we loop back, don't we? We loop back. This goes in a big loop, I think. Yeah, this goes in a big loop here. We come back. We come down this string here, and then we come out. Okay. All right, let me catch up. I don't know if you consider that a rant or not. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was like, last week they talked about adding more. I was like, legitimately, like, I would love to know. I'm excited to hear what it is because I'm so fucking baffled. Like what kind of, like, maybe I'm ignorant to search and rescue policies, but I'm like, what other type of search and rescue is there? There's a dude in a boat that needs a rescue. A boat, a truck, a plane. Many different types of boats, trucks, planes. Okay, that's covered. All right, you have transponder missions covered. You know. Like, Jimmy trapped down a well, I'm all for it. Like, a dude trapped down a well. Put a well in the game. And you got to go down there. You know, you come out with a bucket truck, and you lower yourself down with a winch down the bottom of the well, and you pull Jimmy out of the well. Perfectly happy with that. Be great with that. You got a guy lost in the woods. Okay, well, you got to drive around. You got to fly around looking for this Johnny. And when you get close, you see a strobe. And you're like, hey, there's Bub. And you go walk your ass in the woods, and you find him. You know, all for that. Like, you know what would be a cool thing they could add for search and rescue, I guess? I'm starting to come up with some ideas myself here. Is like, for example, you blow the whistle, right? They already have whistles in game, right? You blow the whistle, and guess what? the guy returns by blowing his whistle or yelling. He goes, hey! And you blow your whistle, and he goes, hey! And you say, okay, he's over to the right. And then you walk over to the right, and so you're trying to walk through the forest to find this dude because you got close, right? But you weren't able to see him yet, so now you're blowing a whistle trying to get him. That would be cool. I get that. Oh, there we go, yeah. Yeah, Matt Lauren does a good job at Kerbal. You know, he accelerates his videos a lot, I get it. You know, I'd say a lot of his audience is young and has no patience and has to, you know, can't sit through a more than a 5-minute long video. But, you know, like if I get back into Kerbal, I'll definitely do some videos on it. It makes me want to do it. Ooh, there's a doe deer, a female deer. And, so, for example, like, my favorite thing to do in Kerbal is I do SSTO. I do, not SSTOs. I do strato launchers. And so what a strato launcher is, you take an airplane that goes really, really high and really, really fast, and you put a shuttle on the back of, or in the belly, wherever you want, of the strato launcher. And the plane goes very, very high and very, very fast. Now, when you're going through the atmosphere, you have a lot of drag, but you have free oxidizer. And so it's very cheap to run the airplane because relatively burning jet fuel is cheap. You don't have to bring oxidizer with you, so the vehicle is not huge. You're burning the oxidizer that is in the atmosphere. And so you have the shuttle in your back. And so because you've gotten the shuttle through most of the thick atmosphere and you're already going very, very fast, the shuttle does not need that much fuel to then detach from the airplane and then fly up into space and continue. You know, it's all about delta V if you don't understand astronomics and I'm trying to think of the right terms. Astronomics and understand how they do all the space stuff. It's all about delta V, delta change, V velocity. So in order for you to go up and circularize, say it takes you 2,000 delta V. So if your craft has 1,000 delta V, you're not going to be able to do it. If your craft has 2,500 delta V, you're going to be able to circularize. And then you have an extra 500 to be able to, say, deorbit. If you need to go out to a space station, you might need 3,000 delta V. So one way you can save this delta V is if it's going to cost you 1,500 delta V to get up to, say, 60,000 feet in altitude and up to 1,000, let's say 500 meters per second, it's going to take you 1,500 delta V. Well, by having the airplane strato launch you, the airplane is I want to be careful. This thing is wide. I want to make sure we don't slam these bitches. Because the airplane is taking that off, now your spacecraft, instead of needing 3,000 delta V, only needs 1,500 because the space plane did. So that was my favorite way to launch things. And I would take up all the parts for a space station with my either strato launchers or I had SSTOs that would take them up. And so that was kind of my method of doing it. And it was a hell of a lot of fun. And so I almost never leave Kerbin. I just do that. But that's a hell of a lot of fun to do that. You know, then I keep running up to my space station. So I do some things that are kind of cool too, where I, like I always land at the facility. So the shuttle, I actually do a landing. You know, so sometimes I glide in, sometimes I put a little jet engine on there that turns on. The Baran had some jet engines so that it could land. So I find that to be a lot of fun. You know, and then there was a mod which was really cool that what it would do is when you separated a section of your ship, it would then allow you to go back in time and fly that part back. So what I would do is I would fly the strato launcher, I would launch and fly it from the space shuttle, I would detach, and then the space shuttle would go up and circularize. And so that plane would crash. Well, then what I would do is now it saves where you're currently at, and you can go back and you can either land the first segment or whatever you want to do. So what I would do is I would then go back and I would land the airplane. And so now I have the airplane landed and saved, and I keep all the money because I didn't destroy it. and I also have the space shuttle up, then I'd switch back to the space shuttle. And I used to do these cool things where I had, you know, in the back of the space shuttle in the cargo bay, I would bring up what I would call a traveler section. And the traveler section was engines and fuel and a coupler. And that would go up, and it would be brought up, and it would attach to one of the nodes on my space station. Then I would come down. And then so if I had an excess of fuel, let's say I had an extra 500 Delta V, I would give that to the space station, because now the space station can donate fuel. And so I would give that extra fuel to the space station, and it would hold it. Then I would deorbit, I'd go down. And then my next mission, I would bring up the station for the moon, and I would fly that up to the space station. I would dock it to the space station, and then I would give any excess fuel I had at the space station. I would go back down to the planet. Then the final one was I would get the command capsule for the moon mission. I would go up. You know, and let's say I bring up a lander another time. So let's say it's 4 or 5 missions to get the traveler section, the moon base, the moon orbital base, the landing section, and the command section. And so you bring all those parts up, and then they go up. And then what I do is I would assemble them. So the traveler would connect to the orbital station, which would connect to the lander, which would connect to the command hub, and then that would turn on its rockets, and it would head out to the moon. And then it would circularize and would orbit the moon. Well, now what you do is you detach the orbital station, and that's already in orbit. And that's a little tiny little like tent, think of it, in orbit around the moon. It's just for a place for people to live. And then what I'd do is I would attach the command capsule to the lander, and I'd go down and land on the moon. And I would leave the lander on the moon. And then the command capsule would go back up, and it would reattach to the traveler section. And so now you have a lander on the moon, an orbital station going around the moon, and then you'd have the traveler hooked to the command station, and you'd head back to your space station. And so at this point, you don't have a lot of fuel, right? You're almost out of fuel, but it doesn't matter because, remember, every time I take the shuttle up, I donate any excess fuel. So now you have a bunch of excess fuel in the station, and you give that to your traveler section. So it's a really cool way to do it, and that's how I always did my stuff. It was a lot of fun. But I'm excited. I would love to play Kerbal, but again, it kills it for me. It's like, oh, I can't move that gauge. I don't like where that gauge is. I can't move it. Like, I don't like that it's red. Like, I don't mind it in meters per second, but like, oh, it's in meters per second. Like, I don't like meters per second. I want it as knots. Well, I can't change, you know. And that's why this game ruins it for me. It's the complexity is what makes this game great. Right, let me quickly check. I'll read chat, and then I got to take a quick coffee break, get into the coffee. Yeah, I mentioned 454's video. That's why I started with that. I said 454 made a video. Yeah, I don't think it's speeding up's bad. You know, it's more hyperbole on my part. And the reason I was talking about it, I think in his last video he was talking about how he sped it up so that more people would watch. You know, and so I think some of his audience, you know, they don't have the patience to just watch. I think Scott Manley, like, you could watch a Scott Manley video that is that's longer. Like, Scott Manley would start getting in and talking about, like, you know, oh, there was this spacecraft 30 years ago that, you know, did this, and this is, you know, and there are these people on board, and he could, like, talk history to you the whole time. And I think that would be very interesting. You know. It's always a balancing act with any sort of this content creation to try to make sure that your videos are an appropriate length. And, like, personally, you know, again, my whole thought process is I'm going to make the videos I make. The people who like them will watch them. The people who don't won't. I'm not going to artificially make them longer or shorter to get a certain audience. I have no desire to do that. Yeah, like I was talking to somebody yesterday about it. Like, I make my beginner tutorials so that you can sit down, you can watch an hour-long tutorial, follow along, and build the vehicle with me. and at the end of it, you know how to do 10 different things in game. And you're all set. You're done. You're good. Like, you might have to go back and rewatch something or do this, but for the most part, you pretty much have a working car. Let's say it's the car tutorial, right? And you might have a couple questions, but they get answered quickly. You have a general understanding, and you know your way around the editor. You know your way around the logic, and you can fix your own problems. And then there's the 5-minute tutorial telling you how to build a car in 5 minutes. And it's got time lapses and speed ups, and they talk really fast, and they like it, subscribe, and they do all this shit. And you didn't learn anything because you're not going to learn all these mechanics. And they don't tell you why they put this piece of logic in there. They say, oh, just take this function, put in x divided by 2, and connect it here. They don't tell you why you do that. You know, they didn't tell you that you want twice as much air in general as you want fuel. So what you're doing here is you're taking from the pit, you're going directly to fuel, or you're going directly to air, and then you divide that by 2 because you want about half as much fuel as you want air. And so they don't go into that detail, and then the person doesn't know why they did that divided by 2. So they might accidentally divide the air by 2, and now they have double the fuel that they should have, and a quarter of the air, something like that. And so the person is ultra confused now. And so what are they going to do? They watched the 5-minute tutorial. They spent an hour working on the build. And now they've got a problem. So they spent another hour. They didn't learn anything, so they can't figure it out on their own. And so they spent essentially 2 hours and 5 minutes on it. And they're super confused and frustrated. And then they go on Reddit, and they get 28 wrong answers to the one right answer. And so then they go spend another 2 hours trying to figure out how to get this car to work, and they're just randomly plugging things in and making it worse and worse. And then they come back super frustrated, and they did all of this because an hour-long video is too long. And I think a lot of people need to learn that, if you do something comprehensive and you actually learn how something works, it actually saves you a hell of a lot of time because you watch it once. So there's some floating trees. It saves you a hell of a lot of time to actually learn the why of things than to just try to, you get as much out as you invest in. You invest a bunch of time in learning something, you're gonna learn something. You don't want to invest any time, you're not gonna learn it. It's pretty simple on that line of thinking. I'll bring up my one of my vids here. Here's the Stormworks Basics car tutorial. This is one of my more popular videos. Let's see. What's it got for views? It's got 11,000 views, almost 12,000 views. So that's one of my more popular videos. It's an hour and 15 minutes long. Okay. Now, if we go ahead and let me bring it up. Actually, I'll keep it off the side because I want to be able to see the switch. This switch will sneak up on me, and I want to be able to see it. I got to make this switch, and I'm going to go for coffee break as we go on this long trip over here. So let's see. Let's go to the details of it. So it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 bookmarks. So again, you might not want to watch an hour 15 long video, but you could watch, for example, learning the faces of the gearboxes is a minute and 5 seconds. Building the engine took me 6 minutes on the nose. So if you can break it down. Okay, you want to watch a 10-minute video? Watch the beginning of the video till I get to setting up the microcontroller. Then, let's see where we at here. Okay, that's the other way. Then if you want to talk, where the hell was that going? That's what I want to know. Where's that switch? Oh, it's just switching track to track. Okay. Then if you want to learn how the auto start works for the engine, I have an auto start restart on most of my stuff. So if you just need to learn how that works, that is all of 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes. Understanding composite data. If you already know how composite data works, then guess what? Skip it and go to air-fuel manifold logic. Now, if you just need to learn how to use a clutch, go to 2651, you learn how to use a clutch. You know, you're just here for cooling, 3314. You know, you got to hook up your alternator, you know, 3633. So each segment is about a 5-minute video. And so, like, some of them now I do shorter, and I do it as a which way we're going? We're going right. Okay, perfect. I panic for a second there every time. I do it in derail too. I'm like, oh, is that right? Is that right? But it's like, you know, you can go through there and you can go through each part by part. Now, I changed the way I do this. I should put out a new car tutorial, which I probably will. I'll put that on my to-do list. Like, see, old school stormworks, we would have derailed already. So we would have just derailed right now. And guess what would have happened? There would have been howling. Oh my God, I derailed. Oh, I can't even go AFK. I have to sit here the whole time and watch this train. It's so boring. You know, so this is a balancing thing. So, like, I absolutely get it. I would love them to have derailing in. But this was a case where, guess what? I'm going to go get a coffee now, and I don't have to worry about derailing. It's not going to derail. So, I'll be right back. Hello, coffee kills. It does not kill. I'm having some now. Yeah, I just saw that that train you sent me, Owl. That looks good. I like that. That's a cool locomotive. Oh, look at this pretty scenery. Very nice. Like, this was a pretty big, like, I think people underestimate, too, how big this, how big of a change this was to do all the terrain stuff for new train mechanics here when they did Industrial Frontier. Again, you know, that was, the Industrial Frontier was a DLC, but they redid all the track well, not all the track, but they redid huge amounts of the track to make sure everything connected, and that was all for free. So it was like, you know, there was certainly a paid component, but I don't think you'd need to buy the DLC, you know, to still enjoy the game. And I think they do a reasonable job of making it where they give enough free to everybody that it works, you know. No, water, yeah. The old dihydrogen monoxide. Oh, I hit 3,300 subscribers. Look at that. A nice round number. Very nice, very nice. But I should get into Chemodo here soon. We'll dump a couple for Chemodo, and then we can go to Spa Cakes. But this has been a cool... I'm really happy with the performance of this loco. You know, we're going almost 80 kilometers an hour here. I think any faster than that, like, the turns feel like you should be flying off, and you're not. You know, we're eating up the distance. It feels like it's a trip. It doesn't feel like it's an instant. It doesn't feel goofy or cartoony to me, so I like it. Yeah, that's understandable. Are reaction wheels gated behind it? I can't remember. I know RCS is. I don't know, but is reaction wheels? It might be, yeah. I understand it, but the other thing, too, is, like, there was some comment of, like, you know, in the weekly discussion of people like, oh, I'm so glad it's not going to be a DLC, and I understand that, but it's also, like, you know, the game needs money. You know, you know, they need new revenue, and it's why I think they should be doing a DLC this year anyway. I think they should have a DLC this year. I think they should have a DLC every year. Is, for example, let's look at WoW. All right, let's look at WoW here. So here's WoW. All right, a 12-month is $12.99 a month. All right, that saves you $24 a year. 6-month is $12.99 a month. 3 months is $13.99 a month, and 1 month is $15. All right, so now WoW does do a pretty good job of adding new content. But so, for example, you know, if you wanted to do 12 months, right, it's $155 for the year, right? Stormworks is, let's look at Steam here. So Stormworks is $24.99. Okay, the base game, $24.99. Okay, so let's say you got 2 years out of that, right? That's $12 a year. All right, this is the thing where I think a lot of people have a disconnect with this, is that's $12 per year for the base game, okay? And then you have a DLC pop along, okay? It's $10. So for the next year, you still get to play the base game. It was still $12 a year. Every year after that, it cuts down even more, and it's $10. All right, and then you have another one. Right, the next one came out, $10. All right, so that's $10 for that year, and then you have the next one. All right, $10. So is it unreasonable, I think, is it unreasonable to ask people to pay $10 per year to be able to not only keep playing the game, like, WoW, to keep playing the game, you need a subscription, or else you can't keep playing WoW. If you want to have the latest and greatest and the most up-to-date and everything, let's say it costs you $10 a year. My phone bill is cheap. It costs $50 per month. I don't use my phone all that much. You know, my electric bill is $130 a month. You know, I don't know what the what's the insurance in the house? Insurance is probably like $400, $500 a month. You know, taxes are like $600 a month. You know, for the house. You know, things that, like, for example, YouTube Premium. I pay for YouTube Premium so I don't get ads. That's $15 a month. So I pay $15 a month to not get ads when I watch a YouTube video. You know, and people will complain about a $10 DLC. It's like, dude, it's like, you know, you can buy this DLC for $10 once, or I can pay $15 a month just to make sure I don't get ads on YouTube. It's like, I think relatively, because, you know, you can't just compare it to nothing. You got to compare it to other things. You got to compare it to other forms of entertainment. You got to compare it to other things people do for fun that they spend their money on. For example, if I want to go out to dinner tonight, it's going to cost, like, let's say I get takeout. It's going to cost me at least $15 to get takeout. So am I going to get as much entertainment out of even the space DLC? I got more, you know, I haven't played the space DLC much, but what I did play was, for example, the reaction wheels and the pathway. I got my $10 worth out of space DLC for just being able to make the pathway and enjoy that. And there are other builds I want to put reaction wheels on. And then the other thing, too, is support. You know, if you don't support the companies and the products you like to use, they're going to go away. Like, you know, people will complain that, oh, well, you know, that's my favorite restaurant. They went out of business. Well, when's the last time you've been there? Oh, it's been 3 years. Well, of course they went out of business. You and everybody else who used to go there all the time stopped going there, and they went out of business. You know, if you want these things to continue, if you want games to continue, if you want, you know, any sort of entertainment to continue, you have to finance it. And, you know, the devs, they still have to pay rent every month. They still have to eat every month. They still have to keep the lights on in the building every month. They still have to pay for all their own things as well. And the only way they get that is if the game makes enough money that they can take a salary. You know, and so at the end of the day, I get it, but $10 is so little money. I don't understand, how it's like a no-brainer. Like, I bought a new airplane for VTOL VR. I think it was like $10, $15, something like that. That's not a lot of money. I have yet to touch it. You know, but I bought Derail Valley the other day, $40. That's not a lot of money. You know, I understand, like, you know, people have their own financial situations and whatever, but in the grand scheme of things, for entertainment, that is not a lot of money. When I'm paying, what would it be, $180 a year to not get ads on YouTube. That's what I'm paying on a year to not get ads on YouTube. $180 a year. You know, is that worth it to me? Probably not. I should probably cancel it. So that's the kind of thing I don't get, is like people bitching about $10, or like, I get it, like, you know, everybody has their own financial situation. Some people are literally kids and don't have any money. I get that. Some people are in bad financial situations. I get that. But, you know, for $10 a month, and the problem is, guess what happens if you don't support the company? They say, we don't make enough money on stormworks. We can't keep supporting stormworks. Stormworks gets stopped, and then no more game. Like, some people legitimately think they should pay $20 once, and for the rest of their life should get a game continually serviced and updated. That's not how it works. Is that person's rent doesn't get put on hold because you don't want to spend another $10. You know, and what happens? They still need rent. And, like, theoretically, what could happen is if you starve out a dev team like that, they go to different companies, and instead of being the actual, like, the independent dev making the game they want to. They go to like Blizzard and make some cookie cutter bullshit because they get a better salary doing that. And so if you want really good indie games where people who actually care about it make the game they love and the game you love, you got to pay for it. I don't understand this idea people have of they should have something for free. It doesn't make any sense. You know, when you want a game for free, you're stealing food out of those people's mouths. They did work. Everybody should be paid for their work, right? You wouldn't go to work for free, and neither should they. You know, and it's perfectly fine. You say, hey, I don't want to pay for that. Doesn't interest me. Okay, well then you don't get access to it, right? Just like you don't get a sandwich that you didn't pay for, you don't get a game you didn't pay for. You know, so pony up, go mow a lawn, and then guess what? You get to have your space DLC. You know. That's kind of my whole thoughts on it. You know, I think they should have a DLC this year. I think they should do it. I know they said they're not going to, so at this point they shouldn't. But you know, at this point I think they should have one. But they're not going to have one this year. They already said that. You know, maybe they sold a bunch of extra copies of the base game, but I think it's always good to keep the revenue going. It's one of the only forms of entertainment we expect to pay once and never pay again. It would be like you go into the movie theater, you pay $25, and then you expect that every time you go to the movies, it's free. It's like, no, that's not how any of that works. You know, you don't get to keep going to the movies for free. You actually have to, like, you came in the movies again, you get to pay again. You know. Right? I don't understand it. You know, it's just kind of a foreign concept to me. All right, let's find that. Let's catch up on chat real super fast. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not picking on you either, Coffee Kills. I'm just, it's a topic that I'm kind of passionate about. Oh, you pronounce it Vow? Yes, he was playing Vow. Exactly. Like, Alistair says he's paid $60 since 2019. You talk about all of the screen's blue because I'm in the add-on editor. But, you talk about all the content there is for the amount of money and the amount of hours. I have over 6,000 hours, Let's say the game costs $60, right? 6,000 divided by 60. Real simple, right? Or it'll be the other way around. Let's see. 60. All right, that's like what's that? 1 cent per hour. It's like, what other entertainment can you get for 1 cent per hour? Not much. And it's I've had dinners that have cost more than Stormworks, and I don't remember them. And they weren't that great if I don't remember them, and they cost that much. So that's the sort of thing that it's if you want things, like, people will bitch about the quality of some of these things. They'll bitch about like a development team abandoned the game. Well, did you keep paying? Oh, you didn't? Well, of course they abandoned it. They need to feed their family, and you weren't willing to pony up more money. What do you think they have to do? It's like, why do you think EA keeps putting out garbage? Part of it is greed, but also part of EA's whole deal is, they have it once. Why they do these super microtransactions is because it's a huge company. They need to keep financing these things. And especially, like, the only way you keep an indie development studio in business is by supporting it, like, for example, Escape from Tarkov, I paid $140 for it. And I've got about 6,000 hours in Escape from Tarkov. So, to put it into perspective, that's at least double what I put into this for the same amount of hours. Did I get double the fun or double the entertainment? Probably not. Certainly not, I would say. I've got a lot of entertainment out of it, but definitely not double, And, for example, I put in about $400 into Star Citizen. Have I gotten my money's worth out of that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. 400 bucks. Absolutely not. I've got a ship that doesn't make much sense that I like, that I spent money on years ago, on a game that is like they completely derailed and are working on the single player part of it instead of working on the part that actually makes the money, you know. And so, you know, absolutely not. And so I look at a game like this and I see people bitch. Well, I'm not saying you're a bitch. I'm just talking in general. You know, I see some people complaining about, you know, oh, $10. Oh my God, their money. They're so greedy. Like people will be like, oh, they're greedy and they're doing money grabs, and it's like they're asking you $10. Like again, YouTube asked me $15 a month so I don't have to see ads. It's like, it's like, and that's you know, and it's seen as greedy to ask for $10 for something that gives you a shitload of you know, time invested for entertainment. It's like, I just don't understand it. It's just like, it's such a cheap form of entertainment. It really is. You know, that's why I kind of go off my rants on that. Is it's just, I'm just flabbergasted, but like, how can they charge so little? I don't understand it. It's like, it's one of the greatest values you can have is, you know, you think of other hobbies, like people who knit spend a shitload more money than we spend on games just buying yarn. Like some people spend 40, 50 bucks on enough yarn to make a blanket, you know, and that's part of their hobby, you know, and we spend $40 or $50 on a game that lasts for 6,000 hours. Now, there are plenty of games I didn't get my money's worth out of, but it's generally a story game at AAA prices. I don't like story games, so one, I bought a product that doesn't appeal to me. But, you know, you buy a story game for $60 and you get 100 hours out of it, so it's 60, you know, it's 100 divided by 60, you know. So there's not as much there compared to like a game like this where you've got pretty much unlimited. Like this game I could play for the rest of my life, you know, because you theoretically, you know, the limiting factor is your imagination, what you want to build. For the most part, you know, shouldn't have a problem with that. You know, the art style is not like, like people are like, oh, it looks too cartoony. I think that's, you know, there's a benefit to that where by looking cartoony, it is timeless in a sense. You know, like this looks this way on purpose, you know, so that it is kind of timeless. You know, if you try to make something look hyper realistic, well, in 5 years, it does not look hyper realistic anymore. It looks dated. If you make something like cartoony like this with a guy with spindly little legs, it's timeless, right? It looks like a cartoon from whatever, but it looks good. You know, you try to make something hyper-realistic, in 5 years it looks old and outdated and it doesn't look very good anymore. And so I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of games will do that, is to kind of make them timeless with that art style, you know? Five seconds feels like an eternity on that button. 3 is probably better. All right, let's see if we can grab 2 spat cakes. That's a 2-banger. 2-banger. So there were 2 over. That's the one I dropped, I believe. Yeah. So let's check these 2 over here. This one. This one. You know, the devs, you know, it was funny. There were some grouchy bitches on the Steam discussions, you know, last week in one of their silly topics, and it was talking about how, oh, this confirms it, like the devs are banning Stormworks for their new game, and it's like, again, you can tell they haven't been reading the weekly updates. The devs talked about, you know, the new game is going to be different to Stormworks, which I actually like I'm actually a little bit disappointed with, because what I'm afraid is it's going to be something that's a little bit more specific, which I think what it's going to be. And it's going to be a building game, but it's going to be hyper specific. And, you know, and it's, you know, I was almost hoping myself for a stormworks 2 that was an actual, like, you know, update some things that kind of need to be done. Kind of like how I always talk about Farming Sim, how they did a good job, but they came out with a new game every year. And they asked you to buy a new game every year. And guess what? The community bought a new game every year. And usually the mods, I find that game to be very much, you know, I use a lot of mods in that. I use the official mods now. But, you know, I would usually wait 2 years because I'd wait for all the mods to get updated to the new version. And the game made solid progress every year. And if they didn't do an annualized release schedule like that, the game would not have progressed as well as it did. You know, the game progressed very well because it had this annualized release structure. And without that, it would not have progressed like it did. And so, like, I think Stormworks could use with a Stormworks 2, there's an actual, like, sequel, is Stormworks 2, where it's the same game, they just update a bunch of things, you know, they make, you know, make it multi-thread on CPU. They work on some physics issues, get those going, get around some of the engine limitations or switch engines. Like, keep pretty similar art style. I wouldn't personally change the art style all that much. Did I not disconnect this? I thought I just disconnected this. Apparently not. You know, and that's what I would like to see, you know, is at some point. It doesn't need to be soon. I'm like I said, I could play this forever. You know, I have no, I'm not slowing down. I'm not getting bored. Like, you know, I think a lot of people, if they get bored with this game, it's their own imagination's lacking, frankly. You know, because all you need to do is, like, go on YouTube, watch Mustard or Dark Docs or Mega Projects or any of those cool YouTube channels that show cool machines, and go build some cool machines. It's like, you know, there's containers in the game. All right, go look on Google and Google container movers, and there's 900 different types of container movers, and come up with your own if you want, you know, your own type of to do it. You know, that's a big part of it. Let's watch the railing here. My steering sensitivity is a hair low on this, so it takes a quick sec to get aligned. And actually get a picture in the daylight here. The rain's been going on forever. I was making sure I had override weather off. I do, and it's been rainy the whole time. Really happy with the DE6. You know, this is an investment game too. Is, you know, the thing with this too is you get better every day you play. You get better every build you make, and you know, you'll start to see that. And a lot of games don't have that. And that's like even Kerbal. Like, yeah, you can make better SSTOs than you did before, but because you can't control things like how the cockpit's laid out, stuff like that, it limits, you know, how different you can really make it, you know? In this game, you can do whatever you want. Like, I would love to see them, you know, I'm a little bit disappointed with the space DLC. I think the parts that they added are worth the money, like the, you know, just for the reaction wheels and stuff like that. And again, you know, I factor in the support, you know, supporting the game that, in general, that I like, is worth it to me to pay the extra money, you know. But, you know, there's definitely a lot lacking there. I absolutely understand that. I understand that's why it's, like, not one of the really highly rated DLCs. You know, it's kind of on the lower end of the ratings on that. I absolutely get why. You know, like, the thing that I want to do in Space DLC, and the reason why I don't, like, I've got that itch for Kerbal again, so I would love to, like, go play a space game, but I want to play this, is I want to be able to take a vehicle up into space. I want to be able to to dock with my space station, and I want to be able to assemble the space station. The problem I have is I could build the part, but I need to know where my prograde, my retrograde are. I need to know where all my nodes are, and that is built into Kerbal, and it's not built in here, and that's something I miss. You know, not having that ability to navigate properly. Oh, very nice. I'll have to look at that. M47. Let's look at that. Now here's Daniel playing. Oh, very nice. Oh yeah, that looks like my roof. There's a similar roof line to the DE2. Yeah. Yeah, I use the same type of blocks, I think, on it. That's a cool loco. Yes. And let's see. Rasmus sent pictures. That's cool. I like those central cabs. Bunch of PID talk. Where was Rasmus who put something in there? Maybe in general. Yeah, okay, this was the... Oh, no, Owl, sorry. It was Owl that put it in. This is the 12, the DE12. This is cool. I like that. So what does it have? 6 axles? One... Must have two banks of 6. That's a DE40. D18. So they must be model numbers. They just look like 4 axles, so it must not be counting axle numbers. It must just be a model number. That's pretty cool. I like that one. That's neat. That is neat. Yeah, it's fine. You know, if you know, I don't mind if somebody's not going to use somebody or not going to use something or not interested in it. But it's like, you know, I think about some of these game studios and I don't understand. Like, this is the thing you need to understand is like if you're a software engineer, like you make a lot more money developing a website for some shitty insurance company or bank than you do making a game. And it's because we as consumers are not willing to pay really what it's worth for our entertainment, unfortunately. And so you get the shitty bank who pays a software engineer $300,000 a year to make the website for their bank, and you know, somebody who builds games gets like, I don't know, 80 grand. And so they could easily, you know, they already know how to program. They could easily learn a different programming language. It's easier if you already know one. And then transition to go work for some heartless company that just is gross, and they will switch coming up, and they'll do better for their family than they will building a game. And then we expect them to make this game, and we never want to pay again. And then we wonder why they abandon games. Is you got a guy who's making 80 grand a year, and he's doing what he loves, and he's making a game that a lot of people love, but they don't want to pay any more for, and they get pissy if he talks about DLC or microtransactions. And then he realizes, oh shit, you know, I've been working on this game for 5 years, and I haven't had a raise in 5 years, and I'm having to pay for my own health insurance because I don't work for a company who has the health insurance. I'm on my own, and you know, I don't have all these other benefits I'd have if I worked for a company, for another company. And eventually they start putting out applications and they get a job at some heartless shitty corporation because they get paid for it. And it's and then the game dies, and people and all the players, well, oh, they abandoned the game, what a shit, did he abandon the game? It's like, no, dude, it's like, you know, like if you ask each of us what's the most important thing in our lives, usually it's your family, right? And so you say, would you like? Do you care more about your customer or do you care more about your family? And the answer is simple, right? Your customer. No, you care more about your family, right? So of course you care more about your family. So when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, they're going to pick their family every day. And if we make it so that they can make a living by building us the best games possible, then they're going to be able to do that. And they're going to be able to have both. They're going to be able to take care of their family, and they're going to be able to build us the entertainment that we want. If we nickel and dime them and we don't pay for it and we bitch every time there's a tiny little DLC or something like this, then that's when they can't keep doing it. Eventually they get to the point where they've saturated the market. They've sucked up every player that would buy the game. And so let's say there's 3,000 people who will play Stormworks on a daily basis. Okay, every one of them's bought the game. All right. So you're never going to get another dollar again, right? Well, guess what? The electric bill still comes. The payroll still comes. All that still comes every day. Everything still needs to be paid. So eventually you've sucked up all those people. You got 3,000 people who bought the game. Well, unless you offer a new product or an addition to that game for those people to buy, you're not getting any new revenue. And so what do you need to do? You need to put out a DLC. So now you have 3,000 people buy a DLC for $10, and guess what? That buys you another year of salary and business expenses. And then next year you do another DLC. That buys you another year. And when some of the people like, don't do new stuff, just do bug fixes. You know, we've looked at SteamDB before where you can see the peak for Stormworks is always when new content comes out. Every time, without fail. The most views come in, or the most players come in when a new content comes out. Every time. So if we look at the lifetime charts here, September, that may have been a DLC, I'm not sure. No DLC that year. DLC, DLC, DLC. The peaks are where the DLCs are. That's when people come back. Some of the other peaks are when major updates have happened. All right? So when some player who doesn't know anything about anything says, you know, stop doing updates, do a fix. Just do fixes. They do fixes every other week. They do fixes on the major update weeks. They do fixes on the minor update weeks. You know, last week was announcement week. They didn't announce any fixes, but I bet you they worked on some fixes because that's what's going to come out next week. And so the fixes are getting done, but you need to understand that the player base gets bored and stagnated and they can't think of what to do next, and they haven't got a new part in a while, so they didn't make anything new. You need new content. It needs to be a combination of new content and fixes. And those people don't understand that. They think you can just fix your way. It's like, no. You need a reason for the person who hasn't picked up Stormworks in 6 months to come back. And so you put in a new component, and guess what? People come back. You know, fixing the Control-S annoying bullshit that is, fixing that is not going to bring anybody back to the game, likely. It could bring a couple people who threw a hissy fit and jumped off the game because of it. But for the most part, that's not bringing new people back. But a new part, a new mechanic, that will bring people back. That's how you get new people. That's how you get people to return to the game, and that's also how you get new players in the game too. Is as a bunch of, for example, as I get on Steam and YouTube and Twitch, and I stream the game, players watch and they say, "Ooh, that looks like a cool game. Oh, that's a neat thing he's doing. I would like to do that too. Oh, it's $24. I've got $24. Let's buy this." Hey, look, we're down on fuel 20%. You know, that's how that happens. And so, you know, you kind of, you know, you either need to pay more or somebody's got to pay more. And that's the only way you keep a game alive, frankly. We'll pull right in 3 and we'll yank these containers off. They're all going here. I'm going to load it with an add-on again. I'm nervous when I get this close to the workbench to spawn something that it, if it accidentally tries to take this in, or one of the cars, like, it's not a big deal now, we're at the end of the line, but it's still, I find it to be safer to do. So we'll account for the fuel. Remember, I was talking about how, like, you know, I want, you know, they call them money sinks. Let's do spikers. You know, most games have some sort of money sink where it's a hole that money falls in. Like Tarkov does this. Like, I need to buy fuel for my hideout. It cost me 166,000 rubles, probably about per day to run my hideout. You know, at least. And so if I want to build things in my hideout, if I want to run my hideout, I need to spend 166 rubles a day. Well, it gives me an incentive. Oh, shit, I'm running low on money. I got to go play the game. And so, like, having little money sinks like this where, oh, my train actually cost me some money. Well, guess what? Now I want to go and I want to make sure I grab some refined diesel out of the base, you know, because this base I don't think has much. You know, so it's one of those things that it's kind of, you want to build that in your builds too, is you want to build in some money sinks. Like, that's why, like, you know, if I used an infinite electric generator, it would be boring as shit to me because, you know, it didn't cost me anything. I just made money. Well, eventually I'm going to have so much money. What do I do with myself? I'm bored, you know? Bandao. Shipping. I wonder if I can double grab 2 of these off these cars. I'm going to try. We'll see. See what we can do. Okay. Let me see if I can get this other one. It might be too tall. I built this thing so it can spawn in that base there. But, you know, it took me a while to get kind of using the add-on editor, but you can do some really cool stuff with the add-on editor, like load these vehicles in. And, like, if you don't want to drive stuff up the mine like that, sometimes I find that to be super tedious to move all my shit up the mine. Sometimes I like it. Sometimes I want to get a low loader, and I want to drive up to the mine, and the transpo is fun. Sometimes I'm like, I just want to go mine. Well, you can load it in with an add-on. You don't have to take the trip, you know. Stuff like that is really convenient. Yeah, we should be able to unload 2 of these. This one has a pretty good reach for being able to fit in the base here to the left. Let's go ahead and... Excuse me, pardon me. Nope, I'm pushing on the wrong key. There we go. All right. So you see it will do a wheelie unless we tip it back. So tip it back, changes the center of gravity. Like, I don't even need to tip it that extreme. Like, it can go to here. Like, it really, you do not need to change your center of gravity much to change a vehicle that is ultra unstable to one that is ultra stable. Like, the thing we're going to have to worry about here is we're going to go downhill. That's going to shift a lot of the weight forward. So, frankly, we should go down backwards, but I want to test it out. The other thing, too, is the higher it is, the longer the lever arm is. So, lowering them is going to help. You'll see people do this all the time. Like, if you're driving around in your front end loader, lowering the bucket close to the ground really helps to not upset the stability. So you lower that down low, and then we can tip a little bit back towards us here. There we go. And so now our center of gravity is pretty low right now. We can actually now lower these even more. And so now this is our best case for going down this hill because it is going to tip us forward to try to hopefully not tip over front ways there. Because I don't want to get the crane again. Yeah, okay, so you can see the angle is tipping us forward now, but we're still good because by angling it back and keeping it low, center of gravity is pretty good. and I don't want to hit the brakes, so I'm going nice and slow. I'm in first gear. My hands are off the controls, and so it can't go faster than the engine is going to allow it to go via the gearbox. So pretty good on that. That's working well. Right, now we can go ahead and bring it up. Try to watch where I'm going here a little bit. There we go. Friggin' binoculars keep ending up in my hand. So now I can raise it up high enough I can look under it. I can accelerate a little bit here. I'm not as afraid of hitting anything. But this came up, this works really well now. It's much more compact. Again, that was a good update they did when they decreased the weight of these containers. It really made them easier, much easier, and much more, just much more usable, I find, you know. Before they were a little bit, the utility of them was not great. Ah, shit. I always press the wrong button when I try to decide between the two of them. Okay, there we go. So that was actually pretty good money, too. Especially coming out here, we got some good money off these. And we picked up, every time we dropped containers off, we picked them up. So we were going full everywhere. It wasn't like we were running around with empties all the time. You know, like, this is going to be a cool way we can move a bunch of fuel to our bases, too. You know, take the train from FJ, from the oil platform. FJ is pretty easy to bring it around, so bring it to, like, Sawyer South, Sawyer North. Sawyer South's kind of a pain in the ass. We'd have to pump it out. But, like, here, we could just dump a rail car in here and despawn it. Dre Moore, I would just dump everything in here and then move it via truck. That's what I do at Draymore. Yep, I think I'm on the lip. Nope, I hit the top of the container. I thought it was on the lip of the... Tried not making lips on these cars here for that very reason. Oh, come on. Fucking always puts my binoculars in my hand. I don't need my binoculars. I will select my binoculars if I want. There we go. Alright, good. Excuse me. Let me out. Thank you. Now again, manual transmission. I just went in third gear there, or second gear, so I know how fast I'm gonna go. I can floor it, and we're not gonna go that fast, so I can kind of just gun it, and we know the max speed I'm gonna go, so I don't have to worry about slamming into shit. You know, I want to downshift. Now we're gonna go even slower. I can floor it, and we're good. You know, so again, big advocate for the manual. Let's go. You can be detached, and then you. Right, there we go. We'll lean it back and go up. Up. Yep, lean it back and go up. Go up, 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 up. Now we'll go down. Brakes, brakes, brakes. All right, let's go forward. Kind of hitting the ground here on the right. There we go. We got a little bit asymmetrical here. It does a pretty good job of going up and down off this lip without issue. You know, the wind's up too, and we're not having any issues with the wind, so that's something to keep in mind too. What I'll probably put eventually is a camera on the very top that always tilts down. That was another good update that we got, was the, you know, we'll go on one of these, was we got that gimbal update, you know, and that was another one that people were like, oh, I thought it was going to be a gimbal gun. And it's like, no. Some YouTuber said it was going to be a gimbal gun that did not read the thing. And I literally pointed out to them, like, dude, it does not say anywhere on there at all that it's going to be a gun. And then they spread the word, and people were like, oh, it's good. Oh, then they were disappointed. They're like, oh, we didn't get a gimbal gun. It's like, yeah, nobody said you're going to get a gimbal gun. You know, but now we can tilt cameras, we can tilt spotlights, which, you know, like, I added high beams to all my cars. The ability to move the camera I think is a huge thing. So with composite too, they're moving more to composite, which is nice. Beautiful. All right. But nice. That was a good. Trip with the train, though. Train is working fantastic. Well, the locomotive's working fantastic. The train cars are working great too. But good testing on this. Like, I haven't found anything that I don't like. We didn't wheel slip it all the whole way here. I did not set up the sander. I want to work on the DE2. That will be good to do the key DE2. You know, get that up to spec. That was a big improvement, just gearing it up properly. So we'll do some tests with that. That'll still be good for shunting, going short distances. For example, it might be worthwhile taking the DE2 to bring coal to Komodo. It's a short distance. We go from here to here. Like, that would be a fun thing to do in the multiplayer stream. Stop. I don't want to fast travel fucking anywhere. To do in the multiplayer stream, because I can put it's very quick and easy for us to drive new vehicles up from here. I can't teleport much because, you know, we were having an issue where guys were jumping off the ground every time I would get too far away, because my character essentially, disappears and reappears, and then it's like I'm the basis of everything, and so then they all try to go where I am. And so it was kind of shaking everybody around. So being this close, I can probably just move quickly back and forth. Be kind of cool to mine some coal and then run. So, like, we would run. So, like, say we mine coal with the miners. We can run the old miners, the ones we've been using. We can do coal. We can load up the dump trucks. Dump trucks come down. All you do is pull into the Spy Cakes terminal, despawn, respawn it, come back, empty. You could theoretically empty it into the hopper, but you can't really dump them in there. But what it allows you to do is you can just keep despawn it. It will store it in internal storage, so you'll see the coal will go up to whatever. And then two things. One, we can sell it either here or here. The other thing is, if we do iron, we want to turn it into steel. Steel makes more money. We could take a whole train load of coal down to Empire. So that'd be kind of fun to do coal for a little while. We have... Does Dean Hall Mining, you can do coal here too, right? Yeah, you can do coal, I think, at Dean Hall. Let's quickly... Let's put the train away. Let's save. So add-on goes adieu. Let me see if I can despawn this. Let's see. Let's get around all this. So let's see. Where are we at here? Let's see if I can despawn the loco. And I'll grab the D2 and I'll shunt. This is the perfect use case for shunting. So the hoses go like this. You'll always see it says storage. Go to storage. That's how you store them. So there's no hose in the back here. And there is a hose in the front. So the backs always are without the hose in the front. And then it's the opposite on the multi-link. There is no multi-link on the front. There is a multi-link on the back. So, you would pull in. If this one pulled up to be number 2, you would grab it from the front one, hook it on, vice versa. So pretty cool. The nice thing with these floppy dongs being where they are is I can just let go of them like that. They're not going to reattach. You actually have to push them together. These will keep it far enough apart they won't grab. So let's see if this I can despawn this. Nope. Okay. So I will have to move it. All right, that's fine. I got to move over a track, so it's not the end of the world. All right, let's do that. But I'm in love with the DE6. It's a lot of fun. You know, that's one of my favorite things to do. Go play another game, like with machines in it, and then, you know, it's gonna make you hungry to build something in stormworks. Like, I bet you if I go play Kerbal, I'll want to play Space DLC. Now let's actually stop real quick here before we get to the end of the track here. Stop. Trying to get around this for okay, good. I'm gonna grab a DE2 so that I can push the cars, and I need the compressed air. One thing we'll make too is we'll make a compressed air car to get rid of some compressed air parts so that I can actually shut off the brakes without having to go into it. So if you wanted to move a car, you just have to hook the air compressor up to it, and then you can release the brakes. Oh, handbrake's on. Does pretty damn good with the handbrake on, still working. Oh yeah, we're in good shape now. This runs much better. What's up, Subin? I didn't put you on the video today, Subin. Put you up for the end. There you are. He's sitting with me now. He's all happy. He ate. My buddy, he's got a ritual. He eats and then he comes and he wants snuggles. I'm a good boy. I gotta go. How far back do I have to go? Right there. Okay. Like, this has better sight lines. I can see forward back. This is just a much easier vehicle for shunting. Which makes sense. Again, it was designed to be a shunter. It's, you know, it's why, you know, you have the expression jack of all trades, master of none. You have something that does everything. It doesn't do anything well, but it does everything. And then you have, you know, purpose-built craft that are really good at one thing, but they can't do anything else. It's like the D6, it can shunt, but it is not good at it. It is a pain in the ass to shunt with it. Because it, pain in the ass to shunt with it because you can't see anything. It is 60 feet long, so you have to run back and forth all the time. You know, it's just not convenient. This is convenient. You know, it's big and it's you know, it's not heavy in game, but it you know, it doesn't want to move. Oops, shit. Up that's because the what do you call it? The track switcher had not switched off yet. It takes 60 seconds unless I do it manually. That's why I have the 60-second cutout there. Is that would switch every track you come up to if I didn't have the 60 seconds. So see, now I can still manually switch them if I want, but I got to be careful of that. We'll get a picture with both of them going here. Good screenshots. Sometimes I forget to take screenshots, and it's a pain in the ass to try to get enough screenshots for thumbnails and whatnots. Alright. Let's go get this all hooked up here. Brakes are off. I think hopefully I left the brakes off in the DE6. I could check right here. I hooked this up backwards, so I'm gonna salvage the hose off of this. You know, it does. You know, you do have one in storage. If you do hook them up backwards here, you have one on the other end. So. One thing I'm still contemplating adding is I might add the we very well could have the brakes on. Let me check. One thing I'm still contemplating adding is if the train brakes are on, it will tell you they're on. So it'll send it through the connector to tell you what the brake pipe is doing on the train itself. So I get that on Loco. I get application because I'm reading the actual valve. Then train brakes on. Why? So apparently the rest of the train, the brakes weren't on. They should be on. Did I unhook the air? No. I gotta fix that. Something's up with this not reading back, so I gotta look at that. Put that on my to-do list. You still running here? What's the story here? It's probably a lot of friction. There's you know, 6 sets of wheels on that, so it's probably quite a bit of friction. I don't know why the amp meter's not running up. I don't know why. It seems like we're off. I don't know what the deal is here. Why are we off? We're not off. It's weird. We have 100% electricity. I don't know what the dealio is. We have. Oh, you know what it is? Is we're taking the electricity off of the locomotive. So the locomotive has that huge battery on it, and so we're using all of its electricity. So we don't need to make any electricity. I get you. That's what it's doing. Well, they actually did a thing. Well, I used to watch YouTube on TV, and so the pain in the ass to do ad block on that. But the thing is, I probably will end up canceling it. But I was listening to YouTube music, and I was listening to it in the car, and so that was kind of worth it to me. I might cut it off at this point. But they did this thing that if you notice your PC was slowing down, if you had the ad block on YouTube, and what it was doing is was using up all your CPU. So if you had Task Manager open, right, you could open it up, and with ad block on, it would absolutely savage your system. So your CPU would be capped. You'd be at 100% CPU usage, so it would slow all your shit down if you had the ad blocker on YouTube. So I don't know if they got forced to take that off or what, but it was absolutely savaging your CPU. And so I think I don't know if they changed that or not, but it was absolutely destroying your CPU. It was just like 100% utilization at all times. So like your games would slow down if you're watching YouTubes with the ad blocker on. So, you know, personally, like as somebody who makes, you know, YouTube and does that stuff too, it's like, you know, if by doing the ad blocker too, you're making the, you know, not only does YouTube not get the revenue, but the reason that YouTube did it was not only do they not get the revenue, the person who made the video is not getting the revenue. And then the other issue that comes is the advertisers at first, so YouTube thinks that the video was making money. And then they realized that it was not. So YouTube was having to pay back to the advertisers. And so YouTube was losing a shitload of money paying back to their advertisers. Because they had to give the money back because the ads weren't actually running. So they thought they were running, they weren't. And so that creates a huge problem for everybody because the, you know, people aren't getting their revenue. So they're just a messed up situation. You know, I'm not a huge fan of ads, but like, you know, again, that's how I make money on my videos is running ads. So yeah, it's the way it has to be in order to make, you know, for people to be able to do it is you gotta watch an ad to make money, or else you gotta pay for a subscription. You know, like members, I don't believe members see ads, you know, and they pay for it. You know, if you pay, for example, if you pay YouTube Premium, I see it on my videos that I get X number of dollars from YouTube Premium per month, and that's people with YouTube Premium who who watch my videos, you know. So that's why they did it. It's why I pay for it. It's just, you know, I don't use it much on anything other than my main PC, but it was absolutely savaging games I was trying to play. There we go. D6 is in. There's everything. Oh shit! That lost all of its weight. I gotta figure out what's up with the brakes on that, but I'll do that off screen. I'll do that another time. But yeah, so that was a fun episode. It was good to get back to career. Finally got you know, it takes a lot of work to get good quality builds. You know, I was really I was kind of getting sick of PID tuning, but luckily today we were making good progress. Redid the drivetrain, got much better performance, so I didn't mind doing a little PID tuning. It went quick because I already tested out a bunch of numbers, and then now we have a really good locomotive for a road train for going long distance. D2, I'll work on that, but I'll figure out when we want to do multiplayer next. I'm gonna try to work on some infrastructure for multiplayer on the Discord where I might announce it, schedule it, and then make sure we have all the parts. Like Citrus had mentioned he would like to bring in one of his vehicles, so I download that. I'm going to stick with me being the only one who can load things in the workbench. It becomes a pain in the ass if people are just loading up random shit, and people can steal other people's builds, and I doubt anyone would do it, but if somebody does do it, it's going to be a huge... Like, it's going to take all the fun out of it for us. And so I'd rather just, like, I'll just load in the builds, and it's just, it's prevention for all that shit that could go south, you know? Let me catch up with chat. I think we'll jump off. So today was a good stream. I had a short one yesterday, nice long one today. But got a lot done. Really good with the train stuff. I was enjoying that. Well, that's the thing is, like, you know, people, like, I'll talk about how much you spend on DCS. It's like, I don't go on vacation. There are some people who spend $7 grand every time they go on vacation, right? And they go on vacation a couple times a year. So they might spend $14,000 a year on vacation. Well, I don't go on vacation. I play video games for fun. And so I definitely don't spend $14,000 a year on video games, but I bought a motorcycle that was, you know, more than that. You know, and I can't ride right now, unfortunately, because of my back. So... you know, hopefully that eventually gets fixed. But, you know, so things like that, you know, somebody will say, oh, you spent $300 this month on video games, and they spent $7,000 on a vacation where they got fat eating a bunch of stuff and drank too much and laid on the beach and got melanoma. And it's like, sure, they enjoyed that, but nobody picks on them for going on vacation where, you know, for those of us who like playing games, this is what we like to do. This is our hobby. And, like, somebody might think my motorcycle's expensive, but they go out to dinner 3 times a week. And they spend more than I did on my motorcycle over the same period of time. And, you know, so it's you know, people always look at this stuff and they think it's a lot of money. But, again, if you enjoy it, it's not that bad. Like, you know, yeah, people used to spend you know, some people still do, spend a ton of money on cigarettes. You know, they'd spend $100 a month on cigarettes. Well, you know, if you're spending $100 a month on DCS... it's better for your health, and it's the same amount of money somebody might be spending on cigarettes, you know? So it's, again, if it's worth it to you, it's not waste of money, you know? Yeah, a lot of stolen keys from the indie games. Yeah, indeed. Exactly. Like, you know, you can look at the finances of GeoMeta. They have, like, 2-something million, and that's in assets. That means... any property, any business assets, and any money that's sitting in an account. That doesn't mean, for example, like they could take out a loan for $900,000, right, to make the game, right? And they might have a 10-year term on that loan. And with interest rates, if they locked in a low interest rate, right? Let's say they locked in 3.75% interest rate, right? There's no point in them paying that loan off early because literally if they took that loan money and put it in the market, they would make more money than paying off the loan. So there's no reason to pay the loan off early. So you could see that they have 2.7 million in assets and look like, oh, they got a lot of money. But then you got to realize that they could have a loan for 900,000 that's not showing. And so then you subtract 900,000 off that. Well, that is now a lot less. And then you realize, well, there's 4 people. How much are they paying them? Let's say they're paying them, $100,000 a year. That includes health and welfare, insurance, like all the things that they have to pay as a business for an employee. Their computers, everything else. Let's say it's $100,000 a year per person. Well, there's 4 of them. That's $400,000. So that's a burn rate. You talk in 10 years, they'd be well out of money. In 5 years, they would be close to out of money. And so you need continued revenue. You need to keep that revenue stream going. So they need new products. They need people to keep buying stormworks. And again, like I said, if there's only 3,000 people who will buy your product, the only way to do it is you got to go back to those people and you got to ask for more money if you want that product to keep going. Because, and it's perfectly reasonable and fair. People act like there's some sort of greedy corporation for doing it. It's like, dude, you paid $24, and in a few years later they asked you for $10, and they're not begging you for $10 on Patreon. They're asking you they're going to give you a product for $10 that you'll probably play more than what that $10 is worth to you. And so I think it's perfectly reasonable, and that's the only way these companies stay alive. And it's like, it would be great. Like, it would be fun to, like, if I knew how to program to make my own game. But it's like, they don't make shit for money. And if they hit it off, they make good money. That's the only time they make really good money. Generally, you make more money going to work for some soulless, shitty corporation. Like, you'd make more money going and working for a bank doing their website than you would making an indie game. It's not glamorous at all. And, to act as though it's some sort of money-grubbing enterprise, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying, like, the people who do. It's, I just think it's laughable. It's laughable. It really is. So I agree. DLC is a good thing. People cry about it, but DLC shows people are still interested in the game. Like, there's a guy who on the weekly discussions, he brings up Carrier Command 2, and I think his comment was something this week of like, why do you keep working on this trash pile? Go update Carrier Command 2. Well, guess what? Let's look at SteamDB again. I have not looked at this myself yet. I have not looked at this, so we'll be looking at this fresh. So I'd be interested myself. Let's see. All right, Carrier Command 2. Let's look at the... all right, let's look at all this. All right, so there's 21 players in the game right now. 21. All right. All right, right now there is 1,541 players in Stormworks. All right, there is 21 in Carrier Command 2. The 24-hour peak was 47. The 24-hour peak here was 1,952 people. So if you're a business, if you need to keep the lights on, which game are you working on today? The one that has 21 people in there? Or the one that has, 1,952? All right, we'll do apples to apples. 1541 to 21, or 47 compared to 1952. The answer's dead simple. You work on this game, because this is the one that's gonna put bread in your mouth. This one, right? Let's talk about like what each. Let's say you have 4 employees. They cost $500 a day, right? Right. You need to make $2,000 today. That means you would have to ask, right, for $100 from each of the Carrier Command 2 players to be able to survive. For Stormworks, you would have to ask, or let's do it apples to apples again. 47, right? So let's say half of that, right? You'd have to ask for $50. For Stormworks, you'd have to ask for about $1 a piece, right? So this is the game you work on, right? So when that bitchy person comes in and says, work on Carrier Command 2, Guess who killed that? The players. All right. The all-time peak was 2,696 back then when it came out. People played it. They got quote-unquote bored, and they left. This game, you know, look, this is the other thing to look to here. Remember, guys, I went over this a couple weeks ago. You know, people saying, oh, look, the game's tanking. The players are going, look what happened. It's leveling out. So I don't know. Maybe it keeps going down. Maybe it goes down in the basement. Maybe the game dies. It could. Absolutely. Do I think it's because the game is in such a terrible state? No. But people do move on, right? You know, but it is leveling out. And if we look at the other years, I went over this the other day. We finally got some April data. Oh, this is early April, too. We've only got 8 days in. But if we look to, it goes March, April, and it levels out into May. March, April levels out into May, right? Then it goes up into the summer when people are off, right? August, people are going back to school. You know, my state, people start going back to school August. September, they're back at school. Bingo. October, DLC time or major update. The major update likely will be in October again this year. So if it's a big major update with a lot of stuff to do fishing, you're likely going to get a bump. People, you get a natural drop-off, right, from you get your high peak to a natural drop-off. People tried out all the new content. They moved on to other shit, right? You also get the holiday season. Well, guess what happens in the holiday season, people? Right? You get the Steam fall sale, all right? So I slowed down my stormworks these last couple weeks. Why? Derail Valley. I bought Derail Valley in the sale, and so I didn't play as much stormworks over a couple days because the sale was on. I already have all the stuff for this game. I bought a new game. I played that a bunch, and this game I was away from. So some of these trends, you got to kind of look at the data, what might also be happening. You know, correlation does not equal causation. You got to look at a bunch of corollaries to try to figure out causation. But again, that person who's like, go work on that game, nah, dude. Unless you guys, you know how you get people to work on Carry Command 2? Get the numbers up to there. Get the numbers up to here. You know, go tell all your friends who play Carry Command, if you want that game updated, get the numbers up. Because that tells the devs that that is a reliable source of income that we could work on to get the money in. But just screaming in the chat in the wrong thing. There's a reason why the discussions is dead, is there's nobody playing your game. And so the devs are obviously working on this game. You know, and when the devs talk about they plan on staying with Stormworks, and the quote from Deltar is, I'll quote it because he said it so many times now, a very long time. All right. They, you know, people literally a year ago thought that, oh, you know, the game's dying, they're working on the new game. And I'm like, dude, they literally said that they have plans through 2024. And guess what? They have plans through 2024. And Deltars has said this year during the Q&A, they plan to stay with Stormers for a very long time. Why? Again, that's their premier product, had a peak of 1952. They can't go back to Carry Command 2. Sorry, guys, it's likely dead. This is what a dead game looks like. All right. It was at the same peak player base as Stormworks. It is now pushing about a 47-hour peak. Okay. Stormworks, it did have a huge peak, but when was it? It was during October 2021, which was DLC time. Was that must have been Weapons DLC. So that was Weapons DLC, which was one of the most highly voted for things. It's so funny too. We'll shit on some people in the comments section too. Why not? I'm on a roll here. So again, look at the poll, man. Nuclear reactors, number 1. Weapons, number 2. So they're going from most popular to least popular for the most part. Certain things like a Kraken is easy. That went in early. Like literally all they have to do is take something, reskin it, give it some behavior. Bingo, it's in the game. Right. Some of these cancel each other out. Stormwolves came out with Industrial Frontier. Try to see what that is. So like natural disasters, I think was a minor update. That was I can't remember if that was major. That was major, I think. Sales is very popular, but they said they tried it, weren't happy with the results, might go back. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're trying to get some sort of cloth physics, and it's just like they tried some stuff, they weren't happy with it, and they're like, you know what, let's move on to some other stuff. We'll go back, you know. And so it makes sense, you know. One of the most popular things, right? Nuclear reactors was not a DLC. They didn't want to paywall. They don't like to paywall standard parts and like propulsion systems, right? They didn't want to paywall that. That's why uranium, as much as it's easier to get uranium on the Industrial Frontier Island, you can go to Cavern of Thales and you can get uranium if you want. It's just much easier, of course, to go to the place that you don't have to go in a hole in the water. But, you know, certain things don't make sense for a DLC. Weapons did. Sales does not. Natural disasters do not. AI does not. Cooperative building, I don't think is ever going to happen. Like, we've talked about how many problems that would cause. Like, you know, I'm doing symmetry on the y-axis. You're doing symmetry on the x-axis. How the hell does that work? I'm doing symmetry, and you're also trying to place a block at the same time. Does that make the game crash? And so we crash every time in the editor. Let's say that let's say Citrus is in his country, and I'm in my country, and we're thousands of miles away, and he has desync, and I place 3 blocks, and now what happens when his blocks appear where my blocks are supposed to be? Could be an absolute disaster area, man. And they'd have to completely rewrite too much stuff. I don't think it's ever going to come. I don't think it's going to happen. Arctic ice breaking, space. People keep saying, they say it to this day, nobody wanted space. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. Go back, read the weekly updates. Every friggin' week before the weekly updates, you'd have people say, space, space, space. Every week in the comments, space, make the next DLC space. It was on the poll, man. It's right here, man. You can see it. It's ahead of steam engines. It's ahead of compressed air. It's ahead of fishing. People act as though fishing was #1. It was not. Fishing's back here, man. You know, weapons was way the Christ up there. Sales is ahead of fishing, right? This is not the order I'd put these things in, but that was the way the poll was. And they've been following it, you know? And that's why you get, for example, you look at Steam DB again, you can see some of these. That was the most popular thing in the poll that was a DLC. And so does it not make sense that the most popular thing in the poll was the most popular spike in people coming back to the game? Of course it does. You know, and then you have, here's the next one. Here's Industrial Frontier, and here is space, right? And so you can see it's kind of going down as the popularity goes down, you know? I think if they did, like, they're going to do some fishing majors, watch what the spike does. We're due, I would say, for a major end of April. Yeah, we should get a major end of April. If you think about it, it's quarter is 3 months. 3 months off of October, usually. October is when they do the last major or DLC. So October plus 3, you know, is January, end of January. So end of January, we got the major update for fishing. Okay. So right there is a major update. Likely, and then we have, we'll have April, right? 3 months off January, end of April. I would say we probably get another major, right? So we'll see what happens. You know, fishing's pretty popular, but again, look at the chart. It's not as popular as the other ones in the poll, so it'll probably get a bump, but I don't think it's gonna be an enormous bump. If we get commercial fishing, if we get something like crabbing, I think people will go nuts for it. Because a lot of it with this game being a building game is you need to have a DLC or an update that makes people want to go back and build. And dude, I would go out and build a commercial fishing boat. I would spend 2 weeks building a commercial fishing boat. And we do multiplayer streams doing commercial fishing. It would be a hell of a lot of fun. So let's read some chat here. 20 modules, $50 each. The discount of $170 on average. Yeah. You know, so what's that? 20. So $1,000. So $1,000. You know, I've got $400 in Star Citizen. You know, so you say it's it sounds like a lot, but again, it's like, you know, you could have a bad drinking habit, Owl, where you spend $30 a night on booze, right? And it's one, that's not good for you, and two, so it's a hell of a lot more healthy to buy something for DCS than it is to just buy a bottle of booze and drink yourself into a stupor every night, right? Yep, joystick, throttle, rudder pedals. Yep, that gets up there. 9,000 hours in what, DCS, Alistair? Or here? Yeah, so like Daniel K saying he has 1,500 hours. That's 1.66 cents per hour. Pretty friggin' cheap, man. Can't go to a movie for that, right? I went and saw Dune. Dune was pushing 3 hours. I paid $15, $5 an hour. I saw it was matinee. It would have been even more if I went at night. It's $5 an hour to go see an IMAX. I thought it was worth it. I was happy with Dune. I spent 3 hours of entertainment, had a great time, and I thought $5 an hour was reasonable. Now imagine if I had to spend $5 an hour on Stormworks. That's 30 grand I would have to spend for this game. So it's like people need to put it in perspective, man. It makes one of the things that makes me shake my head is like it's just people are full of shit when they think gaming is expensive. Now, if you go buy an EA game that costs $70 that only has 100 hours of gameplay, which there are story games that only have 100 hours of gameplay, right? That's 70 cents an hour. That's still not unreasonable. 70 cents an hour, still not an unreasonable amount of money to spend on entertainment, right? But people think that's incredibly expensive, right? Still, that's still less than probably 1/7 of what I spent on Dune, right? And I'm perfectly happy with my purchase watching Dune. Well, that's good, Alistair. I'm glad you watched the ad. I'll revel in your money. I'll remember Alistair gave me this money by listening to some guy yell at him. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, coffee. I think that Lua gets me too. Like I get programming. I started learning Python, and then I was like, I just fucking couldn't be bothered. And I'm not getting in that industry. I'm not getting in that industry. But but like it's like that sort of stuff. Like I don't see any reward. For example, like you guys saw me work on the DE6, and like I painted it for a long time, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed painting it. It was fun. I had a good time painting it. I saw the results real time. Sometimes in Lua, you see those results. Sometimes you don't, and it feels like you're banging your head against the wall. But on the other hand, I did a bunch of PID tuning that eventually I got to good numbers. But for a while there, it was just banging my head against the wall, like playing Tarkov, doing a little PID tuning, keep going back and forth, you know. And that didn't feel all that useful, you know, of time. Yep, like Alistair spent $14,000 in the Beetle restoration, not even 20% done yet. Yep, you know. Adult hobbies can get real expensive. Like, I was thinking of buying my own tractor, right? I wanted to get an old Mack cab over. It was going to cost 20 grand, and the insurance could cost as much as 20,000 a year. Right. Unless you had it converted to technically be an RV, but then you could never tow with it. You know, so it'd be 20 grand a year in insurance. I was going to buy an airplane. I figured if I bought the airplane was going to cost me 100 grand, and it was going to cost me 12 grand a year to fly it and store it in a hangar, minimum. And that was also to put away for an overhaul on the engine. So it was going to cost me minimum 12 grand a year. So over 10 years, it would cost me, what was that, 220 grand? And that's without any inflation. That's without the hangar cost going up, the maintenance cost going up, the fuel going up, all things that will go up. Insurance rates going up. It's a retractable gear airplane, which because of my flight experience, I probably would do all right with insurance. But with a retractable gear airplane, God, they're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. Like here, let me look at insurance rates. It probably won't let me quote. Let me see. Let's see. Let's do a quick insurance calculator. Usually they're going to want me to log in. Here, we'll do it together. Let's find a Mooney M20. Trade a plane. Let's find an M20. That's a brand new M20. We're not buying a brand new M20 for these. Dude, if I was a billionaire, I'd buy this. I love Moonies. Moonies are slick. But I'd have to be a millionaire, a billionaire. Even a millionaire, I wouldn't be buying this. I'd have to be a billionaire to be buying something like that. I couldn't justify spending 600 grand on essentially what's a 2-seat airplane. You can put some people or children or a dog in the back, but you're not putting anything big in a Mooney. You're not putting an American person back there. So, like, let's see, the Moonies that I was looking at, like this. Let's see, total time 5. Ooh, that's getting high on. Ooh, that's getting high on total time. We're not buying that. Let's see, this one might be all right. Let's look at this one. Where is the I gotta look at the engines. Like, a lot of people don't know how to buy airplanes. Let's see. That's got a year left in the IFR. Where's the engine? TBO 2000. Okay, so it has 2,000. Jesus Christ! It's 1,271 hours since its last overhaul. Its recommended overhaul is 2,000, which I would do. So. It has 729 hours left on the overhaul. Let's say I do, I don't know, 200 hours a year. That would be in 3.6 years. I need to pay for an overhaul. It's going to probably cost 40 grand. So that's probably going to cost $40,000 to overhaul this engine. And so you got to add that on there. And then you got to talk. You're probably paying... Maybe I could get $120 an hour is probably what it would cost me to run this. You'd have to buy GPS packages. Like, you can't just say, oh, I'll stay on the old GPS. Literally, it will no longer be airworthy if you do that. You got to pay for it or else you can't use it. So, like, this is a nice Mooney. All right, so here's the tail number. 7091 Victa. Remember, 7091 Victa. Oh, fuck off. I knew it was going to do that. I knew it was going to try to get a quote off me. Stick it up your ass. Oh, they all do that. I love this insurance bullshit. Let's see. Jamaica. That's Jamaica. It's like, it is not cheap whatsoever. It is friggin' expensive. AOPA is probably going to be the best. Let's see. So single engine, retractable gear. This is where you get screwed. Small 4 cylinders. Let's see. I think it's 6. I think they're running 6. I think the IO360 is a 6-cylinder. It's got to be a 6-cylinder on that. 200. Average fuel cost probably $6, I'd say. Average fuel consumption. What's the Mooney running? Uh, 8.5. So let's go to 9. Maybe it is a 4. It is a 4. Mooney's a 4. I think the new ones are 6s. Oil is also $8 a quart. Average oil change cost is $150. Recommended oil change. You change your oil every 50 hours. Keep that in mind too, people. Rate routine maintenance. Okay, that's fine. You got to get it annually inspected. Every year, it's $1,400 to inspect it. Annual aircraft insurance cost $2,400 per year. It'll be kept in a hangar, which keeps the price down. Monthly hangar tie-down cost. I think that was about what I priced out. I'd pay cash for the plane when I was looking to buy it. All right, so total fixed cost, $37 per flight hour. So that is fine. $80 variable. Total cost per flight hour, what did I say? About 120 is what I guessed before. Pretty close. Annual operating costs, look at that. $23,520. And that's with no loan. That's just operating it. $23,000 per year to run that. So it's like you start looking into some of these hobbies. That's what an airplane costs. 23 grand a year. And then guess what? Like I said, in 3.6 years, that plane needs a $40,000 overhaul. So, yeah, that's an expensive hobby. You know, I agree. Space wasn't great, but again, they went by a poll. Like, people act as though they pulled it right out of their ass. They did not pull it out of their ass. They did a poll. They asked the community, what do you want? People said space. I think they could. I would have much rather some other things before space, but hey, they did a poll and they went by the poll. You know, can't fault them for just like doing what people asked them to do. You know, but the problem is people make the false. They make the false thing that they say that that's not what people asked them to do, and it's absolutely 100% what people asked them to do. People asked them to do a space DLC, you know, and they did it, you know. Yeah, we'll see. You'll see where it's 20 years, you know. I would say they have to have a new version of it at some point. I think they should. I think a proper Stormworks 2. This is what I was afraid of. I was afraid of that they were going to get away from the formula for not Stormworks 2 and make it Stormworks, but by a different name. And I don't think that's what they're going to do at this point. I think what they're doing is, I think they're making a much more specific vehicle building game that is specific. That's what I think they're doing. And then if Stormworks continues to be popular, as you can see by looking at SteamDB, it's the one that can make them money. You know, Carrier Command cannot make them money. Like, if I saw a game of mine had only 47 people play in the entire day in the entire world, do you think I'm making another one of those? Maybe. And the reason I say maybe is this. Like, let's look at SteamDB again. Where's the other one? Okay, I have two up. So, look at the peak concurrent. 2,696. Let's look at the price chart. Where is the money on here? Let's see. It's $30. Lowest recorded price was 20.99. So say worst case scenario, you have 2,696 people paid $20. That's $53,000. Now likely you get more people. So let's look at the owner estimations. Look at the owner estimations here. 75,000. Okay, so 75,000 times 20. We're talking 1.5 mil, which, you know, sounds like a lot of money, but that's not one dude taking 1.5 mil and putting it in their pocket. That means you took out a business loan, you have to pay back. You had to pay employees. That money's gone. You know, that's, you know, that money's gone. You know, that money was spent. You know, 84. Okay, so also let's say best case scenario. So best case scenario, let's look at price history. $29.99. Okay. Best case scenario. 29. So let's say $30. $30 times, let's say the very best estimate, 163,000. That is 4.89 million. Okay, sounds great, right? Now you want to multiply that by 0.66. So that means out of that 4.89 million, the developers of the game got to keep 3.2 million. The rest of it went to Steam. Okay. Now take off 20% for taxes, right? So multiply that by 0.8. So now you have 2.58 million in your pocket. Okay. 4 people, 400,000 dollars a year, right? So subtract that off there. All right, so you have 2.18 million, and that's if you have no loan to pay back. That's if you have no operating costs. All right, so that's what the game made in revenue. Well, not necessarily even revenue, because we don't know what the loan costs were or anything else they had to pay. Marketing costs. So, like, maybe you clear $1 million, which, again, sounds good, but if you put that back in the company, that subsidizes other things. Like, that subsidizes when other things have shortfalls, you know. So now look at this. Look at these numbers, right? So I looked at the most rosy numbers for Carrier Command. Let's look at the worst numbers for stormworks. So let's look at the price history. Let's go to the lowest recorded price was $14.99. All right, $14.99. Let's go to the worst number here, which is $5.94. So $5.94 times $14.99, so 15 bucks. That's 8.91 million. So the worst numbers look about the same as the best numbers for Carrier Command. So when people, when the Carrier Command guys like go work on Carrier Command, well, listen, dude, it's you and 19 or 20 other people playing right now. How does that justify the devs' time? It doesn't. It really doesn't. And they may want to work on Carrier Command. They may wish Carrier Command was more popular, but unless the numbers are better, they can't work on it. They can't. How the fuck are they going to do it? They can't do it. Like, look at this right here. Twitch stats, right? All-time peak, there was 25,000 people watching on Twitch. That's free advertising, right? The 24-hour peak, only 6 people watched anything on Carrier Command. Let's go to right here. This is probably me. This is me right here. Oh, sorry, guys. Jesus Christ, I'm not showing you. God, I bet you all yelling at me for that. Let me do a display cap. Look at this. So right here, it shows the Twitch stats on... I told you all the numbers, too. It doesn't matter. You didn't see it. So the Twitch stats right now, viewers currently right now watching this game. Let's look at my stats on Twitch right now. We got 6 of them. So right now, I've got about 33% of the market right now for advertising on Twitch. You know. And so, like, you've got, you know... Not that Twitch is the be-all, end-all of that. Like, I've got more people watching on YouTube now, but they don't do YouTube stats on here. But, like, this is why, like, they you know, keep going with this game. Is even if they didn't like it, which, like, some people say, oh, they hate the game. They don't. I doubt they hate it. It's work for them. It's like anything. Like, do you like going to work? Do you love your work? No, you do your work. You know, you do it. You know, I don't give a shit if the dev loves their work. I give a shit if they do the work, and they're doing it, you know. Let's catch up with chat. I'm way late on chat here. Let's read it. I got so sidetracked. And then I'll jump off. Yeah, the thing with linear speed is you need it in all angles to be able to get it for orbital navigation. Yeah, exactly. I think Daniel K. like talking about. I think they definitely the art style they picked well on this. Sorry, guys, that you couldn't see that. I realized that, but yeah, I was just breaking things down. So. Oh, interesting. They cloned that off the DH4. Interesting. Exactly. That's the thing that people don't understand is it's like, you know, when they go to work, they say, oh, I care about me. You know, that's what's important. If they stop paying me, I wouldn't go to work. And then they want other people to work for free. And you got to say, no, man. They're at their job. I'm at my job. When I'm at my job, I want to make the most money I can. And I want to work as little as possible. Of course, we all want that. And so that's perfectly reasonable. But then when it's something for you, you want somebody to work as much as possible for as little as possible. And it's not fair. And you got to realize it's not fair. And you got to fix your mentality and be like, you know what? You got to value other people's work. Yeah, I would love to do refrigerated fishing stuff. That would be cool. Like think of a cool mission, right? You got to transport a refrigerated container from point A to point B. You got to transport fish. So you got to have a refrigerated truck. Put the fish in the refrigerated truck. They'll make the trip across the arid biome. You know, put a refrigerated container on the train, and the fish survive. If they don't, they don't. Yeah. All right, we'll see you, Citrus. Thanks for hanging out. I'm just trying to quickly go through chat, guys. But it's good to get a long stream in. Got a lot done. Had fun. I'm glad you guys were able to hang out. Yesterday, just wasn't feeling it, so we did a short one and got off. How big is the fuel tank on my Goldwing? 6.5 gallons. I only get like 35 miles a gallon on the Goldwing. My car gets 50 miles a gallon, put it that way. My bike almost also has a bigger engine than my car does. Yeah, gimbal cameras was one of the best updates. It's I see it like it will literally be like 3 weeks from a great update, and somebody will be like, "Oh, I love this line." Somebody said too was like, "Oh, finally something for free." And it's like, dude, most of the updates are for free. Like you don't pay for most of the updates. Most of them they come every 2 weeks. You get a new part or a new something every 4 weeks for free. $11 per U.S. gallon. Yeah, the Goldwing's not all that efficient. It's efficient. Yeah, it's only 35 miles a gallon. It's not that efficient. Which is good compared to a car, but, you know, it's not built for efficiency. It's a comfort motorcycle. It's also a 6-cylinder, you know. Like, if you wanted an efficient motorcycle, you get a single-cylinder thumper that will do that does 150 miles a gallon. You know, it'll still go fast. It just won't accelerate all that quick. Oh yeah, I'll do a new captain emoji at some point. All right, we'll see you later, Alistair. Yeah, looking at the like, I didn't even know Carrier Command was that dead. Looking at the numbers, man, it's like how could you expect them to go back to that? Like, if they went back to Carrier Command and doubled the 24-hour peak, it would not be worth their time. They'd have to make it 10 times the peak to maybe justify financially the time. They can't do it, man. Like this, they can. They can drag. Like they could come back and double the peak on this. Bingo, you're in good shape. You know. Yeah, I have no desire for cooperative building. No desire whatsoever for cooperative building. I would find it frustrating as shit. Like, why did you do that? Like, I made this. Like, you'd go in the microcontroller and you'd be like, what did you change in this microcontroller? It would be absolutely abysmal. Like, I could see people wanting to, like, build a ship. Like, for example, Alistair's doing his icebreaker, and he wants help doing some rooms. Like, somebody could go in and work in a room as somebody else is working in another room. I could see that as being the only one. Yeah, I'm so behind in chat. You guys were chatting a bunch. Yeah, well, that's 200 grand to own a plane and fly it. Like, you could probably pay, I don't know, if you even paid $300 an hour, which is more than double what it was, the cost per hour ownership was, you know, it would make more sense. Like, you have to fly a lot, you have to have a ton of money, you know, it's a lot. All right, guys, so that was fun. Got a lot done. That got a bunch of good chatting done there as well. But that was a lot of fun. Finally caught up with chat there. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Sorry it took me so long to get up with chat. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out on Twitch as well. I appreciate that. The average has been up over 3 the whole time. That really helps me out. Again, if you know how averages work, if you go under, you need to really get some good numbers to drag it up. So I appreciate that. Trying to get affiliate on there, that just makes it easier for people to find me and everything else. My subscriber count's been going down. Not that it's the most important thing in the world to me, but that's been going down. I got to put out some tutorials that should help that out. Had a lot of fun today building. Gonna be planning next multiplayer. I'll try to get it on Discord, and we will. I'll try to do a little bit of an announcement so you guys know when to expect it. Maybe we can get some signups going. I got to work on that too. I'm gonna try to announce the next build challenge on Friday. It's gonna be kind of a shorter. I'll try to keep it to a week, quick one. I've got a good idea for that, so we'll probably do that. But thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.